All right, we're officially live. Officially live today. And boy, do we got some news to discuss today. We got a bunch of news to discuss. So, first of all, I'm going to go ahead and do my picks for NFL week 6. I'm going to try something new. And if it doesn't work out for this week, then we'll go back to my old method of next week or previous weeks where I wait till the Monday night game is over and then post the results. Hey, what's up, Guardian Legends? What's going on? So, I mean, this is a sports talk for now, and then later on tonight, I'm going to be interviewing Polston, who's writing a book on Revelations, and he's writing a book on how he thinks the world's coming to an end. Blah blah blah. We'll go into that talk later tonight. I went to bed early yesterday, so we were supposed to do the interview yesterday, but it's a 2-part video. I decided to address the that later on. Nothing's better than a good night's sleep, guys. Oh, that's what's up, Guardian Legends. I haven't seen you in a minute though. That's what's up, man. Yeah, man, come in later tonight, man. It'll be like one of those regular videos you like, but just come in tonight, man. All right, so let's go ahead and do my NFL Week 6 picks. I want to get that out of the way first. I posted all the early results of the tournament below. Link is at the bottom of the description, so make sure you guys click on that and check it out. Anyways, a lot of people did good on their picks this week. There were a lot of people who did good on their picks. So let me go ahead and first do the picks for NFL Week 6. It was a great week of games this week too. So I'm going to go ahead and go through them quickly because I know I'm a part of Matt Anthony's tournament. What time is it? Well, I'm on Central Time. So I'm 12:27. So if you're on East Coast, you're 1:27. If you're on Pacific, you're 10:27 in the morning. And if you're on Mountain Time, you're 11:27. So there's 4 different time zones in the United States. So mine's is Central. So mine's is a third one. East Coast is 1 hour ahead of me. So if it's 12:27 here, it's 1:27 over there. So I'm going to do mine's tonight, the interview with Polston tonight around 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. We're going to talk about Revelations. And I'm not even a church guy, but, man, this guy gives good insight on how he believes that the earth is going through certain phases in the Bible. And he believes that it's almost time for us to pretty much disintegrate. And we're going to go into that talk if you guys are into that kind of stuff. I interviewed him before on this topic, but he's actually going to break it down into a 2-part video. And he texted me the information of what the title of the video. I'll let you know what it is right now. Let me tell you. Okay, the video is hold on real quick. Wait. Okay. The actual video for later, it's going to be called wait a minute. The Rise of the First Beast of Revelations. And then the second video is called The Second Beast of Revelations. Okay. So that's what the title of the video is going to be called. This should be interesting, man. I can't wait. He's going to go into he's going to do most of the talking. I'm just going to ask the questions. But what's up, Donovan Burrell? What's going on, man? I haven't seen you in a minute, man. What you been up to, man? How's life in Dallas? Anyways, man, we're going on 4 minutes now. Let's go ahead and get through these picks real quick. I went 9-6 this week. I did average. And that Buffalo game killed me last night because I thought Chiefs were going to win. I thought the Browns were going to beat the Chargers. I lost that game too. I thought the Raiders were going to win to the Bears. I lost that game too. I had lost some pretty bad. I picked Seattle. I lost that game too on Thursday, Rick. Yep, I lost that one too. So let's go ahead and just get these games out of the way. NFL Week 6 real quick. Thursday game, you got Bucks at the Eagles. I know the Eagles, 2-3, Bucks 4-1. Yeah, go ahead and give me Tom Brady and the Bucks. I don't think I don't think the Eagles are going to have that same luck they had against the Panthers and Sam Darnold that they are against Tom Brady. No way. Bucks come in Philly. That'll be a nice game, though. But oh yeah, Prodigal Hill. I told him I'm interviewing you tonight, so we are going to interview it tonight. But yeah, the results are posted though. The link is below the description. I still have Monday game added. But yeah, go ahead and give me Tampa Bay to defeat the Philadelphia Eagles on Thursday. I don't think it's even going to be a match. I think Tom Brady's going to light up the scoreboard once again. Bucs should win. They'll go to 5-1. All right, so we go to the Sunday's games. Miami Dolphins 1-4 at the 0-5 Jaguars. Jaguars are a complete mess, but so are the Miami Dolphins. Jacoby Brissett's just, he's an average backup quarterback who I would love to have on my team. But honestly, I think the Dolphins are going to lose this game. I think so. I think this is a game where Jacksonville's about even. I think Urban Meyer's going to light a fire under their ass. The headline's already calling for the departure of Urban Meyer. Him and allegedly Trevor Lawrence are going at it. That's not good. But, okay, so Polston's going to go ahead and do his picks now. So let's just go ahead and write the best-selling Arthur's picks down now. Okay, so we're going to take Polston's picks as we're going since he's already in the chat room. In fact, Polston, if you want to jump in here, we can do the picks together and talk. If you want to do that, we can break down the game and everything, man. Each game. Make it fun. Okay, so Polston said he's got the Bucs. Okay, and he's also got the Dolphins. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and go to the next game. So if you want me to let you in, Polston, I'll let you in. If not, the best-selling Arthur. If not, I will continue. All right, so we got the next game. Both teams are 2-3. And surprisingly, okay, I'll link you so you can jump in on the picks, man. Let's go ahead and link you. Oh, shit. I almost spilled my drink. I'm linking you right now. I'll wait till Polston comes in. We'll continue the NFL Week 6 picks. But like I said, I got Tom Brady and the Bucs to win on Thursday. They're going to beat the Eagles. And then I got my upset. I got Jacksonville. I got Jacksonville to defeat the Miami Dolphins in an upset. Well, it's not really an upset, but there's no Tua.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got the Dolphins?
Yeah, I have the Miami Dolphins on this one right here. I meant both teams are pretty erratic. Of course, the Jacksonville Jaguars, like I said, if those two are bumping heads, I'll go ahead and stay with the safe pick. The Dolphins are a little bit more they're more of a veteran team. You know what I'm saying? They're not quite as in disarray.
So let me ask you a question. What do you think of the Urban Meyer sex scandal where he was sleeping around on his wife while she was watching the grandkids? He lies and says he's going with his team to the game or something, or like with the team out to the plane flight. He lets them fly off on their own, and he said the girl that was twerking on him, he didn't know who she was. She just started randomly twerking on him.
I mean, it's just like one of these storylines, kind of like tabloid bullshit that they put into the NFL to get people more interest in it. I don't find it in any way, shape, or form conducive as far as if you're a sports fan and want to know what's going on. The best thing to do is to look at the sports, look at your team, look at your discrepancies. Getting involved in these stupid extra storylines that they put out for mainstream media purposes for them to talk about. Yeah, it's kind of a waste of my time, so I don't get involved in it.
Let's be honest. What rich man doesn't cheat? What rich man doesn't? I mean...
Well, they got a whole other code than us anyways. I mean, these people say goodbye to reason a long fucking time ago. Whenever you have all these people nowadays going around saying, oh, but I trust the science. Motherfucker, you don't even trust the science. If they trust the science, then ultimately you wouldn't have all these mandates and requirements. That means you don't. That's the opposite of trusting the fucking science. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, what rich people don't cheat? Like Jay-Z and all these rappers and athletes do it, and they're praised for it. So why is Urban Meyer like, they want him to be fired? I'm like, well, how come Jay-Z and them? Jay-Z sleeps around on Beyonce all the time and admits it, and it's no big deal. Like nobody raises an eyebrow.
Look at Bill Clinton.
There you go.
So I mean, yeah,
why is the issue raised for him to get fired? They're like, well, it's a profession. He's supposed to be a professional. I'm like, dude, if you look at what half these motherfuckers on YouTube do outside of their YouTube channel, you'd vomit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. To be honest with you, Except for me and Steven Rose because we're classy guys, but other
you
YouTubers.
got grown ass men doxing you. So I mean
Yeah.
that in itself that just self to show there's no professionalism in that.
And I meant, what do they call me, a simp or something? Didn't know
Yeah.
what they were sitting there saying? I simp for all these girls, but
Mhm.
this guy's the biggest fucking simp on the internet. I mean, remember Sasha from the fucking asylum, right? Oh yeah, you were simping really hard, man. Like I told Steven the other day, I said he would probably have drunk a gallon of her pee just to see where it came from. So if that's not simping, I don't know what is. You know what I'm
Dude,
saying?
dude, let's just put it like this. They're calling like Urban Meyer's sort of getting is he's getting like half praise, half backlash. And I'm like, it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, it's just I think it's human nature for all of us to fuck up. I'm not saying I would never cheat because I'm not saying I'd be if I've ever was in that situation. But to be honest with you, let's be honest, dude. If
If
given the opportunity, I think most humans would
I'll
fuck
be
with it.
honest with you. If I ever got that kind of money and that kind of fame, I
Yeah.
wouldn't cheat. And the reason why I tell you is I wouldn't cheat is I'd live like a fucking recluse, dude. I wouldn't have anything to do with anybody. I'd like, live in the middle of the fucking Ozarks somewhere and not, I'd have select friends that I'd have over, but I'm not going out to those places. You know what I'm saying? I'm not hanging out with those people because everybody's trying to take advantage of you. You already know it. So,
Well, Donna Mario's saying we're buffering, but I don't know.
am I buffering?
No, I don't hear us buffering. I don't hear us buffering. I think we sound just fine. All right, let's go ahead and go to the next game of picks, and then we'll discuss the other topics I wanted to discuss. So let's go ahead and go through it. The next game is going to be both teams are 2-3. Chiefs at Washington. Who do you got?
Chiefs definitely. Washington's got a decent defense, but they're still a little young, and I think Kansas City will have motivation on their side, especially after getting their ass whipped by the Buffalo Bills. So go ahead and give me the Kansas City Chiefs in this one. I think Mahomes will make a comeback. This will
I
be
got Chiefs too. They went in Philly and won. For some reason, Chiefs play better on the road. I got Kansas City to win on the road. And it seems like they play better when their back's against the wall. They're probably looking at maybe a 10-win season, which is probably not going to be too exciting for Chiefs fans. But hey, if you get in the dance, you got Patrick Mahomes, you got a chance. I'm going to go. I went with Kansas City as well. So let's go ahead and go to the next game. All right, the next game is Cincinnati Bengals at 3-2 travel to the 0-5 Lions. Polston, does the Lions win their first game, or they continue to choke and do the Bengals get the win? Who do you got?
Definitely the Bengals. The Bengals are a young team. I think that they know their potential now. And this is my sleeper team at the beginning of the year. You remember I was telling you that I expected the Bengals to do a lot better than a lot of people expected. And I also knew that, like, if I were to play fucking fantasy this year, I was going to go ahead and swoop in like Captain Savaho and pick up Jamar Chase because I figured he would be producing, and he hasn't let me down so far. Because I always said that was a good pick, anyways. So yeah, the Bengals. I think that they're a young team. I think they're a confident team, and the Lions are the Lions. They're still trying to rebuild. They don't know what the hell is going on right now. They bring in a new quarterback, and their team is in disarray. So I got to take the Bengals on this one.
All right, so you're going to take the Bengals. I also got the Bengals as well. That was one of my. I was an upset. I was going to lean towards, but like, nah. All right, let's go to the next one. Green Bay Packers 4-1 at the 3-2 Bears. So it's going to be Aaron Rodgers against Justin Fields. Who you got?
Uh, I think I'm going to go ahead and take Green Bay in this one,
Okay.
simply because that's like one of those confidence boosters for fucking Aaron Rodgers for some reason. He's like the Bears' daddy or something. I
Yeah.
don't know. He kicks it into another gear whenever he sees Chicago. Not even like Minnesota or Detroit, like garners the wrath of fucking Aaron Rodgers like Chicago does in that division. So I'm gonna have to go with Green Bay.
All right. Well, the Packers are 4-1. I did pick them to win in Cincinnati. Got the win for that. I did pick for them to win against the Niners when they were predicted not to win that game. But I think the Packers' luck will soon run out. I like the way Justin Fields is playing. I like the way this Bears defense is playing. They held the Raiders to 9 points. That's pretty impressive, and that was on the road. So I expect the Bears to do that at home. and I expect the Bears are going to win this game. So go ahead and give me Chicago for the upset over Green Bay. I think this is the part where that stir of luck with those Crosby kicks at the end is going to come back to get him, and I got the Bears for the upset, which I actually had Green Bay, so I'm going to switch to the Bears. Okay, since it's on record. All right, let's go to the next game. You got the Chargers 4-1 at the 3-1, probably 4-1 Ravens. So they should beat the Colts tonight. Who do you got? Chargers at Ravens?
Well, my affinity, I like when a team has a good running game, whenever they have a good running back, a solid running back, and whenever they have a good defense. And then you throw Justin Herbert behind that. And I think that the Chargers have more room for success. The Baltimore Ravens pretty much go along with however Lamar Jackson, takes them. And that's one guy. It's easy to stop one guy. It's hard to stop a whole team. So I'm going to have to go ahead and go with the Los Angeles Chargers now over the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, I got the Ravens to win. They're at home. They'll be in front of their fans. I like Justin Herbert a lot. I like that Chargers defense. They had an excellent draft. But man, I gotta go with the Ravens, man. I'm sticking with the home team on this one. So give me Baltimore. All right, next one is going to be Minnesota Vikings, who are 2-3. They travel at Carolina to take on the Panthers. So it's going to be Cousins versus Darnold. Polston, take it away. Who do you got?
Oh, this one's going to be a tough one because, you have Carolina, who was, I think, overrated coming into the beginning of the year. I do like their defense a lot. If they have that running game, they can get something going. However, they're matched. Minnesota's kind of a similar team as Carolina.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that they'll have Dalvin Cook. I'm going to go ahead and go with Minnesota on this one.
And that's who I picked as well. I told Panthers fans, even though they kicked our ass on that Thursday, I said, yeah, you're 3-0, but the buck stops at Dallas, and then from there we'll see you struggle. And that's what happened. I told you guys before that Sam Darnold was a bust and that he's going to take that baggage to Carolina. And guess what? He threw 3 interceptions in the last game against the Eagles. In a game they were up 21-3 and should have won that game. And Sam Darnold literally took him out of the game. So I'm going to go with Minnesota. They've won 2 in a row since they've lost 3 straight. It looks like Cousins and Zimmerman or whatever, Mike Zimmer, or it seemed like they're on the same page. I like the way Minnesota looks. I think they'll win 3 in a row. They'll go to 500 and they'll be a contender for a really good wild card spot. Okay. So we got that pick in. Let's go ahead and go to the next game. All right. So the next one is going to be, oh, wow. I think I skipped some games here. I feel like an idiot. Okay, you ready for the next one?
Yeah, go ahead.
LA Rams go to the New York Giants.
I'm definitely taking LA on this one. I like their defense. Their defense has been lights out for years now. Matthew Stafford, they've got a pretty good quarterback leading it. And it looks like they're doing really well in the run game. And those 3 factors right there, you're going to win games. It's going to be hard for people to take you out of games. When you have a solid defense, when you have a solid run game, and then you have a passing game that can complement that, then you're just going to win a lot of games. So, I had to go with the Rams on this one.
I'm going with Rams. Enough said. I got nothing else to say to add to it. Texans at the Colts. Both teams will be 1-4 because I got the Colts losing tonight to the Ravens. That's going to be a tough one. And as much as I want us to win that game, I still think Carson Wentz is the better quarterback. I think T.Y. Hilton's going to be a beast in that game. He usually averages over 200 yards and reception yards against us the last 6 games. I think that's going to be another factor, although I think Texans will keep this game really close. Like I think it'll be in the Patriots game, division game. Both teams will be playing each other hard. They'll be studying film this week. But I'm going to get the Colts to edge the Texans 23-20.
Yeah, that's going to be another pretty close game. I'd have to see the betting lines before I actually put down a physical number on it. I was looking them up last night. But yeah, I'm kind of like you. I think it's going to be a close game. I think it'll be within 7 for sure. Mm-hmm. The only problem is that Texans, like I said, y'all's problem is offense. Like your problem is offense.
Yeah, of course.
Defense, if y'all had an offense that could do kind of like Dallas does, and this was my thing last year, because I told you last year that Dallas was going to be hot garbage last year. And I said, "Oh man, this team looks terrible coming in." And all those people, the Tyler Spences on the Dallas Cowboys Boys Will Be Boys page, kept calling me a Dallas Cowboys hater. No, I believe in running the ball and I believe in defense. And so when y'all are like close, y'all just don't have any kind of like competent running game, and you don't have a competent passing game. If y'all ever got that together, the defense should win you some games. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
And so this one, it's too close. So you have to give it to the home team. Indianapolis is at home, and they have a competent quarterback. He may not be, the greatest quarterback in the NFL, but he's competent enough. And I think that their running game is definitely ahead of y'all's running game for sure. And their defense should be able to match with your defense. So, yeah, you got to go ahead and lean with the Colts.
All right, so we got Arizona is undefeated. They're 5-0. They're traveling to Cleveland to take on the Browns, who are 3-2.
Okay, I'm going to have to lean. They're going to Cleveland. And since Cleveland is 3-2, they want to go ahead and keep pace in that division. I think that they're going to come out on all cylinders. I think you're going to see a lot more controlling the ball with Nick Chubb's. That defense should be able to contain them a little bit better. Arizona, I think that they, been lucky not to face any kind of defense like the one that they have in Cleveland. So I'm going to have to go ahead and go with Cleveland Browns. I know that they probably have the better Oklahoma quarterback in Kyler Murray than Cleveland does in Baker Mayfield. But Baker Mayfield does what Baker Mayfield needs to do to go ahead and keep Cleveland into games. So I'm going to have to go with Cleveland on this one because they're in that position of, they got to keep pace with the Bengals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go with Arizona. Arizona's undefeated for a reason. I think J.J. Watt will put some pressure on Baker. I think they'll keep it close, and I think they're going to want to run with the storyline of Kyler Murray and the underdog story and stuff. So go ahead and give me Arizona to remain unbeaten. They'll go 6-0 as they play us in next week? I think they play us next. We think we play them next week after that. Wow. All right, so I'm going to go with Arizona. All right, next one is 3-2 Raiders. They travel to 3-2 Broncos. Who do you got in that one?
I'm going to go ahead and have to go with the Raiders on this one right here. Like I said, I think that Derek Carr bounces back this week. They're against a division rival, and these games are always tough to call whenever you're playing in your division. Those guys are going to know your team a lot better. However, I just think that the Raiders are a better team, and this is one of those teams, Denver, that their record is kind of it's kind of like an illusion a little bit. I don't think that they've had to play the degree of talent that the Raiders have, and I think that the Raiders will expose it. So I'll go ahead and give me the Las Vegas Raiders.
Well, this game's in Denver and Mile High. Raiders usually struggle up there. I know Denver's lost 2 in a row. They're looking to end it. I know Raiders have lost 2 in a row. So obviously one of them is going to continue the streak. To me, something tells me I got the confidence that I think that the Denver defense will also they're going to be confident to beat Derek Carr. I think it's going to be a close game. It's going to be a nasty game, nasty division game. Give me the Raiders to lose this game. I've got Broncos to win 14-13. Yeah, it's going to be a low-scoring game. So I got the Broncos. All right, let's go ahead and go to the next one. Your Dallas Cowboys are 4-1. They head to New England to take on the Patriots at 2-3. Dallas has not won against the Patriots. They say in 7-8 years or something like that, or y'all have never beaten them. Let me see. Before you
since 1996.
Really?
Yeah. 1996 was the last time that we beat the New England Patriots.
Damn.
However, yeah. So with this being said, on this game right here, I'm also a New England. Like New England ended up being my team after the Oilers left. You know what I'm saying? Officially. Yeah. So that's like my AFC team because I used to always have dreams of wanting one day seeing the Houston Oilers play the Dallas Cowboys in the Super Bowl.
That would be nice.
That it never came to happen. So whenever Houston left, whenever the Oilers left, I started, New England became that team that started to fill that void. And the reason why I started liking New England is because nobody knew who the fuck New England was. I mean, they were kind of like the Jacksonville Jaguars are right now. Like, they're a horrible team, but nobody really knows who they are. They're always an afterthought. And so that was New England. So I started liking New England.
Nice.
With that being said, this New England team reminds me a lot of the 91, 92 New England team, more than it does the 96 with Drew Bledsoe or the 2000s with Tom Brady. They remind me more of Hugh Millen, Leonard Russell, New England than they do with the Drew Bledsoe and Curtis Martin or Tom Brady and Corey Dillon New England. So they're in a rebuild. I think that they're starting to rebuild. They're starting to put. I think that Matt Jones is a decent quarterback, but I don't think he's a great quarterback.
Okay.
So I'm definitely going to go ahead and lean with the Cowboys. That defense is on fire right now. It's young. This is exactly what I thought we should have done. This is what I thought we should have done probably last year, because they let a lot of my draft picks last year go to other teams. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Dan Quinn's got him focused on that defense. The running game is picking up. We see exactly what they're doing week after week. This is exactly what I said we had to do to win games. Guess what? We're winning games. And I think that they're going to go ahead and keep up with this momentum. I think that they're going to go in and they're going to get the win against New England. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. I also got Dallas to win. I said this, I don't know how many times I have to say this, but I mean, on previous podcasts, I said that the Cowboys and the Packers and the Rams and the Bucks are just very impressive in the NFC. And I'm just not sold on Arizona. I don't know why. I'm just not. I think when they lose a game, they'll end up losing a little bit more. They did this last year, if I'm correct. They started off really hot and started losing momentum. And then next thing you know, they're out of the playoffs. And I just, for some odd, I got this weird hunch that we're going to see Dallas in Lambeau Field this year, or in Dallas, one of those two. And I think Dallas gets over the hump and finally takes Aaron Rodgers out. And then I also think I see Dallas end up going to SoFi Stadium to take on the Rams.
Yeah, that's
the title game.
That was my NFC Championship prediction. Was Dallas and the Rams. That was at the beginning of the year. And then Buffalo and Cleveland for the respective title games.
I just have this hunch, this crazy feeling that we could end up seeing Dallas or Rams winning the Super Bowl. One of the two. I got Cowboys.
You got the Cowboys
game. Okay, let's go to the next one. We got the Seahawks at the Steelers, both 2-3. And that's the Sunday Night Football. I'll let you go first.
Man, this one's a hard one to call because, the Steelers are a good team. They're a solid year in and year out. And then Seattle's a really good team year in and year out. Mm-hmm. Man, Seattle has been on a hot streak. So I think I'm going to go ahead and go with Seattle on this one, man. Even though they're going to Pittsburgh, and it's hard to win in Pittsburgh, I think I'm going to have to go with Seattle on this one.
I'm going to go with Pittsburgh. I like how impressive they looked in their recent win this week. Ben Roethlisberger seems like he's playing better. It could just be a one-game thing, but I don't know. I think they're going to play at home in front of their fans. Seattle's not really the same team they were. And plus, from what I'm hearing, Russell Wilson is kind of hurt. He has like a hurt hand or something like that. So I think it's going to impact him, and I see Pittsburgh winning this game. So go ahead and give me the Steelers. You got Seattle.
Yeah, I got Seattle.
Okay. Now the final game of the week. Oh, God. Monday Night Football. This is going to be a good game. The Buffalo Bills, who are 4-1, they're traveling to Tennessee to take on the 3-2 Titans. I'll let you take a stab at it.
I like I said, Buffalo is my AFC contender against Cleveland, so I'm going to go ahead and stick with Buffalo. Buffalo has pretty much jumped out on people and stayed ahead of people and whatnot, and I think that they're going to continue to do that. They just have that balance. They have that same kind of symmetry as Dallas does, kind of. You know what I'm saying? I think the only thing that they're really lacking is a true number one runner, but they can still manage to get rushing yards. They can still manage to run the ball, just not as effective. Tennessee, by all means, is a predominantly run team. Um, my only problem is that they're kind of suspect on defense, and their quarterback play doesn't really complement that running game good enough for them to stay in the games like other teams are. So I'll have to go with Buffalo on this one. I think that they'll keep it going. I think that they'll keep it running. So I'm going to go with Buffalo over Tennessee.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go with the Buffalo Bills. It's just been on breaking news that the Astros White Sox American League Division Series Game 4 is officially postponed to Tuesday, 107. Which is going to go into my next. I got Buffalo in case y'all didn't hear me. The Titans don't have to win 10 games to win the AFC South. It's a terrible division. They go 8-9 and win that damn division. So they know that. They don't give a shit. Well, in case you haven't noticed, the Astros are now on the front news headlines again, and they're being accused of cheating by the Chicago White Sox. Now, in case you were born under a rock, they're playing in the American League Division Series. Astros won the first two. Chicago White Sox did win Game 3 yesterday. Game 4 was supposed to be today, but it got postponed for Tuesday. So obviously they're gonna that'll be tomorrow. So the White Sox have came out, filed a complaint with the Major League Baseball to claim that the Astros are banging trash cans and doing the same thing that they got caught allegedly doing. I think that's why this game just got postponed. I think that had a lot to do with it, and that they're filing a protest against this series. And the Astros now have made the front news headlines as cheaters again. What are your thoughts of that?
Well, it's just like these people here on the internet. Can you hear me?
What?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, it's just like these people here on the internet. All they do is go around and make false claims. So, I mean, it's weird because all of these people usually come from New York or these liberal areas. You know what I'm saying? Chicago's a liberal area. LA's a liberal area. New York is a liberal area. And they make all these claims to basically sit there and dispute the greatness. Now, Houston has been on the, drafting, in the top picks for years. They built this team organically. So, of course, I don't see how this is conducive for Major League Baseball to have one of your better teams. And I mean, they've already done these little storylines in the NFL with the New England Patriots and so on and so forth. So, I mean, I honestly don't understand why they have to incorporate this stuff to try and get interest into their product.
Rick says this stigma of Astros being the villain is actually bad for the league. And not only that, it's bad for fans to be accused of cheating and actually have proof that they're doing it. It tarnishes any rings that you win. What do you think about that?
Yeah, most of the proof is pretty much what evidence do you have? All this evidence comes from the same sources. Oh, this is how we know. Oh, it's the spy thing, which basically it's just like me having HBO Max watching Inside the NFL. There's really not a lot of evidence to it. All this stuff is manufactured through the media.
Well, let's go ahead and hear the video clip from the White Sox accusing us of cheating, and then from there we'll critique it, all right? This is White Sox reliever Ryan Trepet says the Astros are doing the same stuff that they're doing that won them the 2017 World Series, and that the league needs to investigate it. Let's go ahead and hear what he has to say. We'll go ahead and play it. Why not? Rich sent me the link. Appreciate it, Rick. Why not? It's got a 2-minute video, but hold on. It's the stupid ads are up. Got to wait for the ads to go by. Don't you just hate ads? Okay, here it goes.
Ryan, there were some big expectations for this bullpen in the preseason. Obviously, you joined in the middle of the year, but what are your guys' expectations, now that it's the postseason or even on a nightly basis for what you guys can do?
Yeah, I traded over here from the Cubs and was brought here to win a championship, and be a part of a great bullpen. We got some good arms down there, and, give credit to Kopech and Bummer tonight. Man, they really threw the ball well, especially Bummer. He was lights out. That was a big help. So, all I can say really is it was a lot of fun. It's been a while since I've had that playoff atmosphere, and You know, the stadium was rocking. You know, obviously it's a different game here at our field. You know, you play at Minute Maid, and you know they're doing something over there that's a little different. You know, it shows you how many swings and misses they had tonight compared to at Minute Maid. So, you know, that's why you have home field advantage. And you know, tomorrow, and you know, we got another home field advantage. So we're ready to go.
Hey, Ryan, I was wondering if you could expand upon what you were saying earlier. They struck out 16 times in the previous 2 games, but then 16 times tonight. Do you think something else is going on still, or is that just like a hunch given the past?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. They've obviously had a reputation of, you know, doing some sketchy stuff over there. And, you know, it's just, we can say that it's a little bit of a difference. You know, I think you saw the swings and misses tonight compared to, you know, the first 2 games of Minute Maid. But that's not really the story, you know. We come here to play. You know, we're going to compete. We're not even going to worry about what they're going to do. All we have to do is execute pitches, and they.
I mean, let's just wait. Hold on.
Hit them anyways.
Wait.
Execute pitches. We're not even going to worry about what they're going to do. All we have to do is execute pitches, and they can't hit them anyways.
Well, they hit them good enough to score 6 runs, which is probably more than they actually scored in Minute Maid Park. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's a bitter fan base. You're down 0-2. And so I meant, you know, this is apparently a storyline. This isn't even an original storyline. And if you really want to go ahead and get down to the nuts and bolts, is it Houston that's fixing these games, or is it MLB? Because from what I'm to understand, I remember reading articles and stuff back in 2013 that said that by 2017 that they told you that the Astros were going to win the World Series by 2017.
That came out in the Sports Illustrated September edition. It had George Springer on the front cover. It said 2017 World Champions, 3 years before they won.
Yes.
And that was when we were losing 100 games a year.
Yes.
And I said, that's bullshit. How the hell are we going to win a World Series? We're losing 100 games a year.
Yes. Yes. So I meant while these guys are kind of like trying to go ahead and triculate through here and say, oh, the Astros are rigging these games. Trust me on this one. You know, Vegas controls the betting lines. They control your sports. And you think that the New England Patriots or the fucking Houston Astros are going to rig anything, then yeah, you need to go ahead and rethink your logic there. Because it doesn't make any fucking sense.
So what do you think about the scandal in 2017 where they admitted to banging trash cans? They showed footage of Jose Altuve with the parent.
I think that it's the same thing WWE does. I think it's all kayfabe.
So you don't think the Astros technically cheated, and if they did, it's just part of the storyline.
Yeah, it's a storyline. It's all it is. It's the New England Patriots storyline, the Spygate freaking 2007 and stuff. It's the same thing. Y'all keep falling for the same stuff. Yeah, it's a storyline. Now you could sit there and say it looks bad for baseball, but we can already see whenever they implement these storylines how much the fan has kind of exited. Especially, it's almost killed the NBA. The NBA is hurting for ratings. Whenever you get these third-tier football, leagues come in, and they have to immediately take them out because they're kicking the crap out of the NBA, and nobody's watching the NBA. I mean, at least the NBA could beat AEW, so it just tells you that fucking Tony Khan can't book for sure.
Rick said the only storylines that the NBA can develop now. Thank you for your Facebook comment, by the way. Rick says the only Facebook storylines that the only storylines they could develop for the NBA is building super teams. Other than that, they have no other storyline to go off of. What do you think?
Disagreed. Look at the whole freaking kneeling and all this other stuff that they implement into it, or somebody's got COVID, or it's all. And whenever you look at,
let's be honest though, the building of the super teams is really what draws fans in. That's like the main storyline. That's like your main event match for NBA basketball.
You say it draws fans in. They wouldn't be struggling for fucking ratings if that's what drew fans in. Struggling for ratings right now. So I meant, you get these little compelling matchups and storylines, but ultimately doing that has ultimately killed your product, though.
Rick says the MLB is launching an investigation on the Astros right now.
But it's all kayfabe. You know what I'm saying? They have to get somebody interested to go ahead and boost up ratings. This is I think that Yellow Flash. I just watched his videos.
Yeah.
Where he said that DC Comics is going to make they've already made Tim Drake, Robin for Batman, bisexual, and now
what?
yes, and now and something Jonathan Kent bisexual, and now they're supposed to have a bisexual relationship because there's no creativity in these marketplaces. You know, these people that are in charge, they can't get any fans or any interest into their product, so they have to go overboard.
So they have to go with whatever's trending. Basically, that's like how they appeal to like today's people.
Yeah,
the whole like transgender, use the same sex bathroom.
Yeah, and so the new Superman and the new Batman are going to be bisexual with each other.
So what's Batman and Robin going to do? Are they going to have some like gay porn hub?
Yeah, something like that.
I'm not going to watch Batman no more if they go that route.
I'm going to tell you. But the reason they do this stupid crap, the reason why they make up these stupid storylines is because they can't get sales. So they have to get buzz, and they have to get people talking. But this is just like the AEW thing. You can sign CM Punk and you can sign Daniel Bryan. I don't know if they're going to make them bisexual later on in the story.
But here's the thing, though. For the Houston Astros, you know, I've always been a guy talking about accountability, and I said the Astros do need to take – the organization has not taken accountability for cheating in 2017. I've always said that. They've never taken accountability. They've never did. And they made up excuses in the media, dodging questions – not answering the questions full swing. I've been on record to say that the Astros organization has failed to take accountability on that. But at the same time, they want to label the Astros as the bad guy or the evil villain. But there's 2 points I want to make. First of all, the Yankees and the Red Sox cheat every year, buying players, not having a salary cap, having $300 million on the payroll when one guy on their payroll is bigger than the entire payroll of the Rays for the team payroll. And nobody says anything about the Yankees coming to every farm league and all the bottom feeding teams and stealing their good talent. But nobody says a thing about that. Same with the Red Sox, same with these bigger market city teams. And then a second thing I want to make up is the Astros. I don't know what it is with Houston, but Houston doesn't make a good bad villain. We've always been a very low market team. Very good. We sign wishy-washy players. We sign good old boys like with the Rockets and stuff. They sign guys with that don't have a bad background. You know, Jerry Jones, he'll sign a gangster or a thug or a criminal or somebody that robbed the bank as long as it helps the team win. But the Texans, Rockets, they sign guys that have clean, good boy backgrounds, yes man kind of guys. So for the MLB to take this note and say, well, we're going to label the Astros as the villains. That's not good for baseball because Houston is not very known to have an LA life, a New York life where you can actually have a bad guy there. It would make sense to make the Yankees the bad guy. It would make sense to make the Red Sox the bad guy. But for the Astros to be the bad guy, that doesn't make sense if that's a storyline they're going with. Like, what are they getting out of this?
But Steven, you're missing the point here. It's the same thing with New England. And it's just like I told you. The reason why I started liking New England back in the 90s,
okay,
whenever they barely had anybody, nobody knew exactly who knew. Even Boston even had a football team. They had no interest in that market at all. Okay. It's the same thing with Houston. Nobody knows about this market. So they vilify the market to get interest into it because it's easier to vilify than it is to go ahead and make like another San Antonio Spurs or something. So they're vilifying this market just to get interest into it.
Okay, so you're a San Antonio Spurs fan. How have the Spurs gotten away with being the boring team for the last 20 years, being successful and having 4 championships, 6 NBA Finals appearances in that run, 3 losing seasons, 2 the last two years? Other than that, you could say the Spurs have been almost damn near perfect with Coach Pop. How are they able to pull that off?
Because the San Antonio Spurs are the Green Bay Packers. You know, they're more of that traditional team. They were ABA. They come in. They were winning back in the ABA. They had some of the premier talent of the ABA coming into the NBA. So they had already had a market there. They already knew that San Antonio is much like Green Bay to where they only have that one franchise. Houston, you have the Rockets, you have the Astros, you have the Texans. There's a little bit more there that you can do in Houston. I'm Hill. We didn't. Yeah,
Let me go ahead, read it.
we didn't cheat this year, and I'm laughing at the fact that the White Sox of all teams are accusing us when they literally sold the World Series away. Yep, during Shoeless Joe Jackson. So 100, he's 100% right. The last people that should be accusing anybody of cheating was just like Dark Horse accusing you of being racist. It's the same shit. The same exact shit. The biggest fucking cheaters are claiming that we're cheating, and this. But like I said, it's mostly.
Well, guess who else just came out and accused us of cheating? Yankees and the Red Sox.
Well, who cares about them guys? Like, the reason why the MLB's fucking fan base has died off since the 90s, because in the 90s I remember it was like, Oakland Athletics, then you had the Seattle Mariners, and then you had the Atlanta Braves, and then of course I was going for the Rangers and the Astros, of course, because
the Rangers and Astros kept losing in the damn wild card. Like the Braves would beat us every fucking year in the wild card. I hated that shit.
Yeah, so I mean, there was a lot of diversity there. Every team had their star players and whatnot. And, it was kind of like wide open in the 90s, especially, like I said.
Mine was early 2000s, but the Astros were still losing in the wild card rounds. They would lose to the Cardinals and to the Braves. I hated those two teams.
But the fucking Atlanta Braves and the fucking Oakland Athletics, they were fucking badass. I used to like Jose Canseco and Mark McGwire and all them guys, and they'd beat the shit out of the Rangers year in and year out. And you're right. Chipper Jones, Dave Justice. So you had more diversity there.
Well, I think what killed baseball personally in the 90s, my history and following back on it was, of course, steroids and the juicing between Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, and Barry Bonds and all those guys juicing. I mean, it was great for ratings, but they technically did cheat.
But that got them ratings. You know what I'm saying? People were watching Barry Bonds. And people were watching Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire and these guys.
Well, yeah, the home run race.
The thing that killed baseball, I think, was the dynasties and the lack of diversity with the Yankees and the Red Sox and whatnot. Because when they're going back and forth, it's just like what's happening in the NFL with New England, right? That's why they have to step away from New England. And it's the same thing with college football. There's no diversity in any of these stuff. The NBA, there's no diversity. It's always just one centralized team going around, pushing their weight around, getting favoritism. So that's why whenever you say that you cringe, whenever I say that these sports are fake, understand that I'm cringing whenever I see the same shit year in and year out monotonously.
No, I cringed at first, but then after watching what I've seen over the years, especially the last 3 or 4 years, it's led me to believe that there may be a little bit of Vegas involved.
Right. So it's just like the same thing with John Cena. When John Cena is burying everybody on the roster, let people stop watching fucking wrestling. That's it. They want to see their guys win, the guys that they like. And whenever John Cena buries them guys and they go back down to like mid-card status, then it's like, well, why am I watching this stupid crap? Because I know it's scripted. And it's starting to become that way with with Major League Sports. Is that everybody?
Rick just said it's been announced that fans around the league are calling for the Astros to forfeit the first round if they are found guilty of this.
Well, what?
They have to forfeit the first round.
I mean, how many fans are we talking about here?
Well, there's people complaining to the league.
The problem is that your fan base is dying off. And I get it. It's just like the AEW fans. It's the same shit. This is how fucking you're a fanatic. That's why they call you a fan. But yeah, I meant it's all fucking ridiculous stuff.
All right. Do you want to hear? We're going to go ahead and play another video clip. This is not the Astros. Now the LA Chargers are being accused of cheating. According to yesterday's game against the Browns, that the referees were favoring the Browns. Moohead goes on a mega rant on his podcast, and I'll go ahead and let you listen to a couple of his clips. But he pointed out 8 to 9 several times that the refs cheated for the Chargers, and that the refs are biased against LA teams that are favoring LA teams over smaller market teams. I'll go ahead and let you listen to some of his clip. You want to hear it?
Well, I'm going to sit there before you play it. I'm going to sit there and say that's every game. You can find phantom calls. You saw some phantom calls in your game, and the Texans.
You talking about against the Patriots?
Yeah, against the Patriots, you had phantom
calls. There was a late hit that was not a late hit that was called on Collins. He ran into the quarterback and then backed off. He barely tapped him, and they called a late hit. And it wasn't even his fault, so I wasn't going to get mad. But you heard me on my podcast. I said that they gave the Patriots a break because they would have had to punt it on that play or the next play. That would have been fourth down.
Yeah,
they continued the drive and then took the lead.
Yeah, they took the lead because of the phantom call. So this isn't just an LA thing. It's all scripted. Now I do think that because I think that the NFL right now, one of the reasons why they're having to go with the Cowboys and the reason why the Cowboys are looking really, really dominant right now is simply because they need ratings to come back.
Well, but let me ask you this. I've never seen so much hatred for the Astros, and this maybe I'm being biased, that I haven't seen this much hatred from the Astros since I've seen from the Patriots. But there's been other teams accused of similar things, and I've never seen it go that far. Why do you think that the Astros are – I mean, because people are literally calling for them to take their rings and leave the title vacant for 2017 and give it to the team that made the championship that year, which was the Dodgers. And then, of course, they're saying that the Astros should be banned from the league. They're actually talking about giving them the death penalty. Like when people are going that far, why do you think the Astros are getting so much hate? Do you think that's part of the storyline?
I think it's the media rebel rousing these little fanatics that don't know any better. That's what it is, dude. It's their fucking rebel rousing these fucking goofs on the internet because that's what they dedicate their lives to. It's no different than the goofs that attack us every fucking day, trying to get our information, trying to look through our pictures, trying to sit there and say, oh, this and that, making up shit, flinging it on the wall, trying to get people to dislike us. How many people try to go around and get people to come after us on the internet, Steven?
Rick said it's no different than John Cena winning and you guys making mega rants or the YWC making mega rants on it. It's the same thing. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but yeah. And the reason why we would make those mega rants is because it got views. If y'all wouldn't view the damn thing, then I probably wouldn't even, there'd be no reason. It's just like the AEW stuff that I do. I probably wouldn't even talk about AEW that much. I'd just let it go ahead and go into fucking oblivion, which it's going to go to anyways. But there's so many people that's asked me, I like your AEW videos. I like how you expose them. I like how you tell the truth. I like how you say that they're boring. And so they want to see. They don't actually want to see AEW. They would rather have people talk shit about AEW. So
let's go ahead and play Mr. Moohead's mega rant. You want to hear it?
Why not?
He's accusing LA sports media of rigging games. He's accusing the LA media of helping the NFL rigging games. Here we go. We'll play it.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Browns post-game show with the final score. It doesn't matter. The game was fixed, okay? And I don't want it. The last play of the game was pass interference. But, I mean, they tackled Njoku from behind. And that's why I'm late getting on the air, folks, because I watched it over and over again in slow motion. And you're wrong about something, Tony.
Somebody's got double volume.
Somebody's got,
I have the stream going so I can do the chat.
I'm not going to scream. I'm not going to yell because the league is a gambling league. It is all about the league. It cheats. It likes organizations that are from bigger cities. And this game was just flat out fixed. I mean, you cannot call pass interference. They go for it on fourth down, heave the ball down the field. Their guy grabs our guy's uniform, and we get the call against us. And then in order to get them the next one on another third or fourth down, they throw a flag for holding against us before the pass was even thrown so that they would make sure that the Chargers got first down. It's a shame that it really are two really good football teams that the game can't be, concluded honestly, and it can't be competed with as far as competitively between two teams without one team being given a blatant advantage in the second half of the football game. I will continue to hammer about this because it ruins the game for me, ruins the season for me, because I know we're never going to get the respect to get a call when we need it. Even if we're not looking for a call, for God's sakes, we're just looking to get the ball back when they failed on fourth down.
And it's multiple times. That's the biggest problem here. It's not one call. It's not two calls. There was multiple calls in this game that were game-changing calls that were either not called or they were called, and all of them hurt the Browns.
Because it's scripted.
Yeah.
Here, let me mute it. I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, this is for the Chicago fans out there that are claiming the same thing with Houston and whatnot. Like I said, we jumped off on their ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We got 6 runs in your own fucking in their own stadium, right? So, like, I don't remember the first score, but I know that they didn't score up that many runs. The sheer fact that maybe we could go ahead and actually flip this little narrative, if you want to be honest with them, because all of a sudden, when we jumped up on them, all of a sudden we're not hitting anymore, and y'all get 12. Maybe they're cheating, maybe. Because we jumped up on them quick. We were about to sweep that series. And like I said, at the score, they say, oh, well, Houston wasn't hitting. Houston wasn't hitting like they were. They scored more. Yeah, they scored more runs in your fucking little Kaminsky fucking park there. And, yeah, all of a sudden, they stopped hitting. So how do we know actually that Chicago isn't cheating? And to divert that, you fucking Chicago White Sox fan says, well, we know we cheat because look at our fucking election. Look at our mayor. We have fucking as our goddamn mayor. You know damn good and well Beetlejuice did not win your fucking election, all right? And so how do we know that fucking Chicago isn't doing what Chicago does and cheat? They have a reputation for it. Houston doesn't have this reputation.
And see, that's my point I was making to you is the MLB wants to make Astros the villains, even if they're guilty or not, is besides the point. They want to go with the storyline, but Houston's not really known for doing bad villain stuff.
Right. So everybody
really known for that. Astros, Rockets, Texans. So I've always told people, Patriots fans say, why don't you guys start cheating to win games? I'm like, shit, I wish they would. They would have the same amount of rings as you.
I think for this argument to have any legitimacy, right? For this argument to have any legitimacy whatsoever, the fucking White Sox would have had to hold the Astros to 3 runs or less, preferably 1 or 2 runs, and then go ahead and clean Astros clock like 12-1 or 12-2 or whatnot. That's not what happened. Houston jumped all over you at the beginning. At the beginning of the game, it was like, they jumped off to 3 runs, and then they hit, so they ended up getting to 6, and then all of a sudden, it was 9-6 the last time that I saw, and then it ended up being 12-6. So you would have had to hold them less than what they were doing in Minute Maid. If you didn't do that, then you don't have a fucking argument for them cheating.
But isn't that crazy that they're postponing Game 4 to investigate this?
What was the score of the first 2 games?
Let me go look. Good question. Astros. Hold on. 4. Hold on. We lost 12-6 yesterday. We lost game 1. Astros won 6-1. Game 2, they won 9-4.
So they had to hold them to at least less than 6.
Yeah, and we won game 1 6-1. So obviously the Astros are averaging 6 runs or more.
6 runs or more. You have to hold them less than 6 to prove that the Astros are not as good as you claim that they are. And you didn't do that.
Look at the guy who called for the investigation on the White Sox is also from Houston. He's from Friendswood.
Oh, okay. So we're going to go ahead and get deeper into the conspiracy here. But like he did it because he didn't want to win a World Series. He wanted the Astros to win. So he joined the White Sox That should be a very, very Donovan.
You remember, Fires accused us of cheating too. Former Astro when he went to the Dodgers.
Yeah,
he did cheated.
of course. Like I said, it's all scripted, but none of the script makes any logical, rational sense. There's no,
Well, I'm gonna play a little bit more of Moohead's video. Okay, just a little bit more. Hold on.
I'm just not making an excuse.
Call. It's not two calls. There was multiple calls in this game that were.
Okay, now this podcast, they're saying the Chargers are cheating, and this is coming from the Browns podcast. Let me play.
Calls that were either not called or they were called, and all of them hurt the Browns. All of them.
Yeah, I mean, this game was fixed. And I'm just not making an excuse because I give both teams credit for being wonderful football teams and exciting, exciting game to watch that was one-sided in the way that it was officiated. And, I've just seen it for so many decades. You got to remember, I've been doing this for a long time, but long before that, I watched every Browns game since 1966, for God's sakes. I know, and I have seen these periods of time, which is infinity, that the Browns, the shit piss hole city of Cleveland, gets shit on by the Los Angeles team, who's not even a fucking Los Angeles team. So I've seen it, and I've seen it again. And to continue to complain about it makes no sense. Let me say something that I can complain about that is more constructive rather than emotional. When you're ahead 42-41 because they shanked the extra point and it's 3rd and 10 and you hand the ball off up the middle, you got no fucking balls. And this, in the end, is what will Marty ball us to death with Kevin Stefanski. It is his Achilles heel. How you could not let Baker Mayfield, who had played so wonderfully and heroically in this game, on a 3rd and 10 to keep the ball with a 1-point lead, not to even give him a chance to throw the football.
You know what that reminds me of, Polston? That play right there where he said on 3rd and 10, Stefanski calls to run it, and then to kick the ball back to the Chargers. You know what that reminded me of?
New England Super Bowl against Seattle?
No. The play yesterday against the Texans where we elected to punt and then try to fake it, and then the guy ran 5 yards back, kicked it behind one of our defenders' head, gave the Patriots the ball and allowed them to score.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that.
That reminds me of a saying. Well, that you could compare that to other examples too, but that reminded me of the boneheaded call, because remember he's questioning his head coach here saying, why would you not throw the ball when you're up 1 to continue to run the clock? Instead, you want to run the ball and then punt it back. Well, I remember when we were punting the ball and then we elect to fake it and botched the fake punt when we try to audible back.
Yeah, and one of the things, like, this actually has a name. What he's talking about, what you're talking about, it actually has a name. By the great urinating tree, it's called ref ball. And it's whenever these refs go in and decide the outcomes of these games by throwing ridiculous flags or not throwing flags that are completely fucking obvious, and deciding the outcomes of these games. That makes me, this is why I haven't watched the NFL in years, is because whenever I watch these games and I'm rolling my eyes and I'm like, well, I already know who's going to win this game, I'm going to go ahead and tune into something else. NCAA is the same way. It's like I said, if WWE is if NFL is WWE and they tell you on that little ticket that it's sports entertainment, it's not a sport anymore. It's all sports entertainment. It tells you all you're required is entertainment from these people. If it's the WWE, then college football is NXT. So that's why whenever I watch these games and I see Alabama, because I've been in college football for years, everybody knows that you're not going to have a 12-year fucking dynasty in any fucking college. Not even Texas is going to have a 12-year dynasty. They'll have 4 years when they're good. They'll have like a few years, maybe
until that quarterback leaves. Yeah,
until they come back later on and they start getting in their draft picks. But these players will go to elsewhere. If you're going to be a fucking college 21-year-old dud that wants to go to a market that they're gonna, would you rather go to Austin or would you rather go to Tuscaloosa? You're gonna go to
Austin.
You'd rather go to Los Angeles. You'd rather go play for USC or Austin or hell, even Syracuse,
Or
which
even University of Miami. I would rather go to Miami Hurricanes, Florida Gators.
yes. If
Rick
you
said
have,
the Florida Gators are actually more popular team than Bama.
yeah, and
Yeah, they are.
so is the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah.
You'd rather go to that market. Notre Dame. You would rather go to that if it's about prestige. You're not going to go, like I say this, go back and look up Alabama's records prior to like 2010, 2008, the 2007 seasons. Go back and look at the early 2000s, and you'll see that this is a scrub team. They were pretty much like Vanderbilt is. They were the same shit. And then all of a sudden, they started winning, and then they never stopped. And that doesn't happen in college football.
So let me ask you this. What about announcers? Are they also part of this? Because the reason why I'm asking is because Stephen A. Smith and Max Kellerman are tweeting that we should protest baseball till the Astros are held accountable.
Oh, definitely. They're fucking in the media class. See, and this is, you remember Paradise? I've introduced you to her channel and whatnot. She used to work for them. All these people that are on ESPN, that are on Fox, it doesn't matter what network, what side of the aisle they stand on CNN, on MSNBC, they think society's pretty much stupid. And that's they think. They think they're this. They think that they're. Listen to all the fucking stories that come out. Listen to all the cathartic bullshit that they make up. They don't have any respect for you. They don't care about you. They think that you're stupid. They think that your IQ is less than theirs, even though we can tell that that's a damn lie when you listen to them ramble off about some cathartic.
But let's be honest. It's not hard to control the masses if you could sell a good storyline. It's not hard.
I haven't seen one good fucking storyline though. None of them.
But I'm saying, even look on YouTube and look at some of these idiots that have massive followings. It doesn't. All you have to do is just say something and it's true.
I don't think that it's due to the quality of the storyline. I think it's more due to their reactions. When you look at the Casey Anthony story that was out and people ranting about that made people like Angry Grandpa a fucking internet celebrity. You know what I'm saying? And I'm probably going to have to get off of here pretty soon because my battery's about to run out. But with that being said, it's about their reactions. So Stephen A. Smith isn't a brilliant fucking mind of our times. He's actually pretty fucking stupid. Oh, yeah, he can sit there and throw some linguistic shit together, but he's not a fucking free thinker. He's just a reactor. And that's the only reason why, is people will tune into this buffoon here and say, oh, I'm going to go ahead and agree with Stephen A. Smith.
But isn't it crazy how that guy could say one thing and accuse the Astros of cheating and automatically postpone the game? Isn't it crazy that one thing can be said can change and reschedule a game?
I haven't watched ESPN in years, and I don't know of one person.
Well, that was a Chicago White Sox catcher that said that.
Well, I don't know of one person that takes any of this stuff credible. Most of the sports fans, the traditional sports fans that are not watching your product, you're trying to get them in. This isn't going to help. People like myself, you know what I'm saying, that watched it as an escape. Whenever you introduce this cathartic bullshit, whether it be BLM shit or whether it be hands up, don't shoot, or whatever the stupid shit that they come up with in their fucking feeble-ass minds to go ahead and spin out there for you to go ahead and invest in, it's not going to bring back the sports fans. I'm
going to be honest with you guys. Ever since ESPN started going with social justice storylines, like I used to love ESPN growing up. I used to love it. Like I get off the bus, the first thing I want to watch is Party Interruption, Around the Horn, and all those things. This was when I was a kid, like when I was, getting off the gravy bus.
Right.
And now I look at it, and like now they're like, who's kneeling, police brutality, and all this. I'm like, wait a minute, what does this have to do with sports?
Not a damn thing.
Nothing related to sports.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if I'm going to watch the news, I'm going to go to the news. Why are y'all reporting this shit?
Yeah, exactly. And all their shit is fucking hypocritical. If you really cared about fucking healthcare for everybody, we would already have a solution. We wouldn't have to listen to you about it fucking endlessly saying how you don't care about the poor. Well, if I don't care about the poor and you're going to get on the internet and tell me how I don't care about the poor, what the fuck are you doing for the poor? Are you going out there and feeding them? Are you giving them any money?
Are these athletes putting their money where their mouth is and actually filming themselves out there doing things for? No, they're not.
No, absolutely.
The only thing they film is their walks to their Learjet to take off the vacation to Italy for 2 months.
Yep. Yeah,
that's the only damn thing you see. But if they cared so much about the poor, I'm telling athletes, well, if you're pointing the finger, you're the $400 million man. Why don't you do something? Set a fucking example.
Yeah, and they're not. They're not going out there. Oh, they'll do something every now and again, but they're not trying to help these urban youths, or they're not trying to. Oh no, they'll sit there and point the finger at everybody else, and nobody wants to see this shit. So that's why you're losing ratings. That's why DC Comics is going to lose ratings trying to push this fucking LGBTQ Batman Superman type fucking couple shit. You're going to continue to lose because nobody cares about your shit.
So
we want to be entertained.
That's how they destroyed video games. Video games went the same way. Like I used to watch The Last of Us, and then they came out with another one, and they had like 5 different storylines, and every one was a lesbian couple. And I just went, fuck this shit. I just stopped watching. They completely destroyed it. And then like it's all this like there's a social justice crap they try to put in the video games too. So I can't even watch regular video games anymore.
Yeah, absolutely not. And so I mean, these people are not really good leaders for society. They have no real solutions. All they can do is blame everybody else. And this is no different. They're just running with the storyline because they need to get interest in MLB. Oh, okay, we'll do another Astros are cheating again scandal. It's not going to do shit. It's not, man.
But it sucks because they happen to be here in Houston. I don't want to be labeled as a bad guy, man. I don't like that, man.
Dude, I've already embraced it. Why do you think I always?
I don't want that shit. Cowboys aren't even the bad guy. They're
And
America's good team. They're the good guys. They're not like Dallas history has never been compared to the Patriots history. Can we say that? Patriots is the villain. Cowboys is the good guy you want.
You know, technically, if these bad guys are in a position of power and labeling all the people that are here good, educated, speaking out, trying to come up with solutions, if they're going to fucking label me as a heel, I'm going to embrace that shit. And if I'm going to embrace that shit, understand, I'm going to use it against you to piss you off. So
I don't want to, like, see, I guess it's because, well, you're a Cowboys fan, so I get the whole Jerry Jones, like, scandals and him being the bad guy, but it makes for a great organization that he like, in other words, he was a bad guy that turned it into something good. That's how they always labeled the Cowboys. The Cowboys is their owner always gets in their way. He's a meddler, but he has developed winning programs by signing the right guys here. It's all about winning. But a guy like Bill Belichick or Robert Kraft, they'll just do anything to cheat. They never do the right thing or anything. And all they do is cheat to win. And even if that is true, but it's crazy how Dallas has never been labeled as a villain, ever. I don't think you can ever go back in history and label Dallas as a villain.
I tell you this right here, because I used to love sharing this meme whenever I was on Twitter before these goofs that are trying to get the fucking game thrown out or whatever it is, that are crying, which is what you do in Chicago. That's kind of like typical for Chicago. There was a meme I used to share, and it had a picture of a guy holding a World Series trophy and a Astros 2017 championship, and it says, "How I sleep at night knowing my team cheated your team." And I would do that because I know that people believe the ignorant shit. So I'm going to let you know that I don't care. The Astros, as an Astros fan, I was happy to see the Astros win the World Series. I don't care if you're upset about it. I don't care if it hurts your feelings. I don't care if you don't think that my team deserves to get games to get from Texas.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you think the Patriots cheated? Ever?
Absolutely not.
Okay. What about deflated balls and all that shit?
That's fucking I even called up fucking Freddie Coleman and told him how fucking like handicapped that story was.
They've been accused of turning the AC off in the team's locker room, visiting team's locker room. They've been I mean, even besides Deflategate and all that, they've been accused of doing stuff like that.
Petty, but I meant, the NFL's real problem isn't, and I'm a New England fan, remember that. The NFL's problem isn't fucking New England cheating. The fucking NFL's problem is that they have no imagination in having New England win fucking 6 Super Bowls in the past how many fucking years? How many? They've been a part of half the goddamn Super Bowls this decade.
Do you think that 9/11 Because if you look at the Patriots' title runs, like, I mean, minus the one Super Bowl appearance they had in 95 or 94, I think. Since September 11th, do you think it was an image, like a damage control and image repair? New England Patriots, you know, the Patriots.
No, that's exactly what it is. After because of 9/11, they wanted to pass the Patriot Act. Well, you don't want people to look up Patriot Act, so whenever you type in Patriot, what's going to come up? New England Patriots now. Oh, the most Super Bowls, the greatest quarterback ever, yada yada yada. Yeah, I do believe exactly it had a, which is what I always say, that the reason why the New England Patriots have been so successful since 2001 is predominantly because of the Patriot Act. And so, yeah, there was.
Rick has a question for you. He says the Major League Baseball has been known for cheating for bigger markets, known for not having a salary cap. Do you think it's fair for the Yankees and the Red Sox to cherry pick players and sign them to larger contracts and stealing them away from smaller teams? What do you think?
I've never been a really, really big fan of the Yankees. I think that, like I said, they're kind of toxic for baseball. Whenever you have a team like that controls the market, it's the same problem with WWE right now. They control the markets, and so it's never gonna. It's an authoritarian. It's kind of like basically this is the problem that I have with the SEC. It's the same shit. This is why I'm not going to be supporting Texas when they go to the SEC.
Yeah, it's another 3 years, but I see. Until the meantime, you'll root until they make that move. Gotcha.
Right. Yeah. So whenever you look at the Yankees and how toxic they are for baseball, controlling that, it's not going to win you any fans. And then you're going to have to bring in fans by creating some weird ass jerk off fucking storyline about the Houston Astros rigging games. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's a fucking logical fallacy, particularly whenever it's a group of cheaters that are accusing us of cheating. So, yeah. But anyways, man, I'm going to have to get off, dude. I got to let my phone charge, but I'll get with you about
I'm going to play some more Moohead's video, man. I appreciate for having you on, and we'll do that the interview tonight with the whole what is the title of the video going to be? So for the 11 people watching, what's it going to be?
It'll be about the rise of the first beast of Revelations. We're going to go ahead and go through that. And then if that is good, we'll go to the second beast.
Okay, and on this, so you're going to talk about how we're going through certain phases in the Bible and stuff, and how.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and.
Yeah. I don't want you to reveal too much, but yeah, you guys definitely got to tune in tonight. We'll set that up about 9:30, 9:45 ish.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and continue this video, man, because I want to play more on Moohead's clip. So I appreciate for having you on. If you want to charge your phone and get on another 30 minutes, you're more than welcome to.
All right.
All right, man. Thank you. All right, let me go ahead and play more Mr. Moohead's video. For those 11 of you who are watching, he's accusing LA of rigging championships. He's accusing the Chargers of cheating yesterday's game against the Browns. So we'll go ahead and play some more of that clip, and then I'll critique more of his video. So let's go ahead and go. Okay.
What about a screen pass to fucking Kareem Hunt, who just ran over the...
In the end, he lacked faith in his offense, which is Staley is a better coach.
He's talking about his own coach for making bad calls.
I'm just going to tell you that you got to have balls to win at this level. If you want the ultimate prize, you got to have balls. Notice, it's like if you're a tennis player and you're playing in Wimbledon, or you're playing at the French Open, at the U.S. Open, or the Australian, one of the majors, and you have a match point, but you fault on the first serve. Rather than just hitting a high bouncing, easy second serve, you blast one down the middle to win the goddamn match. Testicles. Stefanski's got raisin balls. That's the problem. The problem, and I'm done and past the officiating because I have to be critical about what we do and what we don't do. Not to give Baker Mayfield a chance, just to run a handoff up the middle to Kareem Hunt. Not only makes no sense whatsoever, it's surrender.
Yeah, basically that's what I accused the Texans of doing yesterday, was surrendering the game to the Patriots. I'm not going to go as far to say that the referees were cheating. I think there was one bogus call in the game that they made with the obvious late hit to the quarterback, which was not a late hit, and that would have put the Patriots at 4th down, and that would have caused them to punt the ball, giving us the ball with about a minute and change left. Instead, they allowed the Patriots to drive the ball down the field on the bogus call that was not was not a late hit, and allowed the Patriots to drive down and make the game-winning field goal. And that was just you can clearly see when your coach is calling for a fake punt on 4th down on your own 40 and kicking the ball and botching it, giving the Patriots the ball on their side of the field and allowing them to score, and then electing to kick a 56-yard field goal knowing your kicker just missed 2 extra points from 37 yards. I think that was preposterous that would be allowed. And it's like, you call a perfect game till this point in the fourth quarter. Why is that? Then the late hit call was a bogus call. That was a bogus call. So it comes down, obviously, to betting lines. I know Vegas lost a shitload of money on that Bama game, and I think now they're making up for it. Now, I can't say that the Patriots cheated, but I would say that the referees and Vegas has a lot to do with this shit. And it's a shame that it almost makes you get to the point where it's like, what's even the point of watching sports anymore if you're not going to call the game fairly, if you're not going to call the game fair down the middle? Why even bother watching? Why?
If I were a player on this team, I would feel like the coach gave up on me. And if I were a Charger, I'd have my chest puffed out because the league loves us. They give us every call. And we have a coach who has faith in us and lets us go for it.
That guy's got stoned, man, going for it on 4th and 8 on your own 20.
And I'll tell you what else it is. If you want Herbert to be a great quarterback, then this is how players become great. I mean, the one 4th down play that he threw to the sideline to Jared Allen was the most beautifully thrown ball in a clutch pressure situation. And I'm going to say something now. Injuries and all kinds of things can change the landscape. Herbert is the best young quarterback I've seen since Tom Brady.
I agree.
Period.
I agree with that, actually.
He's better than anyone else we faced. He's better than Mahomes because he's only in his 2nd year. And look what he's doing. And he's doing it without having an offensive line that is as prolific as other teams have. And he's just the most fantastic quarterback I've seen come into the league for decades, literally decades.
And the thing about Herbert is not only is he hit his guys when he needs to, but he knows when he can't force stuff. And that's what you saw today. He takes off and runs. And then
he can use his legs, right? That's exactly right.
He's like almost, and I said this in the, I don't want to say pregame show, but the Friday show previewing this game. He's a lot like Burrow in that sense, but he's better. He's better at it because he's smarter at it. He knows when he needs to take risks and he knows when he doesn't need to take risks.
Yeah, and I'm all about giving credit to good players. And it's not just at Herbert's fault that the referees fixed the game. He did everything he needed to do to win the game, and I give him full credit for it. But I will say something else on the other hand. The San Diego Chargers, and that's what they are, they call themselves Los Angeles, but that's just all about money. The Los Angeles Chargers beat a depleted Browns team who were without Denzel Ward in their secondary. Greedy Williams lost feeling in his right arm, and I know he was going like this. That's nerve damage in his right arm. I think that his career might be over. He gutted it out and did as much as he could for as long as he could. We went at it without our left tackle, without our right tackle in the game, and still moved the ball down the field and took the lead with Blake Hance and James Hudson.
And there was a play where Blake Hance, I don't know if it was Joey Bosa for sure, I'd have to double check, but he absolutely bodied whoever was coming off of him on one play. And it was a critical down too. He needed protection and he just dominated him. Pancake. And another thing, you got to give credit to AJ Green because, yes, he gave up a couple of plays, but I thought he did a really good job for a guy who was an undrafted free agent who comes into the Browns out of Oklahoma State, was on the practice squad his first year. They bring him up this season on the regular 53 and
had an officiating crew who literally on the field gave them every call. including the 2-point conversion, which the guy clearly didn't get in, they would have tried to sneak that by if they could. If it wasn't
Since
for a
when
league
can
rule.
you choke your center, your opposing team's center? Just blatantly choked him the
And
whole
he
way.
gets the call. And he
Yes,
gets the call.
exactly.
And I got another one for. I mean, I can name these, because they're etched in my mind. How in the hell can a guy who catches a pass taunt Greedy Williams, and Greedy Williams just cocks his head and says something, and it's like, well, it's offsetting penalties. What happened to the taunting call? That's a 15-yard call against the receiver for the Chargers, period, because he held the ball out and he taunted with it. But it didn't matter, because in the end, when all said and done, they were supposed to win. The league wanted them to win. And the worst part of this is that the team with true character loses the football game and loses its soul and its spirit, and that's what the league wants. They want shit for Cleveland. That's what they want. And this is not, they don't want a city the size of Cleveland to be an elite football team. They can win some games. When it comes push to shove, you just saw what's going to happen. To me, the rest of the season doesn't matter because I've already seen this spelled out for me. This is the end of the season for me. Not because it's the end of the Brown season, but for me personally. We're never going to win a Super Bowl. Not now, not ever. It's never going to happen.
It's what the league's going to let the Browns be. They've let the Browns be a playoff team. They've let them hang in games. But when it comes to push and shove against a team like the Chargers with a hot young quarterback, and it's not Herbert's fault, like you said.
No,
it's not
not
him
at all.
deciding this stuff. But the NFL has said, hey, you know what? Guess who else is in that division? Patrick Mahomes. So we can go with the story of Justin Herbert, the young hot start in his second year. Again, Patrick Mahomes, and this will be what they talk about now for years to come. And these are the games that start that. They let the Chargers win these big games, 42-47, whatever it was. And this builds on the narrative. This is what they do. This is what they always do. Look at these young quarterbacks. Yeah, look at these young quarterbacks. You see them across the league every single year.
And they'll find a way to blame Baker Mayfield, too. And Baker came up short again. You see, the narrative is the narrative, and the league runs with it. Look at that. Ward, Wills, Conklin.
So what do you guys think? Do y'all think the Chargers cheated yesterday? Are there any Chargers fans in here that want to explain yourself? Because you guys are being accused of cheating too, not just the Astros. But they're accusing you guys and the referees of fixing the game yesterday. So Chargers fans, you're in that bubble too. You got a lot of explaining to do. Come on up and explain yourself now. And then, of course, the Astros are yet being accused of cheating again. And now the MLB has postponed the game for that was supposed to take place today. And game 4 will be on Tuesday. Rich says, I have a funny feeling they're going to let the White Sox win. They might. They might. I mean, to tell you the truth, I'm so over baseball. I'm at the point to where I just don't care about it anymore. And I don't mean to sound like a dick to anybody who likes baseball, but baseball has always had. Is that you, Andrew, in the back room waiting? Is that you, bro? All right. Hey, Andrew, what's up, man?
Can you hear me? What's up?
Oh, what's up? Hey, so what are your thoughts about baseball, man? Do you think this is going to take a hit, knowing that the Astros are being accused of cheating again?
Wait, so hold on. Let me get this straight. Did the Astros cheat again?
I have no clue, but they're being accused of cheating again.
Yeah, I have no idea either.
It's coming from the Chicago White Sox. They're accusing the Astros of cheating again.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did cheat.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think baseball has taken such a plummet in fans and ratings. I think they're now just gonna try to roll with anything to bring fans back. I hate to say this, baseball's been a dying sport for probably about the last 20, 25 years.
Yeah. I think some of the rules are really dumb. Like, you have 160 games and the wild card game. Yeah, 162 games. And, well, first of all, you have a tiebreaker, which is kind of dumb to begin with because, like, why can't you just use, like, division record or conference record, or I'm sorry, league record? And then you also have the wild card, which is only a one-game elimination when you have 162 games to determine the two wild card teams and one game to determine which one's the better one.
And then the two wild card teams are split by like a 15-game win margin. For example, the Yankees had over 100 wins, or close to damn near 100 wins, and they played the
Right.
not the Yankees. It was the Dodgers that had over 100 wins. They had 105. You had the Cardinals coming in barely at 90, and they had to play a wild card game. And the Dodgers had the second best record in the NL.
Yeah, they did.
But because the Giants had more wins in the same division, they were given the 1 seed, and Dodgers were given 4.
Yeah.
Let's get into last year's playoff format, the top 16. I like that one.
Yeah, I like that one better too. I guess baseball's like just stuck on tradition. I mean, there's nothing wrong with tradition, but sometimes things have to change. You can't keep it the same forever.
Well, next year they're going back to 16. It's just this year they couldn't agree to a playoff format this year. But they said next year it's supposed to be set in stone, the top 16. I'm like, well, then why didn't you just keep it at 16 this year?
I have no idea.
Dude, in the American
they should have, though.
In the American League, you had 7 teams with 90 wins. That would have been perfect to do it this year.
And you know what's funny? This was back when they used to do, the top 8 teams instead of like, what do you call it? Top 10.
Yeah.
They had 3 division winners, one wild card. The AL in the early 2000s was like really tough. I mean, you could have 95, 94 wins and still miss the playoffs.
Yep. I remember one year, I think the AL American League, I think 2 teams had 95 wins and missed it.
Damn.
Yeah, in the early 2000s. One year, Barry Bonds won 93 games with the San Francisco Giants. I think that was in the season after the World Series, or the year or 2 after, and he missed the playoffs with 94 fucking wins that year.
Jeez.
And the only reason why, because the shitty ass division won their. You had a shitty ass division winner with 80 wins, clinch it.
Yeah, they should definitely do it. The top 8 teams in case something like that happens.
Yeah, and so let me ask you a question. What are your thoughts about Moohead accusing the Chargers of cheating, saying that the referees were giving them calls and making bad calls?
Can't say I disagree, but I can't say I agree either. I haven't really watched any of the the highlights, any of the bad calls, the missed calls. I've watched El Presidor's rant videos on how bad Kevin Stefanski's play calling is. Well, and I've seen some of his play calling. He did a what do you call it? He did a handoff on a 3rd and 10. I think it was deep within their own territory.
Yeah.
To Kareem Hunt. And I'm just sitting there. I'm like, I don't understand. I don't get it.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think sports is rigged or scripted? Wilson believes it. I'm sort of on the fence. I'm not exactly sure where I stand on it. What do you think?
I'm a bit on the fence as well. I think one thing that I know for sure is that teams will get, favorability from the refs. You talk about the Super Bowl 54. I'm a 49er fan, and I know people might call me crybaby, but I think Bosa was held on that 3rd and 15 when Patrick Mahomes threw a deep bomb to Tyreek Hill. I think Nick Bosa, he was held.
And there was no call.
And it was just stupid. That because if the 49ers had done the same, it would have been called back for a 10-yard penalty. But
wow.
I'm kind of over the loss anyway, but I mean, at the same time, I just, I mean, sometimes these no calls really bother me. Not just because my team lost, but because it ruins the enjoyment of the sport itself.
Rick said it sucked that the Yankees and Boston had to play in a one-game play-in series when that should have been a best of 3. Yeah, with the one-game play-in.
That's exactly what I was saying. Best of 3, and so that means it goes on for probably like a week. It goes by fast. I mean, it's not like it's taking up a lot of time if you're doing a best of 3.
It's only 4
days. And all the other division winners are getting a little bit of some rest. I mean, I don't understand why the MLB never did that, but thankfully they are going back to the 8, the top 16.
Yeah, and that's the way it should have been this year.
I have a curious question to, not just for you, but just for anybody who's watching.
Yeah.
Do you think the NFL should do a top 16, have 8 teams from each conference?
Well, they just went to 7. They just went to 14, right?
Yeah.
So it's the top.
I don't know. I kind of thought about it, but
they should do the top 8. No buys. And then schedule it. They could do 3 on Saturday, 3 games on Sunday, and we can do 2 on Monday Night Football.
Right. Yeah. For the wild card weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I like that idea. That would be a great idea. I think the top 8 would be sufficient because to me, I think honestly, adding the 17th game was stupid.
Yeah.
You're risking injury, and not to mention it's odd. It's going to be an odd record. You're going to be 9-8, 8-9, 10-7. Those are that's odd to me. And then not to mention, go ahead.
So like you said, there, since there's 17 games, obviously there's going to be an odd number of games. So that means you're going to be playing either one more game at home or one more game on the road. Shouldn't it be even?
Yeah, it should be even.
I mean, I think it should just go back to 16 games. I mean, I didn't see anything wrong with it.
Honestly, if you're going to do 17, you might as well do 18. I mean, because I know eventually that's where they want to go. I mean, why not just do 18 and just say fuck it? But my thing is I wouldn't mind an extra game or 2 if it was against my own conference. But the fact is I'm playing another out-of-conference team. I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't either. And at the very least, if they're going to do 18 games, there should be 2 buys because, obviously football is a very physical sport and some players can barely get through half the season, when it was 16 games instead of 17 and probably eventually 18.
Yeah, it says MLB is launching an investigation on this. Fuck. That's probably why.
There was supposed to.
What?
So there was supposed to be a game tomorrow, or I mean today.
We were supposed to play the White Sox today.
Damn.
We were supposed to play them today, but they canceled it. I mean, they pushed it back. Polston thinks that it's all rigged. It's all part of WWE storyline. Well, what do you think?
I think there's probably some truth to it. I don't think it's I mean WWE is obviously like a TV show, but sports are obviously competition. But like I said earlier, it depends on who you are. You're going to get favorability from the refs, which is going to increase your chances of winning a game or even a Super Bowl. If you're Tom Brady or Peyton Manning or what's his name, Patrick Mahomes, because they make the league a lot of money, and they want to make sure they don't get hurt or anything, which is somewhat understandable, but at the same time,
What's up,
the defense.
What up, man?
The defense can't do its own job.
Well, whether it be NFL, whatever. Let's talk about the American Football League. What's going on here is, from what I understand, is that the reason why they won a 17 game was, according to what I read, was that they want to make more profit and more money. Now, granted, what's going to happen down the road is they want to have the same format as the other major leagues here in the United States. We basically want 8 teams and all that stuff.
Mhm.
Also, what I heard with the what's also coming down, not right now, like maybe in the next decade or two, is that they want to apparently they want to have a system where there's been talks about this, but I don't think it's gonna happen. But they want to have a promotion like in the in Europe with promotion regulation kind of thing going on, where you at the bottom they regulate you back to second division. I heard that was another one. I
Right.
heard so many storylines, but the fact that the thing's being rigged, I'm not surprised by this. This is nothing new. Um, and of course, now DraftKings, now the New Jersey court saying that's okay. It's everything like legalized gambling, sports books open around the country. I think down there with Texas is going to do the same thing. They're going to open casinos down there eventually. It's going to happen. I know in Texas is a little bit different. I know it's conservative. It doesn't matter. They're going to make money because money's going to be made here. And the reality of it is, when there's gambling, you're gonna have a lot of different types of people throwing up games here or there. You're gonna have especially refs in cahoots with what's going on, make a not decide an outcome, but make sure that the number stays.
Oh, the betting lines. That's
the
what this
betting
one's
line,
talking
exactly.
about.
They
Yeah.
want to make sure why do you think the NFL, for example, they're like the extra point. Who if you win by a touchdown, it's like let's say what is it, like 7 points overall?
Yeah.
Like 26, let's say like 28, right? You win, it's 21-26, and you win, and you win for a last touchdown, I believe. Was that what 27 or I believe whatnot?
Yeah.
Let's say you win by 2 points, right? But it's actually, for example, there 26-27, right? As an example. They'll force the team to go out and say, kick the extra point. But why is that? Oh, it's because the law is due to the rules, no, it's due to the betting line. That's what it is. It's due to the betting line. They're aligned with this stuff. This has been going on from since like the 70s, I heard, in
Wow.
the 80s. But now this is more, official. If you notice right now, even the pre-games, they have a lot of betting lines going on, like over and under stuff, who'll get the most. It's a new industry now. And when you have lots of money involved, there's gotta be people fixing some of these things. So
Yeah, because
yeah,
for example, Patriots were 8.5 favorite going into the game yesterday, and I live streamed it. And then we were up 22-6. We completely dominated this game. 22-9. So we were up 13. And then all of a sudden, we on the fourth quarter, we elected to try to fake a punt on our own 40, deep, like middle of our own territory, which the obvious thing would have been to punt the ball away. And we kicked the ball. We tried to go for the fake and we botched it. And then when we tried to go for the fake to get them to bite, they didn't, or I don't know what they were trying to do. But he tries to run back into formation, but doesn't run back. The punter's supposed to be like 10, 15 yards behind the line of scrimmage so he can clear the kick. But instead, he runs 5 yards back. And I said, that doesn't make any sense because if he catches the ball and kicks, he's probably going to hit one of his linemen in the back of their head, especially because, when you're punting the ball and the ball's in motion, you have, 2 guys behind the center, which are usually, your receivers that are blocking any guys that try to jump off the edge. Well, he was standing right next to him, he's going to kick one of these guys in the back of the head. Well, that means the ball's going to be on their side of the field. And that's what happened. And then they later scored, and then we had a 3 and out. That changed the whole complexity of the game, that botched punt. But anyways, the point was they ended up winning by 3, and we were an 8.5 point favor. So if you took the Texans, you got 8.5 points. New England won by 3. That's still within the 8.5 point spread, so they won. And it's just that with the combination of the Chargers-Browns game where the refs were making just bad calls the whole game that were favoring against the Browns. To me, it seems like maybe there is a little bit of, like you said, the betting lines.
The bet. Oh yeah, 100%. If you look into that before, why do you think coaches, for example, from what I read, before they go to the games, they get the Vegas papers or the sports books. And they're like, okay, what do they know that we don't know? And there's a lot of people that do that stuff. I think ESPN, they did a 30 for 30 from Jimmy the Greek. If you look into that, he talked about betting and everything, and and they're still kind of to this day they try to make sure that sports is not allowing gambling, which it is, but not fixing matches because therefore there's no trust. Now, in my sport, international football, soccer, um,
Can
there's
you rig soccer? Is that even possible to rig soccer?
oh my God, yes.
How do you do that? I mean,
Well,
most games end
if
1-0.
you look at what happened in it's Italy's the match fixing going on there. They fixed the matches. They got the goalies. In it, mafia's involved, criminal activity. It's
Oh
all
shit.
around. Yeah, like even there's reports out of like even Brazil, Argentina, Spain. Because you gotta understand something, man. Especially with international football, that is global. So you got lots of people betting so much money, especially out of Asia. And it is a big deal. And over there in Europe, the betting is very more open. But again, it allows people to kind of like manipulate the equations. So um there's so many examples or
Well,
stories.
Rick just said Alabama lost to an unranked team yesterday. Vegas lost a lot of money. But yeah, but Rick, see, the thing is, though, is they can make up for that with all this other bullshit going on.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever go to Vegas, man, I don't know, but any guy from Texas, man, in those casinos, they're betting up to $11,000. I've seen it. I sat next to guys that literally will bet 12 grand, 20 grand. It's just absolutely crazy. And there's no doubt in my mind there's someone in the corner like fixing some of these like matches or games. There's no it's not a coincidence, you know, because especially when the betting line comes in, and you guys got to look into all this stuff. It's not about winning or losing; it's just making sure if you're over or under. That's basically it, you know. And people that are like legitimately involved in this kind of stuff, they even stop watching rooting for their teams because they'll tell you straight up that this thing's mostly rigged.
It
Like,
does. It does appear to be rigged, man. It shit sucks. I mean, I'm not saying that the Patriots cheated, but man, they made some bogus calls in that fourth quarter. And even for our head coach to elect to fake a punt on fourth down when you're up 13, I don't know, man. I'm not the kind of guy to get into conspiracy theories, but when I watch Polston's videos, man, it makes a lot of sense. He does good breakdowns of how all sports are rigged and how all of it's just one giant storyline or whatever.
I'll give you an example about have you seen this before? I don't know if Andrew, you noticed this too. Haven't
Hey,
you
Kim, I got
noticed?
to help bring in groceries, so go ahead and talk on this subject for a little
Yo,
bit. Try to drag it
I
out for
don't,
about 5 minutes.
okay, I don't know if you noticed, Andrew, but I noticed something. I think because someone mentioned a long time ago. Haven't you noticed that anyone has like a new stadium, all of a sudden they go to like a title run within 2 or 3 years?
I mean, let's see. Like, I'll think about my team, for example. I'm a 49er fan, so
Yeah.
we had a new stadium back in 2014. So that was the first year in Levi Stadium, and we didn't make a playoff appearance, since moving to Levi Stadium until 2019, and that same year we ended up going to the Super Bowl. And let's see, the Falcons. No, they haven't made a playoff yet.
Arizona.
Think
about it.
Right, because when was their stadium made? Was it like 05, 06?
Yeah, and all of a sudden they win a championship. I also heard anyone that came from like a natural disaster or catastrophe, like New Orleans, and all of a sudden they won a championship. Or like I know, for example, in New York City, someone told me that they always favor New York City because if you notice, like every single decade, they at least got one New York team in some sort of conference finals or the final of a championship.
Yeah,
that I do know, and it's crazy because they talk about how like the bigger markets, how they want the teams to do well, and they could care less about the smaller markets. It's because once you look into it, kind of thing, it starts to make sense. They say especially NBA, they say that it's very rigged, according to a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I don't even watch NBA. I don't even bother. Like, paying attention to it, because it's just the parity with NBA is like it's bad. Because like at least with the NFL, at least with like the MLB, and even the NHL, more so the NHL actually, you have a chance to to compete. You have a chance to get the title, but like for the NBA, it's like you either get like 2 or 3 of the best players in the NBA, or bust. It's just like I can't watch it. Like when it was Warriors versus Cavs for like 3 years in a row, I'm like, I don't want to watch that. Like, come on.
I think I think the thing is those leagues, they have no choice but to build those little extra teams because that's the only way they can generate some sort of viewership. Whereas the NFL, what I noticed with them is that they build the storylines and suspension. So it's like what's still a point watching January or even um, November basketball or hockey games where it's like 82 games. Whereas in the NFL, what they've done is they build up storylines and there's suspension, and they're like, man, I can't wait on Sunday or whatever day for this matchup to come because they build it up. So they build up
Right.
suspense, and plus it's like long suspense, like waiting. If it was like if they had like 28 games to separate all this and that, it would not be that much suspense as it is with the NFL because
And
literally
plus,
almost everything.
most of the players wouldn't make it. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Most of the players wouldn't make it through a 28 game schedule, or even a 20. I mean, it's a pretty physical sport. Like even with all the rules that they have now, where you have to. Even if you make a legal hit, you can still get flagged. Like you don't get flagged all the time, but you can still get flagged. Like the league has gotten softer. But
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
28 games.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the when you look at the NFL, the way they set up the system, and the way the fact is it's owned by one company. So the owners are not really owning the franchises; they invest in a franchisee, so they're not really their own teams. It's all under one entity called the NFL, the Shield, basically.
Yeah.
So it's one company that tells everyone what to do. So the thing about these teams and the referees and all that stuff and this and that, when you got people betting a lot of money involved, they have no but to rig it. That's why I feel like they just don't want these teams. I don't know. It's weird because it is kind of weird how, for example, they'll like call someone a foul, but then call the next one not a foul. I think there's like even accomplished where like the guy hits a little bit of the guy's helmet, they flag it, and when you see one getting hit really badly by helmet to helmet, and all of a sudden there's no flag,
Right.
and it's just it's like it's the one with no helmet, with helmet concept, but there's no fouls. It's always weird because those fouls are always occurring when it's like the fourth quarter is under 7 minutes, they don't call it. But damn sure if it was the first quarter or the fourth minute of the first quarter,
All right.
not mention nothing about that.
All right. So Kim, let me ask you this: how do you rig an actual game of soccer? Like I know in basketball and football it's too easy, but in soccer most of your games are 1-0, like 1-0, 2-1 sometimes. But most games are usually 1-0. Like
All right.
usually most of your soccer games. How do you rig a game like that? Like
You
the
should look-
actual game.
There's a book called The Dirtiest World Cup in the World. It's based upon the 1978 World Cup in Argentina, where they basically rigged most of the matches for Argentina to win because it would favor the Argentine government was run by dictatorship.
Yeah.
Basically, what they did was they coerced people with goalkeepers to allow to go in. They'll tell the referees to call them the fouls. This was back in the 70s. So they were calling the fouls. They're calling all this stuff mandatory. So let's say, for example, right now the whole thing called VAR is basically the version of replay. What was that noise? I was this version
Yeah, I
of
muted
replay.
him.
Sorry, this version of replay called the VAR. Basically, what's happening now? People it's supposed to help make sure there's any fouls in the boxes. But what's happening now with that technology is that now they're using that in a way to make sure who can get a goal or not get a goal. So if there's a foul on the play, I saw one game between Mexico where there was a legit foul in the box, no call, no whatsoever. But the other guy was going in, and he just flopped or dived, what they call it. He got the call. VAR never reviewed none of that. Now, when someone scored a goal, they had to do the review and they kind of reverse the goal. And that way, because usually you say 1-0 or 1-0 or
Yeah, like usually most of your soccer scores are 1-0 or 2-1.
Well, but the real reality is actually not 1-0. It's usually 2-1, 2-3. Usually that's what I see all the time.
Okay.
So it's most of those times. What's happening is that they're rigging these matches so they can get money. Because once again, betting and gambling in these places are really a big deal.
But is it harder to rig a game in which a score is so low? Like, because I know in basketball and football, you can hide the numbers because the scores expand. Especially in basketball, it's so easy to rig games
because
the
you're
scores go
going
to
by
like
the
a
point
billion.
difference. You're going here in the U.S. You go by the point difference.
Yeah,
that's why there's 6 points, 7 points.
Yeah,
because in the U.S. the way they gamble is they go by ranges. For example, there's 2 points, 3 points. Therefore, there's a margin where you can see which one. Whereas in Europe, they really just go by who wins and loses. It's like betting everything on one hand. Pick which one, green or red, as an example. That's why they do that. So if there's a green, if you bet on the guy, straight up. It's called straight up, basically. You straight up, okay, who you want to go by point differences or the no. I want to go straight up. So you pull all your chips into okay, which one you want to bet? Team A or Team B? I want Team B. I want Team A. You want to tie, then etc. But usually, what happens is the outcome is win or lose. Even a tie is considered somewhat to be a loss. But if they want a certain team to win, they will try their best to get that team to win because people have money to bet on it. Here in the U.S., here in the United States, is different. It's not about winning or losing. It's all about
the point spread.
Yeah, point spread.
Yeah, because you can see in basketball and football, you can win and still lose the game. You can still win if you're within that point range. So, for example, let's say, okay, the Houston Texans were I think 20.5 point favorite against the Bills. So if you took the Texans, you got 20.5 to start the game. You're up basically 21-0. So that's because the betting line, because for the Bills are predicted to win by a large margin. So your score has to go. For people to take the Texans, you would have to raise the score. Yeah. So basically, let's say, for example, if I was favored by 20.5, but the Bills beat us by 10, I still win because of the points they gave me.
Yeah. I mean, in soccer, they have something, they have that too, but mainly most people, they go usually win or lose.
Oh, so soccer. Is it hard? Is it harder to gamble on soccer games or is it easier?
No, it's actually more easier.
Really?
That's why it's easily rigged. If you look at the scandal that occurred with FIFA and everything, and they were getting bribed to win to give it to Qatar in the World Cup for the World Cup over there in that country.
Yeah,
there was a massive scandal that occurred in FIFA, and they uncovered rigged matches. For example, if you go on YouTube called Mexico versus El Salvador, just type in Mexico versus El Salvador 5-0. That game was completely rigged. The Salvadorian Federation basically got caught in a scandal where they're getting the thing was rigged. So basically what happened was some guys from the country told them to let them score 5 goals, etc., because they put a lot of money on how Mexico was going to win to cover the spread. There's a spread in soccer, but mainly a lot of people go is up front, like win or lose. versus the United States, you guys put a lot of emphasis here in the US. They put a lot of emphasis on the point spread. So it's not about winning or losing; it's making sure you're over and under, a certain number. Win by 4 or lose by 4. You win by 4, you get lots of money. If even though you might, but if you win by 1 point, you lose. And that's the reason why this is going on here. This whole and what's discovering right now in the last 23, 25 years, 30 years about the corruption, a lot of politics are involved, a lot of mafia, criminal elements. That's why, for example, the Houston Rockets, for example, if you look at the brothers who own it, right? What's his name again? What's their name again? Who owns the Houston Rockets again?
Furtada. He's part of the Italian mob.
Yeah, that's exactly. They're the ones who help get UFC and everything and all that stuff. Yeah, it's run by mobsters. Everyone knows this. Even boxing. That's why. Why do you think that is fucking rigged? I mean, come on now.
Boxing's easy to rig. It's almost easy to rig boxing. Too easy.
Yeah, same thing. It's same thing with UFC. There's certain
you do the Hogan poke of death and the dude falls and you win the fucking money.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
boxing is too easy to rig.
Boxing.
The finger poke of doom.
Boxing.
Huh?
The finger poke of doom.
No, I'm just saying boxing is easy. Hey, Kev, I know you're a wrestling guy. It can wrestle. I mean, other than the winners being pre-selected, can you actually are there betting lines on wrestling?
No.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
There is?
Okay, explain how that works, because I need to know so I can start gambling on that shit.
Okay, so I have a friend who lives in Vegas, and he goes and bets on football and baseball games. And he told me that when he went to one of the casinos there was betting lines for WrestleMania and for SummerSlam. And I was like, well, if that's the case, then put me down for 100. I was about to say, I mean, I don't know how it works exactly, but apparently there's betting lines for WWE.
Is there a point spread, or did he say? Did he say in specific?
He just said it was it was determined match by match. If you have Seth Rollins versus Edge, who you think's going to win that match? You put on the betting line. Well, I think Edge is going to win.
So that's it. So there's no time limit, or you just bet on the winner.
Mm-hmm.
So but. If it's almost too easy to make money off of that, I figure there's got to be a catch to that, though.
I have to ask him more about it, but he was just telling me, man. He was like,
I didn't know they had betting lines on wrestling. I didn't think that was possible.
And he was like, dude, you're gonna shit yourself here. I was like, why? I was like, they bet wrestling here. I was like, are you serious?
Well, shit, put me down for 200. Shit, I bet on that.
I was like, man,
dude, that's easy money right there, betting on wrestling.
Well, not really. If let's say if Cena's fighting Mark Henry, you're putting a bet on Mark Henry, that would be almost impossible to make money on that. So you would probably make more money.
You put it on John Cena.
Well, you probably wouldn't make as much, right? You would probably
you're right.
You would make more money betting the underdog,
right?
Damn. That's how it works. Because, for example, guys, Alabama lost to Texas A&M, an unranked team. They said Vegas lost millions of dollars that night. So if you went and said, okay,
it's like this. If you bet, for example, if you bet 100 on Alabama to win, you might get a turnout maybe 200 back. For example, I'm gonna say as an example.
Maybe not even if that.
Yeah, I know. I say as an example, you get $100 back. But if you were betting 100 to A&M. Since an unranked team and you cover the spread and everything, bro, you can make up to 1,000.
My friend betted Texas A&M in Vegas. He told me he put $150 down for A&M, and the point spread was 10 or something like that. So he said, "I'll take it, even though I'm going to lose. I'm probably going to lose." So he took it anyway, $150. After Bama lost, even though he covered the point, he covered the point spread too. He said he won by 6 points. And he said that he actually cashed out $1,100.
Yep.
Yeah, for just $150.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever go to Vegas, if anyone goes to Vegas, man, the gambling scenes over there is absolutely insane, especially in those rooms. That's why it's so much better to go if you ever have a chance. go to any playoffs, possible NHL or NBA finals, especially NFL playoffs, those things are super packed. Super packed. Keyword, it's packed already on Las Vegas time, but in the playoffs are super because there's so many people betting on that thing. And you see even car dealers even looking at the point spreads and they're like, man, I got money on the other casino guy. I think yeah, no, look, yeah, and they're like, oh my, yeah, people be jumping, going, yeah, I seen it, and like I said, man, I don't know what's going on in Texas, but anyone from Texas, all the little cowboy hats, listen, man, they're the biggest ballers, man. They'll betting like 20 grand, 30 grand. It is legit. I don't know what's going on in Texas, guys, but those guys from Texas, man, when they come to Las Vegas, they are the biggest bidders. I'm telling you, I've seen it. These guys come in hot and heavy, and they got a lot of money. These are not some poor hicks, man. They got, I don't know what's going on because they got a lot of money. They're coming in full load. Any guy with a cowboy hat like that guy, I mean, it outshines even the Asian people. They bet a lot. But Texas guys, man, they love to gamble.
They do. Yeah.
Poker's a big thing down here too. There's a lot of underground gaming rooms where we have like poker, and there'll be motherfuckers betting $100, $200 on one hand. Like they'll bet,
dude.
And I mean, this is not
I remember I bet 100 on the game. I think it was I think one of the games in the playoffs. I remember I just bet only $100, $110, for a straight up win or lose. And the guy next to me was from Texas, man, and he showed me his ticket. 25 grand, and I was like, damn. Yes, I felt like I had a small dick. I was like, oh my god, like it's like you feel so small, like I'm like 20, 25.
Hey, Rick said, can you rig hockey? Can you actually rig the game of hockey?
Yeah, you can.
Yes,
yeah. You can? Because I know y'all are big hockey guys. That's what I was asking. I'm not a big hockey guy, but
go to Canada, man. Go to UC. It's big.
Well, so what's interesting. What's interesting is that the betting lines for the NBA, ever since the Lakers got Russell Westbrook, now their betting lines is up. Oh, you're gonna have to bet the Lakers going to win the championship now, just because of a certain
whoever Lakers play. I think we play the Lakers two times in a row next year, and we go at LA. And I looked at the betting lines to see where it was at. And it's like Rockets 18.5 point spread. So they're going to so if you bet for the Rockets, you get 18 points, but I already know we're not going to win. And I know they're going to win by more than that. So they'll probably raise it a little bit, like 24, take the Rockets 24. We'll give you 24.5 points. I'm like, I'll probably take it that way because I feel that's like a whole quarter of points right there. So I'll probably take that, but they'll probably beat us by like 50 anyway. So they'll cover it,
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm telling you, if you watch that ESPN documentary, guys at ESPN Plus, the Jimmy the Greek one, that documentary with Jimmy the Greek, he was talking about his stuff about gambling, how it's like, oh, don't talk about it, but then there's people legitimately betting everything. And
all right,
yeah.
Well, now, Young Link, since you're already in here, you get to hear Mr. Moohead's big rant on the Chargers cheating. He went on a big tirade yesterday for an hour and a half. He said that you are no different than the Raiders fans. You guys are cheaters. You rigged the game, and you need to own up and take accountability for it. And he said also you should be banned from the league. I'm serious. This guy went just ape shit, man. I'm not going to play the whole video, but he basically went off and said you guys cheated yesterday. Now, I didn't watch the game. But he said he's calling you guys out. He said you got to take accountability for cheating.
This is Chargers versus Browns, right?
Yeah, the game yesterday. I'll play Moohead's video. We'll play a little bit of it. I'll let you guys hear it.
All right.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Browns post-game show with the final score. It doesn't matter. The game was fixed, okay? And I don't want it. The last play of the game was pass interference. But, I mean, they tackled Njoku from behind. And that's why I'm late getting on the air, folks, because I watched it over and over again in slow motion. And you're wrong about something, Tony.
Somebody's got double volume.
Somebody's got,
I have to stream going so I can do the chat.
I'm not going to scream. I'm not going to yell because the league is a gambling league. It is all about the league. It cheats. It likes organizations that are from bigger cities. And this game was just flat out fixed. I mean, you cannot call pass interference. They go for it on fourth down, heave the ball down the field. Their guy grabs our guy's uniform, and we get the call against us. And then in order to get them the next one on another third or fourth down, they throw a flag for holding against us before the pass was even thrown, so that they would make sure that the Chargers got first down. It's a shame that it really are two really good football teams, that the game can't be concluded honestly, and it can't be competed with as far as competitively between two teams without one team being given a blatant advantage in the second half of the football game. I will continue to hammer about this because it ruins the game for me, it ruins the season for me, because I know we're never going to get the respect to get a call when we need it. Even if we're not looking for a call, for God's sakes, we're just looking to get the ball back when they failed on fourth down. That's
and
it.
It's multiple times. That's the biggest problem here. It's not one call. It's not two calls. There was multiple calls in this game that were game-changing calls that were either not called or they were called, and all of them hurt the Browns. All of them.
Yeah, I mean, this game was fixed. And I'm just not making an excuse, because I give both teams credit for being wonderful football teams and exciting, exciting game to watch that was one-sided in the way that it was officiated. And, I've just seen it for so many decades. You got to remember, I've been doing this for a long time, but long before that, I watched every Browns game since 1966, for God's sakes. I know, and I have seen these periods of time, which is infinity, that the Browns, the piss hole city of Cleveland, gets shit on by the Los Angeles team, and who's not even a fucking Los Angeles team. So I've seen it, and I've seen it again. And to continue to complain about it makes no sense. Let me say something that I can complain about that is more constructive rather than...
All right, he goes into his head coaching, but basically at the end he says, Chargers fans must take accountability. Kev, your thoughts? He says that the refs are fixing games. I mean, this is a topic we've already been into. What do you guys think? Do you think he has a right to be upset?
Yeah, you know what? Actually, Moosehead's got a point to a degree, because if you look at teams that are very like you look at the big city teams like Pittsburgh and Dallas and Green Bay and Philly and any team that Brady's on, obviously. Some teams get more calls than others, and I have seen calls happen where you scratch your head at the end and going, "Really? They're not going to call that," or they call something that was blatantly obvious. Moohead's got a point to a degree. I mean, I wouldn't go on the rampage that he went on, obviously.
As hell, bro. I'm gonna get out of here. What else?
Hey, you just gotta own up about the fact that your team lost. I mean,
thank you, yeah.
Hey, Young Link, you're a Chargers fan. What are your thoughts to Rued's rant or part of it?
I came back from the gym and shit. I just had to, because when they said Chargers, I'm like, what the hell? Like, so we all trending everywhere on ESPN and shit. But look, man, he's just a salty ass fan. Look, bro, that was a good ass game. Okay, yes, okay. Officiating, you can't really control that too much. All right. But then again, I can say the same thing when we went against the Cowboys, when we could have won that game, but they called that touchdown back because we had an illegal shift. So, I mean, I have no, like I said, I had a lot of respect for the Browns. If we would have lost that game, niggas would have been saying like, oh, well, yes, yeah, Browns Nation all day. Yeah, Chargers Nation. So I'm looking like, bro, Justin Herbert, peace, y'all. Dude, 5 touchdowns, 398 yards. Bro, both defense.
So what is he talking about?
I watched the whole game, bro. Steve. I watched the whole game, bro. Like I said, what people fail to realize too, we actually converted fourth down conversions a lot too. So he didn't take that in consideration with his team. And then Baker Mayfield, he didn't really have too much time to actually go down the field and try to score. And we missed field goal kicks. So at the end of the day,
it was even, Steven.
It was even.
Okay, so take me to the last play, the Hail Mary. Njoku was tackled behind. Was that a pass interference? I didn't see it.
I didn't see it. I watched videos of it. People on ESPN didn't even talk about it. I didn't really see it. People screenshot it saying that was pass interference. I'm like, look, you know how the Hail Mary play goes, bro. Like,
there's incidental contact. People are bumping into each other. They're playing a game. It's like a game of
But you know what's crazy though, too, Steve? Like they could now. I ain't gonna lie though. The Browns actually could have caught that ball because I was like, it was more Browns receivers in the backfield than Chargers. Defenders. It was at least like 4 or 5 of them. I think we had like 3. But yeah.
Look, you cannot deny the fact that it's somewhat.
Oh, and I was gonna say this too.
Hey, look, let's be honest here. We cannot deny the fact it's not that no one's talking about it, but as everyone is talking about, because it's obvious that it was caught that the fix was in. You know, they're helping the other team win. Like, I think they're more outraged of the helping part. Not saying they cannot be a team that be good, but they're getting help. And it's obvious they're getting help. That's the thing people are more upset about.
But Kim, you gotta understand this too. You gotta understand this too, though. Like, you know, as we are sports fans, right? Especially in football, yes, we always remember that last play, right? We always remember the last play. Like, if a kicker missed a field goal, damn, it's the kicker's fault. But then you gotta think about it too. Y'all, you know, what about the team that turned over the ball in the red zone? What about all this? So they gave up 47 points. You get what I'm saying? They gave up 26 points in the fourth quarter.
The Browns did?
Yes, that's really bad in defense. Our defense is bad. Well, it ain't bad, but it was bad in that game. We gave up 42 points. So I get it. Yes, it sucks that at the last minute, that last play, but at the same time, though, you got to think of the big picture. Like, I just hate when people do that. Like, if the Chargers would have lost, I would have said, like, I wouldn't say it was fixed. I would have said, like, damn, like, we gotta clean up our defense. Damn, we gotta clean up these PATs. Like,
you know what? This goes back to what I said before. I said there's a theory out there that basically any team that has like a new stadium, the NFL tries to make the team better to get them like in a playoff run to get more butts in the seats in that new stadium. Therefore, they can make more money and get the money back. The investment. That's a rumor because I heard that because you're looking, for example, Arizona Cardinals. They're like a whole century of sucking, and then all of a sudden they get that new stadium, and they're almost all of a sudden, they're in Super Bowl, for example. I don't know if you know that, Steven. Like,
I'm familiar with that. Also, Rick said that Jaguars are accusing the Titans of cheating. Oh, really? Oh, I would have saw that. I didn't see the game, but that score says otherwise. So they must have.
Did you see Peyton Manning?
What did they say they cheated us?
Did you see what Peyton Manning said about? We got to be careful in the locker room because Bill Belichick has microphones in the locker room. That's like, and people, everyone's laughing at it but really deep down inside, I feel like, wait a minute, you think this is really cool? And the thing is that it's possible. Really think about it, like. Bill Belichick is having putting little cameras and everything in the corner and they're taking a shot.
Let me ask you this, Ken, like, because you're a big NFL fan. Do you? Yeah. I was talking to Chargers fans after the game because I was so surprised. But like, if as a Chargers fan, right, if Phillip Rivers would have played that game, we would have lost. I think we would have got blown out.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think I'm not the biggest NFL fan, but I just got into it because of Steven, and I just started reading and getting much information possible. So I pretty much, fast forward. I got a grasp of the game, and I'll be honest with you when I say this. I think you made a good point. The fact that they came from 26, I believe, 20 plus points above. They should have sat there. They should have had a better defense plan. The refs do all this stuff. I think more importantly, it's the point spread more than who wins or loses. Mm-hmm. And I feel like, that's another thing we got to add on to it, too.
Oh, here's what Rick just said. Rick just said, I bet you Moohead wouldn't have said shit if the Browns would have cheated and won.
Actually, I got something to say to Moohead. because I'm going to defend it. Okay. you during the offseason, you got Myles Garrett on one side and you got Clowney on the other.
Oh yeah.
There is no reason why your defense should give up and let the Chargers come back and beat you.
That was crazy. Yeah, they was because we was down 13, 26, something like that. Yeah, bro. It's like they got after Herbert like a couple times. Like I said, they got a nasty front seven, man, and then their running game is amazing with freaking Nick Chubb. We could not stop them at all. Like
Rick said that game was blown, but the Chargers also gave plenty of opportunities to lose that game, missing an extra point, missing multiple field goals. He said, "Stop crying, Browns fans. You guys have cheated a couple games last year."
Have you seen this theory out there about the magnetic poles and the field goals? How they're pushing away balls, like to the left, for example. I don't know if you've seen those theories out there.
Yeah.
The magnetic field goal poles, where they're like it's going in, and also there's like a magnet that pushes away. I don't know, like something like that. They're like blowing it away from the opposite end or something like that. There's so many theories about this, but it's possible. I mean, I'm sorry, but there's so much, like even before just watch any pregame shows. Tell me you don't see no betting going on, like DraftKings and FanDuel.
Dude, I didn't think betting was this big because I don't bet personally a lot. But now that you think about it, I see a lot of these YouTubers talking about tickets, and I said, dude, this shit's big. Like the betting itself, they told me is more exciting than actually watching the game. Like some people don't
of course.
They just wait till the score and then they just compare notes.
That's the thing about the New Jersey, the where they legalized gambling out of New Jersey, New Jersey. So when they said you can legalize gambling, that opened a massive Pandora's box for the entire country. Because they're right now, like they're opening sports books all over the country, and there's gonna be so much money in businesses going in.
Rick said Jagonoff's crying about the Jaguars getting cheated yesterday. Okay, but first of all, then the Jaguars getting blown out. It was like 37-19. He's bitching about 2 calls. I saw that video. I don't have no beef with Jagonoff, but he's complaining. Dude, his team got ran over the whole game. He talks about 2 calls, and look at the scores, 18 points.
Hey, Jagonoff, I got something for you.
Yeah, he's you know who that YouTuber is, right?
Oh yeah,
dude, I don't got no beef with him, but he's accusing he's like, you need to investigate the Titans too. I said, dude, it was 2 plays. It's like a mishold and another call, but it didn't matter. You were down by so much anyway.
Yeah, you guys.
He's like, what about that pass interference call? They need to investigate that. I'm like, dude, it was 2 calls. Even if that was the case, you're down by like so many points, dude.
Even if the Jags would have gotten that pass interference call, you guys still would have lost the game. It wouldn't have mattered.
Aren't they?
So sorry about that, but Jagoff, I'm just gonna let you know, my Titans are better than your Jags. All right, that's
what pass interference call is he talking about?
There was a play where I think Trevor Lawrence was throwing, and one of the Titan guys, it looked a little questionable. It did, but I'm just saying, every team has at least gotten away with something. I mean, it's not, no one's perfect on that. And your Texans almost beat the Patriots. So
yeah, we got screwed, man. We got screwed at the end. I mean, honestly, I'm not gonna say it was rigged, but I mean, it looked like the betting lines. It looked like they cashed in on that because we're up 22-6 or 22-9, and we elect to fake a punt, which was all on my head coach. I'll take accountability for that. And he lines up our punter to elect the punt, and then he runs up. I don't know if he was trying to get somebody to jump off sides or whatever. It was just whatever. I don't know what the case was. He runs into I formation as if we're going to fake it because it's on 4th and 2, and then the Patriots just switched up the call, and they didn't jump off sides, so he backs up 5 yards.
That's the thing about it, man. I'm telling you,
kicks the ball, hits one of our receivers as a defender when you do that punt protection, and you got your line, and you got the 2 guys behind to help anybody jump off the edge. He hits one of those guys back of the head, and I knew that was going to happen. I said, dude, you're not that far behind. You're only 5 yards behind the center. And when he grabbed it, he tried to kick it, and the ball just went behind our defender's helmet. Patriots got it, and we lost. They scored that next drive, and then they ended up winning the game.
Making lots of money, man. Someone's out there making a lot of money.
Yeah.
Someone's out there. We got to cash in. Honestly, I don't care. We win or lose at this point. We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose winning. We're making a lot of money.
Yeah, you don't like when you bet on that point spread. A lot of people think, well, your team didn't win. I'm like, they don't have to. It depends on the point spread. If I'm giving 8.5 and your team wins by 6, I still won by 2.5 because of the point spread. Mm-hmm. So I still cover it. Now, if you beat me by 9 points or better, then yeah, you cover the spread, and I don't win.
Yeah.
Or whatever that gambling line is.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, man, it's changed a lot when people think about the games now. With especially fantasy league too, fantasy leagues. Oh my God! From what they're telling, from what I'm seeing, dude, it's huge. The industry itself is massively huge because how you go in, let's say from $50, $10 to like $100, $1,000. And if you win your fantasy league, people were winning like what, $50K, $100, $1 million. That's a real thing.
Hey, LAOG, I don't know if you watched the stream, but Moohead said that you need to take accountability for what happened yesterday. He mentioned you, Modog, all them at the very end of his videos, like Modog, LA Originals, Steven's friends. You have to hold yourselves accountable. You cheated yesterday. You must hold yourself accountable for that loss. Because we didn't lose that game. The refs helped you. I was like, God damn, this guy went on an hour-and-a-half rant. I'm like, God damn.
Wait a minute. Why are they telling random people to take accountability when
because he saw LA Originals video?
Yeah, these guys should go. They should take accountability. The NFL should be accountable. That's the reality of it, man. Because these refs are just doing their jobs. Of course, they might get a little pay on the side, but they got mouths to feed. These are millionaire players. These guys, the lowest guys, will make less than what?
No, I understand. I think he just got sensitive because Chargers fans were posting victory lap videos, so it shows up on your thread.
Oh,
and then let's say you make a Chargers Browns post game video, you'll see other related videos, and he's like, "Yeah, I saw a couple of those guys' videos, like LA Original, Modog."
Well, like I said,
hold yourself accountable. The refs helped you.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Someone made a lot of money. Someone did.
Well, Chargers and the Astros are headlines today for being cheaters. Chargers are actually being drugged through the mud all over ESPN. They're calling for an investigation and everything. And the Astros game got postponed because now they're being investigated.
Dude, the Astros, they're cheating. Like, it's obvious. It's just you can't run away from that part.
No. The Astros did cheat in 2017. I'm not gonna lie. They did.
But see, here's the thing about it. I think some guy with a baseball player said the same thing. This has been going on since like the 50s and in the 40s. This has been going on for a long. The guy said, "Why is everyone talking about it? This has been going on for years." It's just that it's always been true. Cork bats and everything. This guy was saying that. Of course, everyone knew Jason Giambi was on steroids and used cork bats. Everyone knew that. That's why when the players come in, don't touch my bats. Don't touch my bats. This is my lucky whatever crap. They know it's that. I mean, come on. That's what. Yeah, like it's if you like. I mean, come on. Like this has got to stop. Like everyone, there's some sort of capacity. Everyone cheats in some sort. You gotta win. You gotta cheat. What was it? One guy said that in the when people pile for the ball, they sometimes punch a guy or break his leg on purpose or a finger on purpose to get out of the game. Yeah, like look, it's cheating and all that stuff. That's every single professional betting wise game. It's just the reality of it. You just gotta know if you don't get caught. That's it.
Yeah, I think it's all fun and games till you get caught with your hand in the cookie.
Well, what's interesting, Stephen, is your friend Travis, who's a Cowboys fan, he still can't get over the fact that the Packers beat the Cowboys in the playoffs. Because he's always sitting there saying, "Man, they cheated. They cheated."
Oh, he hates Aaron Rodgers. He hates Aaron Rodgers.
I know. I mean,
dude, he goes on rants for that guy for hours.
Oh, I know. And what's interesting too is that we were talking about Belichick and the Patriots when the Titans beat them in the playoffs 2 years ago.
Yeah,
what I thought was funny was the fact that Mike Vrabel was trolling Belichick by every time he was trying to do the punt, he basically let the time run off the clock and got penalized and kept going back and forth with it. And Belichick's over there like bitching and complaining. I'm sitting there thinking, dude, Mike Vrabel played for you. He knows.
hey, to be fair, the Chargers have been one of those teams that have been cheated against for a long time, and everyone thought it was fun in games. Same thing with the Raiders, with the Eagles, with the Texans, and everybody poked fun and said, "Oh yeah, same old Chargers." And they would cheat against the Chargers all the time. And I just feel so fucking bad, dude. They would make bogus penalties. They would pick up the flag and say, "Oh, that's a no call. My bad. It slipped." And, and the Chargers and the Browns for a long time would be laughed at, dude. They like everybody cheated against them, and it was all fun and games. But now that the Chargers are doing it back, it's not fun anymore.
Oh man, dude, I didn't get to listen to the whole rant. I think I will once I probably get home. But man, that Moohead rant was so funny.
Oh, dude, I remember one time, like I remember one time the Jaguars cheated us like twice, like both times we played them, and I think it was like 2012 when they swept us, and they cheated both games, and they laughed about it, thought it was funny, and then when we made the playoffs, I think that was in 2017. We cheated a couple of times. I'm not gonna lie, but they're like, you cheated, admit it. And I'm like, yep, just like you guys did us in 2013, asshole. Both times you cheated in both of those games. And then it was like, that was a long time ago. That's what they said. It was you still mad about that? I'm like, dude, it's all funny. You can cheat and that's fine. But when I cheat and it's not good. But I'm not saying it shouldn't happen anyway. Like with the Astros banging and stuff, it shouldn't be done that way. But let's be honest. Boston and New York, no offense, Andrew, because I know you're a Yankees fan. But let's be fair. Baseball in itself is a cheating ass sport. When you have no salary cap and you let teams like the Yankees and the Red Sox cherry pick players out of your farm system for big contracts your team can't match, that's cheating. When you got one guy on your payroll, that's a $400 million man that's worth more than the Tampa Bay Rays team salary, there's a problem. And it's okay for the Yankees and the Red Sox to do that. Even the Dodgers do it, or now starting to do it. And it's perfectly fine. The big market cities have the money to do that, where you got small owners in Arizona, or let's say, a
Tampa Bay
team, where they can't do shit. Or the Cincinnati Reds are like, fuck. So the Yankees can come into their farm system and cherry pick potential players that are going to become stars on the Reds. And the Yankees will come up and say, well, would you like to make this large contract? And it's all free, tax-free. And who's going to say no to that? I remember the Yankees were trying to grab Jose Altuve before we had to go into debt just to give that man a contract. And we're like, look, dude, we'll pay you the money. We'll find a way. But we will pay you. I swear to God, we'll pay you. And then they paid Jose Altuve. But guess what? Carlos Correa is leaving next year. And guess where he's going to go? To a big fucking market city. Because they're not going to have the money to pay.
Right.
It's
probably the Dodgers or the Yankees.
It is cheating, Rick.
The Red Sox.
It is when larger market teams can take your guys and steal them away because there's no salary cap. That's cheating. Technically.
It kind of goes back to what you were saying. I mean, I'm a Yankees fan too, and I remember when Alex Rodriguez was playing for the Rangers. And then all of a sudden there was a big bidding war between Boston and New York, and they got him for what, $200 million?
Really?
Yeah, I think they got.
Yeah, that's bullshit, man.
Yeah, and it is kind of bullshit in baseball for that, because you're like, wow, look, the Red Sox can get these guys, and the Yankees can get these guys, and then there's the Cubs and the Red Sox and all the Cubs and
the Reds and the
going them like. How are we supposed to do this? I mean, but and to answer Moohead's question though, the one thing I will honestly tell him though is Cleveland actually had a playoff team last year with the Browns.
Yeah,
they're probably going to go to the playoffs again this year, but with that attitude like that, you're not going to the Super Bowl. Okay.
Dude, when we cheated in 2017, and it was just one game, the Chargers fans never let that. I mean, the Jaguars fans never let that go.
Yeah, I
They
remember that.
reminded me the whole year, you cheated, admit it, you cheated, admit it. And I was like, okay, we did cheat. I was like, just like you did in 2013. That was a long time ago. They're like, you're still mad about 2013? I'm like, yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I was doing like an open forum a couple weeks ago on my new channel. I was doing one with Matt Ogden, and because he's a Packers fan, like Travis came in there and started trolling the shit out of him.
Yeah.
It was basically going like, yo, man, your Packers cheated. You know, your Packers wouldn't be good without no damn Aaron Rodgers. You know, well, just started going on this deep in, and I'm sitting there thinking, wow, man.
Oh, Travis will. Oh, man, that dude will name every play the Packers cheated on. He's like, remember that Hail Mary they threw against Detroit? That was not a holding call, and they called it to bail Aaron Rodgers out. I'm like, yeah, that probably was a bad call. I'm not gonna lie, I remember that game, dude. The Lions are another team too. The NFL likes to pick on. Because the Lions get screwed every game.
You know, actually, I agree with LA Original here. The refs should be the ones held accountable, not the Chargers. I mean, the Chargers ain't the ones throwing the white, they ain't the one throwing the yellow flag out there calling all these plays. It's the referees.
Right.
I mean, like referees. I actually did a referee stint for one of my nephew's football games. It's very hard to see plays happen. Like in certain positions, it's very hard to see from a standpoint everything. Now I know everybody's like, well, I know movie. It's like, well, they got instant replay. I'm like, well, you can only use instant replay if it's like the last 2 minutes in the fourth quarter. You can't use instant replay.
Do I think the Warriors cheated? What do y'all think? Y'all think Golden State cheated by stacking up players, or the Lakers are cheating by stacking up Westbrook and Howard and Rondo and all the guys they got now? Is that technically cheating?
I mean, it kind of goes back to like what you were saying about the the Yankees and the Red Sox being able to afford all those big name players. It should be against the rules. Like there should be like some kind of cap, but it's technically not against the rules because the leagues haven't put them in place, but they should. They absolutely 100% should.
Well, baseball doesn't have a salary cap. Basketball has a cap, but not a hard cap. In other words, you're not penalized for going over. And if they're like, oh, we're taxing you for $4 to the dollar, I'm like, yeah, but LA can pay that kind of tax.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about the basketball thing. To be honest with you, I hate these super teams. And I'm going to tell you why, because, and Steven knows what I'm talking about, back in the old days in the 90s of the basketball, every team was tough. And you had like certain stars on certain teams, but you didn't see Michael Jordan go, hey, let me go over there to the Knicks and play with Patrick Ewing.
No.
This and that. I mean, like they were competitors against each other. Now the problem with the NBA is, oh, well, I need to get a championship. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to go play LeBron in LA. It's just basically like, and we all know that if LeBron didn't have Anthony Davis and he didn't have Russell Westbrook right now, we wouldn't even.
In those 2 rings he won with the Heat, he had Bosh and Wade and built a whole damn super team.
Mm-hmm.
But the only one real championship he got was with the Cavs.
I will give him credit though; he did beat that Warriors team in a game 7
with the Cavs.
Yeah. So I'll give him credit on that one. That one was, but yeah, I mean the NBA it sucks though because you have like Kevin Durant was on the Golden State Warriors with Steph Curry and them, and you're like, I wouldn't say they cheated, but let's face the facts here. I mean, like I know someone's gonna be like, hey, well, Michael had Scotty and Dennis Rodman. I'm like,
but that wasn't a super team though.
That wasn't a super team though.
And Dennis Rodman was only good in rebounds. He didn't score points.
And if you think about the Rockets, they had Olajuwon there they had Olajuwon, Drexler, and Barkley. Drexler was on the downhill of his career at that point.
Yeah, he only won 1 ring too.
Yeah. So I mean, I mean, like back then, there wasn't super teams. There was teams that were very competitive with each other. That's why I don't watch the NBA much anymore because I'm like, you guys are a bunch of pansies. I mean, you guys are nothing but a bunch of pansy ass looking players that are basically
the only two players that are superstars that I kind of respect is guys like Kawhi Leonard. Two more. There's Giannis Antetokounmpo who stayed in Milwaukee and won one.
Yep.
I give him credit, and he never had a super team, so I give him credit for that.
Mm-hmm,
And then of course the guy in Phoenix, what's his name? Devin Booker.
Yeah.
For those guys, they stayed in those small markets. I give them credit for that.
I mean, they stayed in those small rocket. I mean, like, he could have left the Bucks. He could have left the Bucks and went to some other team if he wanted to, but he stayed in Milwaukee, and Milwaukee won. So yeah, I give credit to people like that. Now, you'll never hear me give credit to LeBron James. I will never give it to LeBron. Though. Sorry, I'm not going to give him any credit at all. And I know ESPN and people like Shannon Sharp like to discount everything LeBron James does, but
well, Shannon Sharp's on the LeBron James bandwagon. It's just the others don't like him. Max Kellerman, Skip Bayless, those other guys don't like him. Shannon Sharp's the only one that's on Team LeBron, which that's fine. I mean, that's his opinion. Who do I think is going to win the NBA this year? I mean, from the East, it'll probably be. I think the Bucks can actually repeat. I don't see why not. If Antetokounmpo and all those guys stay healthy, why not? I'll take the Bucks coming out of the East again. And then for the West, God damn it, the Lakers. Fuck. They got Carmelo, they got Rondo, Dwight Howard. They signed what's his name? Russell Westbrook, LeBron, Anthony Davis. That's going to be difficult, man. They built it's not a super team, but it's a team that's better than the rest of the league.
I have no respect for LeBron James, especially the fact that their team got put out in the first round and he walked out.
You know LeBron James cheats, right?
I know he does.
He talks to other players that are still in contract with other teams, which technically is against the rules. And he just said, like, for example, he lured Chris Bosh into Miami, and he was still under contract with the Raptors. And laughed about it, too. Like, they're like, oh, so, that's tampering with you're tampering with other team. But when you do that, and he just laughed. Because the rules aren't meant for him to follow. I agree he cheated. Technically he did, but he doesn't give a shit. And plus he's a superstar, so he gets all those superstar like calls.
And people can say what they want. I mean, about LeBron. I mean, I could go on a rampage about LeBron and Michael. I mean, like you can't really compare both of them because they both play different positions.
Yeah, one's a small forward, one's a shooting guard.
Yeah, and let me ask any LeBron fan, James fans this. Did he lead the league in scoring and was an all defensive player in the league too?
Oh, that was Jordan, right?
Michael's got a killer instinct. Kobe had that killer instinct. Kawhi Leonard's got that killer instinct. It's that killer instinct of I'm going to do whatever I have to do to get my team over. And instead, LeBron went into the first round and got put out and basically walks out, 2 minutes left to go in the game or 5?
Oh, he did. I forgot all about that. Thanks for reminding us.
Mm-hmm. So as far as I'm concerned, you come into LA, your first year, you don't go to the playoffs. Then they bring in Anthony Davis. And it was very hard to win the championship in that bubble. During the whole pandemic, I know that had to have been tough.
Yeah.
But last year, you had no excuses. I mean, LeBron's supposed to be the best player in the world right now. There should be no excuse.
So how many rings do you think LeBron retires with? He got 4 now. How many do you think he gets?
I think he gets 1 more.
Oh, so you don't think he's passing Jordan? Okay, now if he got 8 rings, I know people are going to say he's better than Jordan, but I still won't buy it.
Well, I tell people this.
It took him like 15 tries to get it, though.
But here's something I'll tell him this. Michael never went to a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. Facts.
Yeah.
He won all 6 of his championship appearances. And let's not forget, if he didn't retire that first time around, we could have been talking about a different ball game here.
Oh, if Jordan didn't retire the first time, I don't think the Rockets would even have the other two. I think we'd be ringless right now. I think we got bailed out because Jordan retired.
And that's the one thing, too. The Bulls never had that opportunity to have somebody knock them out. You know, I think that's the one regret Jordan always said he had, was that he never had a chance to get knocked out of the playoffs, to get knocked out of the championship. I mean, it would have been something he wanted.
I know he did when he was younger, though, because he lost to the Celtics, didn't he?
Yeah, I know, but he was talking about like the NBA Finals, like going into the finals and having another team beat them. I think if the Bulls would have stayed together in 99 and 2000, I think that young Laker team might have done it.
Hey, did you hear what's going on with Kyrie Irving? No, what's going on with him?
No, what's going on with Kyrie?
I don't know what's going on with that guy. You know, Kyrie Irving, I kind of feel bad for that guy because I think a part of him wants to play, but I think a part of him doesn't. I used to bash him for that, and I used to like talk down on him. Well, you don't have no heart, you don't have no soul. But one thing he said, or two things one thing he said and one thing he did kind of made me change my tone and respect him a little more is number one, they actually checked his background. He actually does give back to the community. He does do stuff for the homeless people. They just never report it. So I respect him for that because a lot of players could care less about helping out, you know, less unfortunate. They're all about themselves. And number two, he said it's hard to play basketball when you see so much going on around the world. So that makes you kind of tell that he has kind of a heart, that he does think about others. And that's when I started really respecting Kyrie Irving, you know?
Donovan said in the chat, did you know that LeBron was trying to get Steph Curry during the All-Star?
I didn't know that. That would have sucked. What do you think about the Memphis Grizzlies, Rick said? You live in the Nashville area. Do you like Morant and Valanciunas and all those guys? I do.
I do, yeah.
They made the playoffs last year. They almost beat the Jazz.
Yeah, I mean, they're
six.
Yeah, they're good. They're fun little. They're a fun team. I don't follow them as much because they're in the Memphis area and I'm in Nashville. So.
Oh, look at this, Kev. He can't play home games this year, including playoff home games, because New York requires a vaccine mandate and he doesn't want to get the vaccine at all.
You know what? Kudos to him.
Yeah.
Kudos to Kyrie. You know, Kyrie, you earn my respect more now. And there's another player too from the Magic. There's another player from the Magics too, who's doing the same thing. Like he won't get the vaccine.
Wow.
So I mean, it's one of those things where you can't. I mean, I understand it, but if you're forcing people to do it. I can see players start retiring now and being like, okay, well, I'm just going to go play overseas.
I'm just going to secure my bag or go overseas where there's more money tax-free. Mm-hmm. You know, they offered Kobe in Italy once before he signed the last deal he did with the Lakers. They offered him like $80 million, like tax-free.
Yeah.
A private butler, a mansion paid for just to go play for the Italy team and to skip the NBA.
I would have done it.
Oh, dude, tax-free.
I would have done it.
You get a private butler. You don't have to cook. You don't have to clean. You got your maid. You got a mansion paid for that they're giving to you for free, and they even cover the taxes.
I would have been like, you know what? I would have. That would have been me. I've been like, Mel, go ahead and buy any. You know what, sweetheart? Go buy any car you want now.
You know, I wouldn't even. I would say I'm packing my bags now. I'll buy my own plane ticket. You don't have to worry about that.
I mean, I would have been like, you know what?
I would have put the house up for sale, or I would have just wrote it off as a loss. Not even give a shit.
Do you know that that happened here in Tennessee too with the Titans? They did this mandate for the vaccine, and Tannehill didn't want to do it at first.
Really?
Right, yeah, Tannehill was against it. He didn't want to do it at first, but because all the players did, he decided, okay, well, as a unity, I'll do it. But there's a lot of people that did not want to do it.
Rick says, how many games do the Lakers win this year with that super team? I mean, I always shoot high, but it's going to end up – it's 82 games. I think the Lakers could win 65.
I'd say about 65, 60.
65, 70 at its tops. I don't think they'll beat the Golden State record, nah. Because
Probably
even the young
60.
guys in the league today are pretty good. Go ahead, Andrew.
I said they'll probably win 60. And sorry I'm late. I was actually getting something from the pharmacy. But so you guys are talking about how Kyrie Irving doesn't want to take the vaccine. And, you know, I don't really care for basketball. He can't. He can only play road games.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can't play in New York.
What team does he play for again? Does he play
Brooklyn,
for the Yeah. I mean, like I said, man, I don't really care for basketball because, like, of how just so uncompetitive it is. But I respect Kyrie Irving. I mean, you know, my parents are making me. I've already taken the first dose. I'm not taking the second, but my parents still want me to take the second. And, I kind of felt pressured to take the first one. And, I wish I kind of stood my ground and just not taking the first dose. But I'm still going to stand my ground and not take the second one. But anyway, I almost got kicked out of my house because I still live with my parents. I almost got kicked out for not wanting to take the vaccine. That was like back in April. I almost got kicked out.
Well, I actually did catch COVID, so I can't say that it's fake, but I will say that I took the shot, and I'm supposed to take my second one on October 20th. It's the reason why I took it is because I felt bad for giving it to everybody at the house. And it wasn't even like I could have cared less about taking it, but I just felt bad for the people that I gave it to at the house. And I'm like, well, fuck, I might as well just get the shot since I'm going to be working outside anyway. I might as well take it just so that way they can't blame me and say, oh, you gave it to us, you know?
Right.
So let me ask you guys this. Kev, you're a Titans fan. What do you think? Do you like your chances of the Titans winning the Super Bowl, or where do you think you realistically finish? Because I think the AFC South's so weak that the Titans really don't have to win 10 games. They can win 9 and 8 and still take that division. Even maybe 8-9.
Yeah, that's what I said in my last two Titan videos is that they don't really necessarily have to win 10 or 11 games to really get in there. Realistically, I believe that we're there, but we're not there yet. And because you got Bud Dupree who's still trying to get over that torn ACL. He hasn't really played much. We still got Taylor Lewan trying to get over his injury.
Yeah.
And then we have AJ had that hamstring injury. Now Julio's got that hamstring injury. I think it's one of those things where the Titans can be a scary team in the playoffs, especially if they get going and Derrick Henry starts building that momentum. Yeah, they could be a scary team. However, the one thing I want to see is Tannehill does really good during the regular season, but Tannehill really hasn't shown up in the playoffs.
Of course.
In the AFC Championship game against the Chiefs, the Chiefs did a really good job of containing Derrick Henry, and Tannehill was nowhere to be found. And also too, the Titans defense also needs to learn how to tackle better, and they also need to. It can't just be Harold Landry going after the quarterback. We need to be a little bit more aggressive with stuff.
Versatile, yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, though, I think that we're a playoff team. We can go, I think, to the divisional round. It just all depends on because we'll find out this week because next Monday, we got Buffalo coming home, and then we got Kansas City coming here. So we'll find out. So we'll find out where the Titans stand as far as that goes.
But even worst case scenario, the Titans are in a division where it's not really like I don't know. I don't see the Colts, us, or the Jaguars even being a mirror of a threat to you guys. The Texans and the Jaguars alone are going to be under 3. the Colts are your only really biggest threat. And even that's going to be a big if because they're going to lose to Baltimore tonight. That's 1-4. Then we play them next week, both 1-4. So that means one of us is going, and we can sneak in there and beat them, and then we're still going to lose a lot of games. So honestly, I think the Titans can go 7-10 and win that South. But I know realistically you're not thinking that. But shit, Titans could just you could probably win 5 games, lose the rest, and still win.
Well, I'll tell anybody this. Last year, Buffalo came into town last year, and we beat the pants off of Buffalo. So I will say this, though. We match up well against Buffalo. You know,
That's
I
a
don't
Monday
know.
Night Football.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to match up well against Kansas City. I mean, Kansas City's kind of slipped a little bit this year. So we'll see what happens with that. But I want to see how the Titans do against the Bills and against the Chiefs, because if we do well against both teams, like say for example, we beat them both, then I can see us going to the playoffs and having no fear against either one of those two teams.
Okay. So where do you think the Titans need to finish at? And then I'll let Andrew speak.
Okay.
We at least need to be we got an extra game this year, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I say we can go at least 9-8, or we can go at least 10-7 and get into the playoffs.
All right. Well, what were you going to say, Andrew?
Yeah, that's kind of realistically where I have you guys as well. I think the division's either going to be the Colts or the Titans, but we'll see at the end of the year what happens. But I was going to bring up a comment. So you said in the AFC Championship game against the Chiefs that the Chiefs contained Derrick Henry and they forced Ryan Tannehill to get out of his comfort zone. Well, you know what? That's the same thing Chiefs did in the Super Bowl against Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yep.
And that's why I've been wanting to put Trey Lance in, because Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, at least Ryan Tannehill is a bit more mobile and has a much stronger arm, and not only that, he's also more durable too. But Jimmy Garoppolo isn't. He's not either of those three things. So that's why I wanted Lance in, and he didn't do too bad yesterday. I mean, he could have done better, but, I'm not going to give him a hard time because he is a rookie. It was his very first start. But, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what the Chiefs did. That's like what you said that reminded me of just that.
Yeah, when we're talking about
yeah,
go ahead, Andrew.
I'm sorry. But, yeah, we were talking about the Bills and your next two opponents. Yeah, because I was forgetting where we were talking about. But, yeah, so I think you guys are going to beat the Chiefs right now. Actually, this is a coin flip, but the Bills, I think, are going to win because their defense is much better this year. They just look unstoppable.
All right, well, Andrew, so I was watching your Niners game, the Niners-Cardinals game, and I saw the highlights, and you guys didn't score till the third quarter. And, I mean, look, I'm not saying Trey Lance didn't have moments where he can scramble out of the pocket and run, but to me,
right,
with the fact that your defense held the Cardinals to under 10 for pretty much most of the game, till that final touchdown in the fourth, I felt like the Cardinals almost gave you guys chances to win. What do you think?
Oh, yeah.
Why did it take so long for you guys to finally score in the third?
So I didn't watch every single second of the game. I was actually at the gym. I finally had Sunday off to watch my Niners play, so I could actually watch the whole game. I thought they were moving the ball pretty well on offense. It's just the problem is we just couldn't finish. There were holding penalties that killed drives. There were we got to the and we just couldn't finish there. Trey Lance tried to go for a touchdown, but he was stopped at the very last second. He was like 1 inch away from it being a touchdown. And yeah, it sucks. But what was his PFF grade? 66, I think.
Yeah,
I mean,
66.
it's not the best, but it's not the worst either. I mean, it could be so much worse. I think Justin Fields had a grade of 51, and Jimmy Garoppolo, like this, year so far, has only had one grade over Trey Lance's. Only one, and that was against the Lions, who have like the worst defense in the league.
So how many games you got the Niners finishing off at?
Well, I mean, I don't think we're a Super Bowl team. I mean, I said this going into the season. I knew we weren't going to be the 19, at least not this year. But we could potentially be a playoff team.
This year?
I mean, we'll see. I mean, we'll see, man. We'll see. We could make the playoffs, but it's going to be tough.
Is Trey Lance starting this whole year or what?
What's that?
Is Trey Lance starting the rest of the year? Is Jimmy hurt or they just benched him?
Jimmy's hurt right now, but they should go with Trey Lance the rest of the year. I mean, if they go back with Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm not going to watch the game. I'm just going to say, yep. I'm not going to watch it.
I said it this year. I'll say it once. I'll say it again. I like Jimmy G a lot. I know what he's capable of. But if he can't stay healthy for a third time, 3 strikes, you're out, dude. What do you think the Giants are doing right now with Barkley?
Yeah.
The fans are already saying, I saw Mr. Bad Dog's video. I saw a couple others videos, Vic, and they said, look, dude, it's not even worth picking up a 5th-year option on Barkley because he's gonna be in his 5th year next year. The guy can't stay healthy. We got to get rid of him. It's just football. Like Mr. Bad Dog said, it's just football.
They have to. Yeah. They got to trade him. They should trade him.
I have a question for you, Andrew. Now, if you ever...
anyway.
Go ahead.
I actually did get to answer this one for the 49ers wins. I think they'll probably finish with like maybe 9 wins.
I had them at 9 and 8
this year. I think they'll finish with 9. Yeah. But I'll answer your question, Kevin. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, like, if there was that time when Brady was leaving New England, and we all know that Brady is a Bay guy.
Yeah.
If the 49ers had the opportunity, do you think that they should have gotten rid of Jimmy G and gotten Brady on there?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. After the Super Bowl loss, I was like, I thought Jimmy Garoppolo was going to improve. I thought he could get better. But, I ended up being wrong. I mean, it was kind of stupid for me to say, oh, maybe they should stick with Jimmy Garoppolo. He could get better. He could be really good. And, I thought, Tom Brady was still pretty good. I thought he had a bit of a down year. But at the same time, his last year with New England, his weapons weren't very good. The only good, halfway decent weapon he had was Edelman.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the fact he had 24 touchdowns, 8 picks with that team is, it's really good. So, yeah, I think, I'm speaking from hindsight, obviously, yeah, they should have gotten Brady. But, Tampa Bay had. I think the one thing we have over Tampa was just the better defense. Even though Tampa's defense did, kind of tune up in the playoffs, but outside of that, they had, better receivers. They had a better O-line. Our O-line was pretty bad last year, outside of like Trent Williams, who we got in a trade from the Redskins.
I have a trade.
I don't know how it would have turned out. What's that?
I have a trade proposal for the 49ers. If things don't work out with Garoppolo, and I know this is supposed to be legitimately, think about this trade here. And this, I know it would never happen, but it's like a what-if scenario. Aaron Rodgers wants to leave Green Bay and wants to go back to California. You trade Jimmy G for Aaron Rodgers.
If but Green Bay, I think, would want more than that.
Well, I know they would want more than that, but I'm just saying, like, you could be like, okay,
I'll even break you off something better. I think the Niners should have traded for Watson. I think the Niners could go in and maybe not.
Or maybe I'm breaking it.
Okay, is it still breaking up? Andrew? I can't hear him at all. Hey, Andrew, you want to come back off and come back
You
on?
guys hear me? I think
Yeah, come back off and come back on. Yeah, I'm going to kick you off, but come back right back in, okay? All right. My bad. No,
That's actually not a bad trade. Having Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson should have went to the Niners. I think the Texans should have traded him right off the bat. I was saying this, even with all those scandals, I think the Texans could lower their asking price and get 2 first-round draft picks. I think that's a reasonable exchange. I think Deshaun, despite the fact, even if he gets convicted, that could be 3-4 years from now. You can still win with him. He's 5 years of his deal. Why not just take him, get it over with? That way the Texans move on from this god-awful fucking demon, and he could just fucking go to some other team and maybe be prosperous there. And look, winning cures everything. If he goes and wins two rings with the Niners and then goes to prison 2 years later, they won't even give a shit. Niners will be like, I appreciate your 2 titles you gave me, and I appreciate we'll put some money in your commissary. And then he could go be the next longest yard, kind of guy.
Well, the one thing about the Texans, and I will say this too, the one thing that's really screwed you guys was fucking Bill O'Brien. I mean, him making these stupid boneheaded deals like trading D-Hop to Arizona was a really bad mistake.
Well, yeah, I mean, looking back at it now, I understand that we made a mistake, but look at it like this too. D-Hop had 3 years left on his deal. He wanted a max deal with 3 years left. And normally players don't get that kind of deal that early before they're but yeah. So he wanted a max contract extension. Sort of the one we gave sort of the one we gave the Watson. We couldn't afford to keep both of them under the NFL salary cap. So we'd have to make a decision. You pay your star receiver, you pay your star quarterback. Now, if we'd have known that Deshaun Watson would have been in the situation that dickhead's in now, we would have said, okay, Hopkins, I'll give you your money. But that's not how it happened. Plus, Hopkins also was becoming a problem, and a lot of people didn't want to talk about that. But Texans media has already been covering that he's starting to become a problem the last year, and he's started building turmoil between him and the front office. I'm sorry, but you can't a guy like that. So you have to think from a business standpoint, paying him a lot of money. Andrew, I hear a lot of wind in your background, man. Let me mute him real quick. Let me mute him. Andrew. I can't mute him, man. It's like there's a lot of wind blowing, man. Now, anyways, we had to give up Hopkins. That had to happen because of the contract issues, the turmoil. I get that. My question is, why you didn't get back a first-round draft pick? Why? You could have got a first round for this man.
Yeah.
And that could have been Watson's replacement. And then now Watson's situation has stalled the organization from moving on. I get that. I think
you guys could have got that first round deal.
Yep.
And y'all guys could have drafted someone like Justin Fields or someone that could have fit in. And they could have been like, okay, well, now that we got that pick, let's trade Deshaun Watson and get another pick. And you guys would have been stacked for the next couple of years. But
we could have got Mike Anderson says, remember, Texas could have gotten Peyton around 2011, but stuck with Shaw because of Kubiak's dumbass. Yeah. But to be fair, Shaw did take us to the playoffs that year and the year before that. So I think I understood the mindset behind that decision. And then later it turned up kicking us in the ass. But at that time we were winning. We went to the playoffs. We had 2 double-digit winning seasons I think that year and the year after. And I could sort of understand the mindset is like, well, if the wheels are rolling and the iron's hot, why get off that track? So I get the mindset, but that decision ended up kicking us in the ass because then Schaub ended up being really terrible for the next 3 years after that. And then unfortunately, we had to get rid of him.
I just realized that I remember Andrew because when I used to have the Chaos Point of View channel, he was subbed to me. So now I remember Andrew. I was starting to remember. I was like, where do I remember Andrew from?
Yeah, it's Andrew Hotz from the Niners.
Yeah, I remember now. I'm like, holy shit, yeah,
cool dude. I haven't seen that guy in 2 years. He just started popping up in my late night streams out of nowhere. I thought he was from Texas because he kept talking about issues from Texas. I'm thinking he's probably from my area. So I thought he was a Texan fan. I said, what fan are you of the Niners? I said, wow, why does this sound so familiar? He's like, I used to be in your tournament back in the day. I'm like, I had to go look back and I said, there's only one Andrew I know, and that's Andrew Hotz. He's like, I'm that guy. I'm like, oh, hey.
He said that his connection's bad, that he'll stay in the live chat.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool, bro. I said they gave away first-round picks for Lamarlee Tunzel and isn't even that good. We could have gotten Trent Williams for cheaper, like third. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a bunch of first. Yep. Texans front office gets in their own way. Oh, hey, Mike Anderson. I know you didn't watch my stream yesterday, but I was ripping the head coach a new asshole because he costed us the game yesterday by going for it on fourth down on a punt on your own 40 when you should have punted the ball away up 13. And he costed us the game. And then electing to kick a field goal 56 yards when your kicker already had missed from 33 and 34. It's like that wasn't smart. You gave the Patriots the ball on our essentially midfield, which is essentially it ended up becoming just a short drive for Mac Jones. And they ended up beating us. So I accused the NFL referees of cheating because they called a roughing the passer on Collins when he didn't hit the quarterback. He barely touched him and then backed off, and they called the flag. That was a big 3rd down and 15. They gave the Patriots a first down and ended up kicking the game-winning field goal. And that was the end of that. And so with the head coach, and the game ball goes to David Culley for making bad calls in the fourth quarter, and then also give the game ball to our kicker Fabrini, who costed us 5 points on the board with 2 extra points and a field goal. So they both costed us yesterday. Long neck, a.k.a. Davis Mills, 305 yards and 3 touchdowns, no turnovers. And guess what his QBR rating was before he came into the game?
What's that?
It was a 1. Now it's like back in the hundreds. Or his average will probably be like 70-something, but hey, I like Davis Mills you cannot blame him for yesterday's loss. That was on the head coach and our field goal kicker.
Actually, the one thing I'll say too about the Texans, if they would have done their cards right and gotten some of these draft picks, you guys would probably be built for the next 2 or 3 years. And you guys would be right back in the conversation with the AFC South again.
Oh, if you're the Tennessee Titans, you got to love this debacle. The Jaguars are a complete, absolute joke. The Texans organization have made some moves that set us back. The Colts they have Carson Wentz starting. I think that's enough said there. I have to be honest with you. If you're the Tennessee Titans, you're sitting in the driver's seat at least for the next 2 years. At least automatic dubs, automatic division titles for 2020. What is this? 2023 next year, 2024, maybe even 2025. That's how bad this division is. I think the Titans or at least got the division title, at least for next year, for sure. I think also it may carry on to the following year, too. If you're the Titans, you got to love this. All the Titans got to do is just fortify their defenses for a playoff run. That's it.
By the way, Mike Anderson said in the comment section, did you talk about that woman who was twerking on Urban Meyer? And do you think he'll take the USC job after? Right here it is.
So what do you think about that, Kev? About him? First of all, in that whole scandal, what do you think? Yay, nay, issue, no issue? What do you think?
Hey, well, he is the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the owner of the Jaguars' son is the owner of AEW Wrestling.
Yes, he is.
It kind of paints it in a bad picture. I think Urban Meyer bit off more than he can chew. He came into the NFL thinking that he can coach in the NFL level, and it's pretty much showing that he cannot coach in the NFL level. And if the Jags are smart, get rid of him, let him go to USC or whatever, and bring in somebody that can do the job.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I said this before. I'll say this again with Urban Meyer getting caught. Look, dude, A lot of us guys would take the bait. I'm not even gonna lie. If I was married, I probably would have jumped in that shit. Look, dude, she was fine as hell. Okay, a bunch of dudes would take that offer. I'm not gonna skim the man for that. Don't do something I wouldn't do. I'll leave it like that. But I will say this: when you're rich and you got a lot of money like that for dudes, and you got a lot of options.
Would you like salmon with stuffed crab?
Yeah, I'll have some.
I just baked that.
Appreciate
Are you
it.
sure? You want me to?
No, you good. No, I'll have it. Appreciate it. Now this stuffed crab right here.
You know what's interesting that you mentioned that because
Most rich men would take the deal. When you have options as a rich guy, most rich dudes will take that. Go ahead.
I'm going to be honest here. My first year of me and Mel being married in 2011, when I started working again at the nightclubs and stuff like that, as soon as the women see this, as soon as they saw that, they were all over my ass. And some of them were fine ass women too. And I was sitting there like, I mean, men would be tempted. I agree with that.
Yeah.
He would be tempted. Whether you're married or not, you'd be tempted, especially, that would be like, let's say, for example, who's a really attractive woman in the world right now? That'd be like if you had like the Victoria's Secret models all twerking on you. I mean,
that would be hard to walk away from for most.
You're gonna be hard to walk away from. I mean, that's just how it is.
But you gotta admit though, and I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I used to be very toxic on my channel for years, and it took me a while to start changing my ways on YouTube. It took me a while. That's why you guys don't see car rant videos or anything like that anymore. A lot of people say, "Well, I know you changed a lot on your YouTube channel." Because I'm not toxic like I used to be. But anyways, to get back to what I was saying, man, look, when I was in a relationship for three and a half years, I had more offers for pussy than I did when I was single. I swear to God, dude. I had women offering to spend the night at my house. I've had them offer me sex, and I didn't have to put in any work. When I brought my ex at the time up to Kroger's that I was working with at the time, to introduce her to all my friends and stuff, I had at least 3 coworkers who wanted to spend the night at my house. I've had them offer me sex, literally. I've had some of her friends try to hit on me that were single. For some odd reason, you can ask Kev, you don't have to be the best looking guy. But for some reason, when you got that label of like either a ring or you're in a relationship, for some reason, it draws more women to you. What do you think that is, Kev? What do you think the reason behind that is? What do you think the science is?
Because those women probably don't. I'm thinking it's because those women can't get a guy to commit. So they're probably wondering how that other girl got you to commit.
That's a good analogy.
Kind of like a little reverse psychology. Wait a minute. So what is it about her that got you to commit? But I'm dating all these men and I can't get them to commit.
Kev, I've never heard that one before. That's actually new.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of one of those things because I'm not friends with this girl anymore because Mel wanted to kill her. But this girl was always, every guy was attracted to her, and she wanted my best friend. And my best friend was in a relationship for 20 something years. And she kept on and on and on and on. And then she kept saying, what is it about that girl that he stays with for 20 something years? They're not married. They're not getting married. What does she do that I don't have? And I'm just like, I started thinking about it when she made that comment. I'm like, that's what it is. They see a ring on a man's finger, or they see a man out with a woman, and they go, now the girls, now you do have some girls that'll be like, well, I don't want to mess with you because you're in a relationship. But at the same time, though, they're trying to be modest with it at first. But then they start to get curious. They're like, oh, well, he listens to me. And then they start getting curious, like, so how was she able to catch him? She was able to reel him in, get him in. He put a ring on that. How can I get that?
So you're saying that women ultimately have a difficult time finding men who are willing to commit long term.
Well, yeah, I mean, like you got some girls.
Agree.
Yeah, you get some girls who mess around with some assholes and players, and then they start thinking, well, maybe it's me, maybe it's me, maybe it's me, And then they bump into a guy, and that guy is like, wait a minute, he's married? Like, how was she able to get him? Because now the girl starts talking to you because she's curious on how you got married. You know,
Remember when I was in a relationship, I was 100 pounds heavier. I was at my worst, and I still was getting offers.
Yeah.
I've lost 100 pounds over 5 years, and I have gotten I don't want to say zero, but not as, let's just say the ratio between when I was in a relationship versus when I wasn't, there's a big gap there. My offers are nowhere near the amount. And if I was getting pussy or was pulling females, I had to put in the work. But when I was in a relationship, I didn't have to put in no work.
Because here's something that people don't understand. Women are more territorial than we are. Yeah, it's more like women, there are certain women that want attention and they want your attention only. And if you give attention to another woman, it's pretty much like grounds for like, okay, so you like that. You know, they'll start thinking that way. And it's, women are very territorial. They'll fight each other. And they, you know, it's weird. Us dudes, we can go to a bar, get into a bar fight, and then afterwards we're having drinks going, why the hell are we getting a fight? Women, on the other hand, they get into a fight, they'll hate each other for the rest of their life.
Oh, yes.
They will go to the other girl's funeral to make sure that girl's dead.
Facts.
That is what's going on. These girls do not forgive each other.
Or sometimes I've seen girls get in a fight and then 3 years later they'll start talking like it's no big deal. But they'll have like old grudges. Because with guys, like, I look at it like this. With men, if we see a woman that's married, I'm not going to say we ain't going to hit it. I ain't going to say that we're not going to take the offer if it's presented. But I think most men, I would look at it like, and I think Kev's pretty much on the same side of me. Okay, she's married. She's probably got a lot of baggage, but it's not like I'm trying to marry her anyway. I'm just trying to smash. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to fuck. So as long as you're getting sex, you're like, all right, cool. Like, and that could actually be our reason for not committing to you, because we'll say, well, you're already married anyway. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of our scapegoat. But for women, there's, you know, when they're doing that, there's a lot more emotion behind it. That's why, like, one of the women that commented on one of my videos the other day, she said, you guys sure like to call us out for dating Pookie and Ray Ray or the bad guys, but you sure as hell won't hold yourselves accountable for the ain't shit chicks y'all fuck around with and party with and go out with and snort coke with and do drugs with and drink with and chicks you know that you wouldn't even marry, but you don't hold yourselves accountable. I'm like, it's not that. But the difference is when we hook up with ain't shit chicks, we already know we ain't trying to marry them. That's the difference. Am I right, Kev?
Look, I look at it like this. During my time that I was single, before I got with Mel, I was single for about 4 years there.
Yeah.
And there was times where the first time I would go on a date with a girl, I'm not trying to get in her pants that day. They were offering it to me. So, I mean, there was one girl who I was talking to that was in a relationship and she wanted me. I thought she was hot. I almost wanted her, but I also was respecting about the fact I'm like, look, whatever you do is on you because you're with a dude. So if you do something with me, it's on you. Because I don't want to do this behind the guy's back. If you're gonna be with me, you gotta tell the guy you want to do something with me. I mean, because I don't want to sit there and be one of those. Because I've seen it happen at the bar when I used to work at the nightclubs. I've seen it all the time. The guy comes in with his girl, and all of a sudden, this girl knows about 4 or 5 dudes there from a past thing, and then all of a sudden, all you see is a big bar fight over a girl.
But do you notice that? I think, but see, men do stupid stuff too, though. To be fair, like I've seen dudes fist fighting over, like Kev just mentioned it. I've seen dudes fist fighting over a chick that they're not even dating. Yeah, like I've seen this. I swear to God. One time, my homegirl had these 2 like white guys. They were kind of like nerdy gamer guys, and I felt so sorry for these guys. These dudes were literally fighting each other over this chick, and ain't none of them didn't even get so much as a hug, a handshake, taking them out, or nothing. Dudes will do stupid shit like that to impress a girl, but only mature men won't go, like are more mellow and laid back. And I think that's what girls like. I think the problem is there's not a lot of balanced guys.
You got girls out there who, the reason why sometimes you got some girls who are attracted to assholes is because the reason why they go to an asshole is because they want to control and program him to their liking.
Interesting.
That's why certain girls go with assholes, because they're like, oh, well, if I could fix him and change him to what I like.
Okay, so challenge.
The challenge. And that's what my old friend, my old friend who was like a sister to me, every time she would date a dude, I knew it wouldn't work, because I'm like, look, I know what you're doing. You're dating this asshole. It's not going to work. You're gonna get hurt, and you're gonna basically come back. And she go, yeah, you're right. I'm trying to do that. I'm like, why don't you try dating a nice guy for a change? She's like, yeah, but they're boring. And I'm like,
I think that's what it means. There's not enough balanced men that are in between the two that can balance their good and bad qualities, like a balance.
That's why me and Mel work, because I have the good guy quality, but I also have the dick quality. So,
but see, don't you think that's the reason why women sort of target towards married men or guys, because they figure those guys are more balanced? They know how to like handle the situation, and maybe that's what draws interest.
That's exactly what draws interest. Because they're like, okay, well, if he's married and he's been successfully married, especially if you've been married for a while. I've been married for 10 years now. So if you've been married for a while, they're like, oh, well, he's in it till the end. He's got his shit together. We know exactly how he is, because he can go from good to bad and the ugly quick.
Rick said a good message on Facebook. He said the problem is a lot of proclaimed single men come off as desperate and desperate and what? What was that? He said desperate and desperate. Yeah, he said the problem is a lot of single men come off as desperate and unwanted. I don't know, Kev, you want to weigh into that?
Depends on the dude. Like, if you got like a bunch of Hispanic guys together, like little Hispanic guys, and they're not learning and they don't know English, and they see these girls dancing, and girls like to dance with each other. So when you see them at the bar or the club and they're dancing, you see these guys coming over there trying to grind on them without their permission. Yeah, you're going to look like you're going to look like you're
desperate. And
desperate. Yeah.
I think that's why a lot of like guys that are kind of single too kind of have that stigma of like, the reason why you're single is because you're unwanted. And I think that's also like why a lot of women target guys who tend to get a lot of girls or tend to be married. Because trust me, like, it's weird because you can be the ugliest dude in the world, but when you're married or you're in a relationship, dude, you'll be very surprised of what offers you can get. And you don't even have to have any game.
You know what's interesting is that as Mel gets a lot of offers from older dudes.
No shit.
Yeah, because they all like
sugar daddy shit.
Yeah, well, she's not attracted to it, but they're just like, well, I don't, my wife don't look like that anymore. Like, you look like a mistress and this and that. And I'm sitting there thinking, wow, so if I be old, you want to be my mistress too? I mean, I just kind of like, I don't get, it doesn't bother me, because I'm like, hey, older dudes are,
hey, you should get her to do the sugar daddy thing. Sometimes, hey, they'll send her money and she don't have to do anything for it. There's girls that do that, bro.
I know.
You should tell. Look, I'm already thinking to be bad. Oh God, my mind's in the wrong place.
Well, no, there was one time we went to the bar and she was going to get a glass of wine, and this older guy's like, I'll pay for it. And she looked at me and I went, let him do it. And what she did was she said, thank you, went over there and was with me, and the older guy's like, are you serious?
So let me ask you a question, Kev. You've been married for 10 years. I could just imagine all the offers you get thrown at you. Especially in your security guard bouncing days, when you were a security guard for a club.
Oh my God, yeah.
Were you married then?
Not in the beginning stages of that, but toward the end. Yeah, this is when me and Mel were like a couple months into our marriage. And these women are just like, hi, and they'll come down there and they'll like want to flirt with you, and because they also want to flirt with you if you're a security guard because they want to make sure they can get away with much shit as possible.
Or that, or they can get in. Hey, have you ever look between us? Well, I know it's on air, but were you ever offered sexual favors in advance to let them in?
Yep.
Okay, I figured that. My homeboy was a security guard. He was telling me about that shit.
Yeah.
He said bitches would throw their pussy right at him and say, "Well, if you let me smash or my homegirl, then you let us in." I'm like, damn, all for a $10 cover.
This was before I met Mel, but this is when I was working security in the early years. I was at the door and I wasn't supposed to let anyone under 18 in.
Okay.
And this one girl was like, "Hey, my friend's 17. She's about to turn 18 this weekend. Could you let her in?" And I said no. And then she's like, "Well, what if I suck your dick?"
And how old was she?
She was like 21.
Oh, okay.
So I was kind of like,
all right.
I was like, tempting, but no.
Really? You didn't do it? But you said you've had security guard friends who did, though, right?
Oh God, yeah. And because I basically said, but I won't do it, but that doesn't mean my buddy over here wouldn't do it. And I was like, "Hey, come over here." And he's like, "Hey, would you let them in for that?" He's like, "Yeah." And then I'm like, you go ahead and do it, then I ain't getting in trouble.
All right, let's go ahead and read some of these comments real quick. There's no more excuses for the Texans, man. It's been almost 20 freaking years since expansion teams are not. It shouldn't take 10 years. Hey, man, it only took the Ravens 4 years. I agree. But like I said, the Ravens predicate their how they build their team through the draft, man, and they hit gold when they drafted Lamar Jackson. Mm-hmm. Texans have refused to draft a decent quarterback, and with Watson, he was up and coming. It's just the shit that went down. That otherwise, I think the Texans would be would make the playoffs again this year if it wasn't for the Deshaun Watson fiasco. I think all around we got a decent team. It's just Deshaun Watson, and then the trades, and then not having a first round draft pick kind of put us in the 8 ball. But we're rebuilding, Mike, and whether you like it or not. And I know we had 20 years of expansion or not, but the point is anytime you're rebuilding, that's hitting the reset button. So I have to give this coaching. I have to give Lovie Smith, Tim Kelly, and David Culley, who's a first-time head coach. I have to give them time, and then I have to give us time for this Watson situation. I knew in the offseason that started, I said, based on all this, don't be surprised if we win 2 to 5 games. I've already saw this coming. It's just having to play the patient game is what's the problem. And honestly, I think it's going to take the Texans, based on what I'm seeing, you're looking at a 2 or 3 year process. And then I know that's not what what y'all want to hear. I'm just being realistic. JJ Watt's gone, D-Hop's gone. All the players it took to build a Super Bowl team are gone. So we don't have that much veteranship. So we have no choice. We don't have a running game. We don't have a secondary guys that can cover. We have a quarterback who was thrown into the fire right away. It's kind of hard, man, to build a Super Bowl team around that. That's what I'm saying. We're looking at 2 or 3 years. Hopefully you're in the draft that we could draft some guys and sort of draft and mold our team back into a playoff contender again. So this could be a 2, 3, 4 year project. I'm willing to wait. It's just the patience is just I'm going to have to wait. I just hope we can remain competitive till then. Titans are in the driver's seat. They're in the best opportunity to – if anybody's going to win a Super Bowl out of the AFC South, it's going to be the Titans. I hate to admit it, but it's the truth. They have the pieces to win the division, but do they have the pieces to make a deep playoff run? And that's will be yet to be seen. But let's go ahead and read the next comment. I think people are grilling Urban Meyer because of his track record. A bunch of Gator players arrested under his tenure. Aaron Hernandez, his assistant coach, beat his wife. Oh, I didn't know that. And then the Tim Tebow clown show. Yeah, that could be it. Okay, here's a question for both of us. Do you think Steph Curry is a Hall of Famer? What do you think, Kev?
If his career ended today, I would say yes.
Okay.
I would say yeah. I mean, he is a. I mean, he does have a couple. He does have a couple NBA championship rings.
He's got 3,
and he is probably one of the. He's probably one of the best shooting point guards that I've ever seen.
Fair enough.
You know, I mean, I'm not saying he's the best passer because that would be like Magic or something like that, but
Yeah.
he's the best pound for pound shooting point guard that I've seen. So yeah,
Kev,
I think he would be in there.
So how many more rings do you think Steph Curry's got enough to win one more ring, or you think it lasts at 3?
Right now, I think it would last at 3 unless he leaves Golden State or Golden State starts putting pieces together around him.
LeBron's got 2 years left. Plus, you got to remember he's going to probably re-sign another deal somewhere or stay with LA. So that by then Steph's already 31, 32. Yeah, I think unless he leaves Golden State and goes somewhere else or they pick up somebody, he'll just remain with 3. But that's all he really needs. He doesn't need 10 championships.
Well, if I could go back to what you were saying about, can I go back to what he was saying about the Texans? The reason why for 20 years, you guys did have a good teams there for a while.
Yeah.
The reason why is because you had Tom Brady in New England in your way.
Mm-hmm.
That was the problem. Yeah.
We have Ben Roethlisberger. You got Peyton Manning.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when Peyton Manning used to dominate the AFC South
for
all the early 2000s? It used to be all Colts winning their divisions. I think the Titans won 2 in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
They won 2 years. And then Jacksonville, I think, won 1. And then in the second half, we actually managed to win like 6, which was pretty good. I think the Titans won, 2?
And the Jags when they went to that AFC Championship game against the Patriots, they got screwed there at the end.
Yeah, they should have won.
Yeah. So if you look at the Texans as a whole, they had the pieces, and there was times where I thought, wow, these guys got a really good defense. You guys had a really good record. But then when you went up against Pittsburgh or New England in the playoffs, you guys got beat. So, I mean, if you take away, I think if the Texans would have been in the NFC during those times, you guys would have been facing New England in the Super Bowl with the defense y'all have.
Rick said, what is it going to take to beat the Bills? The Bills just crushed the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football. Now they go to Tennessee on Monday Night Football.
Well, what I've noticed here recently with teams against, I mean, Derrick Henry's getting his yards, he's getting his touchdowns, but I noticed that teams are starting to learn how to tackle him now.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen it. Like they'll trip him up by his ankle, or they'll gang tackle him, or and teams are pumped up about that because the sports media has put up like, oh, look at Derrick Henry stiff arming this guy, stiff arming that guy. You saw what he did to Josh Norman from Buffalo last year.
Oh, yes.
I mean, that's the thing right there. Buffalo's defense is better, and they're aggressive. The one thing I have to say for the Titans, though, is they got to learn. Their offensive line's got to learn to protect Tannehill more. You can't let him get hit all those times.
So what's it going to take for Titans to beat Buffalo? That's going to be you see in their offense, man. And Josh Allen, the Bills look better this year than last year.
What scares me about this Ty is the fact the Titans secondary is young, and besides Jenkins, we don't have Malcolm Butler back there. We don't have Logan Ryan back there. Now we have Kevin Byard and all that, but we don't. And Christian Fulton has stepped in and done a really good job as a starting corner because he was a second rounder last year. But we're going to have to learn to tackle against Buffalo. And we had a little problem with that with Jacksonville. And you can't this is where the Titans learn how to shine. The Titans can go up against a team like the Jets, who they should beat, and they'll screw it. But then they'll go up against a team like Buffalo, and then they'll come in there with all guns a-blazing.
Damn.
So that's the reason why I don't think the Titans are at what they need to be. This Buffalo game is going to be physical. That's the one thing. The Titans are they got to stick to who they are. They got to be physical, and they have to beat up Buffalo. If you don't beat up Buffalo, Josh Allen and them are going to tear you apart.
So what are the keys to beating Buffalo? That high-powered offense is just...
You're going to have to match them. The Titans' offense has got to be on all cylinders.
Like, so what's the offensive side of the ball? What type of offensive scheme do you think the Titans should run?
The Titans need to go back to what they did last year against Buffalo. They need to use their play action more, which protects Tannehill. They need to. It wouldn't hurt having Julio Jones healthy for that game, which he might be.
Julio Jones has been non-effective the whole year. I don't think he has a touchdown, does he?
He does not have a touchdown, but he's been catching a lot of passes before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Derrick Henry's going to have that game he had last year against him. He's going to have 150 or 200 yards against this Buffalo team.
Nice.
So in order for this to happen, we got to stay with them, because if we come in there and we don't play our best on offense, our Titans defense is not going to hold Buffalo for very long.
Okay.
Buffalo is going to score on us regardless. So, yeah, Buffalo scares me.
Buffalo's the hottest team in the AFC, in my opinion, besides Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
The teams that, I take that back. It's the Chargers, the Ravens, but they both play each other this week. That's going to be a good game, probably game of the week. And then, of course, you got the Bills. Those are the three scariest teams in the league. And, of course, you still got the Browns that are kind of hovering. But that loss against the Chargers, then they got to play Arizona this week. That's going to be a tough game for them against the undefeated Cardinals. And Mr. Muhead, I think the NFL betting lines and the referees may take a little interest into helping the Cardinals win. So don't be upset if they let the Cardinals go 6-0. You know, it'd be funny if the Cardinals come out of the tunnel and they play Goldberg's theme song, and the refs are like knocking on the door, and then you see like Murray and all the guys, and then the referees are walking in a straight line, and they're like, "Oh, we're just helping them escort them to the ring." You're like, "What?"
And JJ walks over like,
and then Cleveland's like, "Come on, man, what are you doing?" And the referee goes, and he throws the flag at him, and he's like, "Unsportsmanlike conduct. This is our first warning for the Cleveland bench. The next penalty will result in ejection for the entire bench and coaching staff."
If that happens, Muhead might have an aneurysm on live video.
Well, they might as well just do the finger poke of death, or like Baker Mayfield takes off the brown shirt and he has like a Cardinals. He's like this. You're like, no, he's just defected to the Cardinals. What are the Browns gonna do now?
Oh no! He spray painted. He spray painted the Cardinals logo on his jersey.
Yeah, like he spray paints it over the Browns, like one of the players or something. You're like, he just joined sides with the Cardinals. I did it in the end.
You know, we were talking about the Barkley earlier with the Giants. I had high hopes for him. I thought he would be good. The reason why people are wondering when Derrick Henry is going to decline, and I'm like, Derrick Henry during the offseason trains like nobody I've ever seen before.
Who?
Derrick Henry. He trains like a monster.
I've
seen. He was doing push-ups during the offseason with resistant bands. Yeah. He's one of those guys who keeps himself in really great shape, and I think we got another good 3 to 4 years with Derrick.
Let's go ahead and read Donovan's comment. Atlanta Falcons should win the Super Bowl against the Patriots. I don't know why Dan Quinn set a play for Matt Ryan, throwing the football, and set a play for Freeman to run the football.
You guys did have Atlanta should have won that Super Bowl. They had New England beaten that first half, and then all of a sudden Dan Quinn comes out there and starts throwing the ball against New England. I'm like, if you're up 28-3, I think they were up 28-3.
Yeah.
In halftime, you should have just kept knocking them in the mouth. I mean,
we were up 24-0 against the Chiefs, but that was the second quarter.
Yeah.
That's why we don't get the 24-0 chance in here as much. Every now and then somebody will say 24-0, and I know what that means. I'm like, oh yeah, that's why we were beat. But that was the second quarter though, not the fourth.
Is it just me, or does anyone else think that Patrick Mahomes walks like he's got a dick in his ass? I mean,
he walks like this, and he has his hands behind his back like a girl.
Yeah,
like a little ballerina. Yeah, he walks like he walks like this. He's like, and then he has his hands behind his back, and he's like, "Get away, get away!" And he'd be like, "I mean,
He's got a little bit of a flaming part to him on there.
He's got a little bit of that Prince in him, you know. Always wonder why he walks to the ring like that. I'm like,
Well, it wasn't me that noticed it. It was one day I was watching Super Bowl. I was watching Super Bowl earlier this year, and Mel's sitting with me, and she's like, why does he walk like a fag? I was like, I don't know. I never noticed it until you said something.
Hey, Donovan Barrow, I'm sorry. He said, what's your favorite wrestler? Mine's is Chris Benoit.
My favorite wrestler of all time, I have.
That's a tough one.
Undertaker is one of them. I've always got respect for Taker. Now, if you're talking about the childhood Kev, the teen, kid Kev, Hulk Hogan was my favorite. But if we're talking about
Which Hogan, though? Which Hogan? American Made or NWO?
Oh, I love them both. I was the one person in my household. Everybody was like hating on Hogan, and I was like, look, you know what? It's payback for all the times they beat up on him. And I was like, this is, I liked Hollywood Hogan, but my favorite of all time is still Taker. It's the fact that he has been in there with, and I also do like this guy. You're damn right. It's Stone Cold Steve Austin. So I would say, yeah, Stone Cold, Undertaker would probably be my two guys.
So you watch wrestling still or not really?
I keep up with it every now and then.
What's the next pay-per-view? I don't even know.
Crown Jewel. They're going to Saudi Arabia.
So what matches are there? Do you know it? Do you know what the matches are?
From what I heard, Roman Reigns versus Brock Lesnar, Universal title.
Okay.
Goldberg and Bobby Lashley are going to have a some kind of street fight.
Okay.
Edge, Seth Rollins, and Hell in a Cell. And then there's going to be Drew McIntyre versus Big E for the WWE Championship.
Big E's going
Sasha Banks versus Becky Lynch versus that Bianca for the Women's Championship.
Bianca will win because of this. There's the SummerSlam botch of her losing in 10 seconds.
And then they got the women and the men's King of the Ring and Queen of the Ring finals.
So who's in? How many participants are there in the King of the Ring and the Queen of the Ring?
I have no idea.
Let me see. I'm gonna see that right here. King of the Ring men's. Let me see. Wait, I forgot to put WWE. My bad. 2021. King of the Ring men's. Oh, it says the first competitors.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the bracket officially revealed. Okay, let me look at it. Here goes. It's 2, 4, 6. Oh, there's only 8. No, there's 16 for the men's. Huh.
Oh, wow.
Okay. They got a SmackDown and a Raw side. It says Sami Zayn takes on Rey Mysterio. Cesaro takes on Finn Balor. Kofi Kingston takes on Jinder Mahal. Ricochet takes on Xavier Woods. It kicks off October 8th. Okay, so that they've already had that one.
And speaking of Mike Anderson, he said in your comments about, did you guys hear about Owen Hart's family signing with AEW? AEW is getting rights to distribute and manufacture products with his name, but it's strange since everything he's done is with WWE.
Wow.
No, it's not. I mean, the Hart family has been kind of depleted on that because Brett's like, they should put Owen in the Hall of Fame. It's Owen Hart's wife that she still holds a grudge with WWE because she feels like the WWE killed her husband, with that little accident he had. So I can see, I mean, she owns the rights to Owen's name. So as far as I'm concerned, if AEW is using it, then really not much WWE can do about it.
I mean, they agreed to it, right?
If if Owen Hart's wife's agreeing to let them use Owen Hart's name for AEW's tournament, then
Wow. I don't know who's all in the tournament, Rick. I tried looking it up. Oh, let me look at it again. WWE King of the Ring participants.
they have
2021.
a queen in the ring too. Let me see.
Got a queen one too?
Yeah.
Okay, it's an 8-man tournament for Raw and SmackDown. And then like I said, the winner's going to Crown Jewel. Okay, here's the participants. Y'all want to hear?
Sure, what's up?
It's only 8 guys total. I thought it was 16. They should make it 16. I don't know why. Okay, Rey Mysterio and Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn won, so he's in the next round. Finn Balor defeated Cesaro in pinfall. Finn Balor versus Sami Zayn in the next round. Kofi Kingston takes on Jinder Mahal for Raw, and Xavier Woods versus Ricochet. So then the winner of those meets up. So it'll be a SmackDown and Raw guy for Crown Jewel. The semifinals is SmackDown October 15th, Raw October 18th. Honestly, I think they should have did a top 16. That's just my personal opinion.
The Queen of the Ring has Zelina Vega pinned Toni Storm. Carmella beat Liv Morgan. Then we got on tonight's Raw, you got Doudrop versus Natalia and Shayna Baszler versus Dana Brooke. And that's the Queen of the Ring.
Okay, wait, what are the Queen of the Ring again?
Well, Toni Storm faced Zelina Vega. She beat her on SmackDown. Zelina beat Toni. And Carmella beat Liv Morgan. So those two have advanced. And now on Raw, you got Doudrop versus Natalia and I think Shayna Baszler versus Dana Brooke.
Oh, that's nice.
And the way they've been kind of pushing Shayna Baszler lately, I think Shayna might win this.
Yeah, because they're pushing her like another Brock Lesnar. They did that with Ronda Rousey, and I think they're going to do that with her. I don't watch wrestling, but I remember I watched the Raw, and I saw Shayna Baszler just dominating like Eva Marie and that other chick. What's her name? Doudrop.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. Do you like Doudrop's character? I don't either. I think it's kind of goofy and silly, but it is what it is. She's just like kind of like this. She's doing this the whole time, and it's supposed to be like a women's empowerment, like anti-fat shaming, except who you are. I get that's what they're doing with her character.
A lot of people
into it.
A lot of people don't know this, but the NXT 2.0, Rick Steiner's son is in there.
Who?
I forgot what his name is on NXT, but he's challenging for the NXT championship for Halloween Havoc. But apparently this guy is Rick Steiner's son and Scott Steiner's nephew.
Well, LA Original says he started up a GoFundMe for the Chargers. A little short on money we paid the refs. Well, I mean, LA Original, Moo had said it best. You need to take accountability for this game. He said Chargers and their fans must take accountability. I said, God damn. I said, God damn, like he really was upset over it. But I did tell him politely in the comment section. I said, you guys did cheat a couple games last year, but I didn't say anything. I'm not like trying to start.
They did. Yeah, they did. They did.
You guys did cheated a couple of games, including one against us, but I'm going to let it go because we were trash anyway. The 10-7 game, you guys got away with some holding calls on that final drive, but it's cool. I'm not mad about it. It is what it is.
I have something to say to Moonhead. You know, the fact of the matter is you should be lucky that Myles Garrett wasn't suspended for the whole season for what he did to Mason Rudolph with the Steelers.
Oh, yeah.
So you're lucky that if you think the NFL is against the Browns, they let Myles Garrett play last season.
To be fair, the Browns, the Lions, the Chargers, the Texans too, to a degree, like and bottom feeding teams like the Bengals, they would let other teams cheat against them, and the NFL would point the finger and laugh at us. I remember those days. They would sit there, ha ha. They did the same thing with the Texans in the early 2000s. They allowed teams to get away with bad calls. that the referees allowed the Colts to come back and beat us in that 2005 helicopter spin. They actually grabbed Rosenfels was diving. They actually ran into him, Dwight Freeney, and dove, hit him in the helmet, and spun him around. And he spun around in midair and dropped the ball, and the refs didn't even call nothing. And they let the Colts do it. They let them.
We can go back to that divisional game in the playoffs between Minnesota and New Orleans. That was clearly a pass interference.
Against the Saints or the Vikings?
No, the Vikings. Like, remember when that defender hit one of the Saints receivers, clear as day in front of the referee. The referee didn't throw the flag. So
now I can tell you the worst one when it was Saints and Rams, and that was a pass interference against the Rams, and the refs just looked right at it and said nothing. And it turned out the referee that didn't throw the flag played for the fucking Rams back in the 80s. And then they asked him, "Did you see that?" He's like, "I didn't see anything." Bullshit. He was staring right. They asked him, dude, they did background check on this ref. This motherfucker played for the Rams in the 80s, and he was able to ref the game against the Rams and the Saints. Dude.
I mean, honestly, I can honestly tell you guys this. When I played high school football and I took my team to the playoffs, we faced this one team who was like the state darling. Everybody loved this team.
Yeah.
We were beating them through 4 quarters, and then somehow I knew they were going to come back because they were a powerhouse offense.
Yeah.
There was a play where we're down there we were down coming back, and I was playing quarterback, and here I am, and this guy, clearly if you get hit right here and then you get clipped in the knee, it should be after you throw the ball, you should get something called. That happened to me twice.
Really?
In front of a referee. Referee didn't call anything. Then I come to find out that the referee was an alma mater of that old team.
Really?
Yeah. I'm just like, I went up after the game and I saw him, like, when I saw him the next season when he was coaching one of our games, I was like, so this was before pregame warm-ups. I was like, so I heard that you used to go to that school. He's like, yeah, and what's your point? I went, last year's playoff game's my point.
You still hold a grudge. You said you cheated.
Man, I got my knee clipped out on me. That's why my left knee still hurts to this day.
And you told him that, and I bet he laughed, huh?
He was basically like, he was basically like, look. He's like, look, I literally didn't see you get hit. Oh, I had grass on my fucking helmet. I'm like, how could you not see that?
Dude, I'll tell you what, man. I remember one time, I'll never forget, they made me a referee in a basketball game for a YouTuber named Alex, which is his channel's Predator Poachers. They said, we're looking for more referees. Do you want to be a referee? I'm like, yeah, sure. Let me tell you something. That's a job you don't want to take. And I did it for free. And they're like, okay, you're going to come down here and you're going to coach our basketball tournament. But, like, we're going to have referees, one on the sideline, one on the opposite side, and you're going to be on the opposite end towards the center court. I said, okay. So they played half court. No big deal. And they played, like, 10-minute quarters or whatever. So your job was just to call the obvious, right? Fouls, travel. Let me tell you something. Being a ref, it's hard to there's 1,000 things going on at the same time. And you have to sit there and stare at the guy with the ball. You got to look at his hips. You got to look at his feet. And you got to make sure that the other defender's not within the reach of fouling. And let me tell you something, man. There were times where I missed some calls. I'm not going to lie. And those motherfuckers came right in my face, too, including the coach. And he was sitting there screaming at my pointing his fucking finger, you motherfucker. And I was like, I didn't see it. I didn't see the call. He's like, man, I ought to kick your ass for that. I'm like, hey, look, dude, I didn't see it. So I started filming the fucking game on my phone, right? And my camera, because I used to, record and upload. So I would film from both ends. So when a call was missed or something, I would go back to the replay on my own fucking phone and say, okay, we screwed this one team out on accident. The guy traveled on a game-winning shot, but I wasn't looking at his feet. I was looking at his hands to make sure he wasn't fouled. He traveled and still made the game-winning shot, but the other team was so pissed off that they said that he traveled. I said, I didn't see it. Motherfucker, you were standing right there. I'm like, I didn't see it. And then they're like, all right, motherfucker, you're cheating like that, blah, blah, you're cheating, motherfucker. They left. When I checked the replay, he traveled. So I was going to go to the team and we were going to reset the game and start from that score and say, okay, you got the ball, game tied, here you go. But they had left. So we just awarded the win and we awarded them the winners. And they found out the next day. So they messaged my YouTube channel. They're like, hey, I saw that y'all reversed the call. I was like, yeah, but you guys left. So I couldn't give you the ball. So we kept the score as is. And he goes, oh, so if we'd have stayed, we'd have got the ball. I'm like, yeah, but you guys left. It took like 20 minutes, but they left. They got all fucking mad. But dude, as much as I get mad at the refs, dude, it's a tough job to have, man.
I used to piss off these guys when we played pickup basketball half court. I'll always wait for the ones that are trash talking and stuff like that. And all of a sudden, like anytime they would like smack or hit me, I would call like the littlest fouls. And they'd be like, oh fuck you, man. I'm like, I'll start smiling at them. I'm like, oh, it's a foul, dude. It's a foul.
No, look, the way I say about cheating in the NFL or the NBA or rigging, if you're a fan of the team, it benefits you. You're going to be like, I didn't see shit. Like you're going to have your blind glasses on. But if it happens against you, you're going to be pissed. That's just human nature in us,
Actually, I'm a little different with that because if I knew that the Titans got away with cheating, I'd be like, hey, we won the game and I'm happy. But I want to make sure I send a Christmas card to that ref at the same time.
Dude, Moohead was pissed. That guy was mad. He was like saying, these refs got to be held accountable. We got to hold the Chargers accountable. I'm like, okay, we will.
I'm surprised he didn't get so mad that the milk didn't come out of his titties.
Dude, that dude was hot, man. He was pissed. The only thing I'd say I agree with him in his rant, that I do think if you're a bigger market city, it does help with the betting lines. So if you're an LA brand, Miami, even though you can make an argument for the Dolphins, been irrelevant for a long time. I mean, you can be honest. If you're a bigger market city, it does help. But let's be honest, the Chargers were not a benefit of that for the longest time. They were not. People will always cheat against the Chargers, the Detroit Lions, the Cincinnati Bengals, the Houston Texans, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Cleveland Browns. And I could probably name about maybe 4 other teams. For the last 10, 15 years, the NFL loved fucking with them and trolling them,
Is a Moohead a part of the TTC? Is he part of the trash talking shit now?
For the Browns, yeah.
Oh my God.
He was like, I remember one time I said, yeah, but the refs cheated us. And he looked at me and he said, you probably deserved it. I'll never forget that. And I remember like Jaganoff was pissed off because he said Jacksonville, the refs screwed them. And he made a video. Go watch it. It's hilarious. It's called Dear NFL Referees. You don't have to help us lose.
I'll make sure I'll comment on it now.
And he's like, the Titans got away with that pass interference call. If you're going to call the Chargers out for cheating, you better put the Titans right there with them. I said, dude, you were down. But when that pass interference happened, what was the score?
We were still up at least. We were still up at least a pretty good amount of points.
Dude, he was fucking pissed over that PI call. Like a PI call and a holding call. He's like, he's like, if you're gonna investigate the Chargers, you need to investigate the Titans because I'm like, dude, you were down by like 37-19. This doesn't matter what the score was. They cheated. I was like, dude,
jack it off. I would like to tell you something. First of all, from the bottom of my heart, I would like to apologize for the fact that you guys will always be Derrick Henry's bitch. So that's the first thing. And second of all, there was a couple plays where I saw you guys tackle Derrick Henry, and I'm not gonna lie, some of you were grabbing his fucking helmet. So
really?
I'm just gonna go.
Oh, really? They were grabbing his helmet?
They were grabbing like his face.
Oh.
So I'm sitting there thinking,
no call.
No call. Hey, You know, I was fair, but I will go to Jagganoff. I will sub to him, and I will comment on his video, and I'll say from the bottom of my heart, from Titan fans, you're welcome.
Look, I remember I used to accuse the Patriots of cheating, and even if it was true, right? I remember one time a guy commented on the video a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
And he said, about 3 years ago, he said, well, if why don't you guys cheat so you can win some championships? And I said, I look back, I said, man, I was thinking like, man, that's wrong, play the right way. But I'm like, you know what? That does sound like that kind of makes a little sense. I'm just saying, because look at all these teams that win championships, dude. Every single one of them cheat. Right?
Oh my God. My brothers live in, me and my brother grew up as Bulls fans. And my brother lives in Utah right now.
Yeah.
So he met up with a Jazz fan. He told him he's a Bulls fan. That guy pointed the finger. He's like, the only reason why you guys won a championship because the referees called stuff for Michael Jordan. You son of a bitch. And I'm just like,
bro, they're still upset over that offensive foul on Jordan. They were so, dude. I know some Jazz fans, that YouTubers, and they talk about that game to this day. They're like, they cheated, motherfucker. Because when the Jordan 7-game championship, you've never been to game 7, that's a lie. They'll say that's a lie because game 6 was offensive foul. We were up by 1. And I was like, you know what? That is kind of true. Like, that would have been Michael Jordan's first game 7. But like,
well, here's something I'll tell those Jazz fans. I told a Jazz fan this once, and he got pissed at me. I said, okay, that same year, the Jordan and the Bulls were facing the Pacers. They were they had the Pacers beat, and you clearly saw Reggie Miller push Michael Jordan in the stands to get his 3-point shot. So I'm sort of
thinking about that fadeaway 3-pointer that took him to game 7.
Yeah. That's what it was. He pushed Michael off. Michael's over there flying in the stands. But
wait, so you're saying Reggie Miller pushed Jordan into the stands, literally?
Yeah. He just shoved him. And he got away with it. And he knows he got away with it. But so when Michael Jordan was dribbling the ball with Brian Russell, did he push off a little bit? Yeah, he did. I'll admit it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, dude, Rick said that was an offensive foul, but man, look, dude, the Jazz still had 8 seconds to get a shot off, though.
They did. Yeah.
And even if that was an offensive foul, Jazz would have got the ball. Okay, Bulls would have fouled, and then assuming if the Jazz made both free throws, okay, Bulls weren't a good 3-point shooting team. I get your point. That probably would have went 7, but that still doesn't mean you would have won game 7, though.
Well, here's something else too.
Yeah.
When the Bulls faced them in the first finals, when they won their 5th championship, anybody's got Netflix to go watch the Michael Jordan the Bulls documentary, The Last Dance.
Okay.
There's a point where Jordan and them are staying up at the hotel, and they ordered this pizza that was sketchy in the part of town of Utah, and Jordan had food poisoning the day before, right after eating it. But he still scored like 38 points to get you guys to still beat you. But the fact of the matter is, they were trying to poison him.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was eating this pizza. No one else ate the pizza but him.
Dude, one time the Jazz cheated Jordan, but it was during the regular season in like '94. I was watching old highlights, and like Jordan, I think, had the ball and he was going in for a layup, and like Karl Malone literally did like a wrestling move to him from behind. Like I did like a fucking suplex, and the refs didn't even call nothing. He did like Suplex City from Brock Lesnar, and you can go watch that game, dude.
Yeah,
dude, they fucking did a flagrant foul on Jordan and didn't even call it. And Jordan, it was at the buzzer too, because like the Jazz were up 1 and Jordan had the ball and he was going for a layup, and like Malone just came from behind and just grabbed him and just fucking suplexed him into the fucking sideline. And the refs are like, I didn't see anything, there's no call. That was a clean block. And Jordan was like laying on the ground, and I remember he gets up and he tells the ref, he's like, God damn it, did you not see fucking foul me? That's bullshit. And then the ref's like, I didn't see anything. And he's running off to the fucking locker room, like the ref starts taking off.
Did I ever tell you this story, Stephen, that I got kicked out of a high school football game?
No, go ahead.
So what happened was we were playing this There's this team here in Nashville. They're they're called NBA, but they're like this prep school. We used to call them Mama's Boys Academy because they look like a bunch of little Mama's boys. But their team is ferocious. They will step on your finger. They'll bite your hand. They'll do whatever they can. Well, I'm running. Here I am running for the first down. The guy clearly hits me out of bounds while I'm already out of bounds.
Okay.
And the other player comes over there, elbows me in the head.
Yeah.
I get up to the referee and I go, "You're not going to say anything?" And he went like, "No." He's like, "I'm not going to." He's like, "I didn't see it." I was like, "You didn't see that? You fucking zebra penis with a hat on. You didn't see that shit." And he's like, "You're out of here." I was like, "Oh, fuck you." I was
he threw a flag on you?
Oh yeah. I was like, well, I called him a zebra penis, but
the refs cheated Tom Brady one time. I don't know if you guys remember back in 2013, Monday Night Football, they played against Cam Newton and Luke Kuechly and the Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
And the Patriots had the ball, and they were on the game-winning drive. And Luke Kuechly was holding, I think, Gronkowski or something like that, right? And it was and the ref threw the flag, so he was going to call the holding call, which would mean the Patriots would get an untimed down and then like half the distance to goal. So I put them at like the 5 or the 4, and they put them at like 2.5 or something like that. And anyway, so the ref throws the fucking flag. The flag's on the ground. The refs huddle up together, and of course Brady's waiting for them, to say, the penalty who was against. And it was on Luke Kuechly. It was a clear holding, and the ref threw the flag. These fucking referees picked up the fucking flag, put it back in the pocket, and then he says, he turns on the mic and he says, "No call, game over." And as soon as he said that, Belichick's pissed, like he's all fucking mad, and Brady's like, you cheated. And the referee just does like a WWE like move, where the bad guy runs out and he runs away. This referee, I swear to God, he got underneath, like he actually ran to the fucking locker room. I've never seen that shit before, dude. It looked like a WWE skit, and then Brady's chasing him in the locker room, and you could probably hear the announcers like, "Hey there, look, Brady's chasing him in the locker room. It looks like something's going on. We'll put footage in there in a minute. Jerry Lawler and King will be tuning in soon." Like, dude, it looked like something out of like a poorly scripted WWE segment, and it was so fucking hilarious. Like, dude, the referees threw the fucking flag. They picked the flag back up, put it in their pocket, and said, "Oh, no penalty, game over."
Oh boy. Okay, so I remember something about what Moonhead Moonhead said about the Browns. You remember the game where the Browns fans were throwing beer bottles?
The what?
You remember the Browns game back then when they were throwing beer bottles at the referees?
Oh God, that must be past. That must be before I started watching football. Was that? But I remember. Hold on, wait.
Ain't too long ago.
Was that Bottlegate?
Yeah, I think it was the Bottlegate game. Yeah, they were throwing bottles. That's what Cleveland fans do. They get pissed about things. I mean,
that was against Jacksonville too, jagging off.
Yeah. Look, jagging off. You don't want me to come back to the TTC because I'll come after you again. I ain't gonna. I might do some trash talk this year since I'm back on YouTube. I might do some.
Yeah, like for me personally, I'm picking like division games to go after. Like the Colts this week, I'm going to drop some hate weeks. We do have a Colts trash talker. His name's like Jared Mallett or something like that. I'll send you his link, but he's pretty good for the Colts. And like he's mentioned me a couple times in video, but he said that he wants to he wants to do a trash talk hate week with me. So I said that's cool. I was already going to drop one against Colts anyway. We'll play you guys this week, so I'll probably drop it like on a Thursday.
Ask him like, "Hey man, are you ever gonna go and drop that money back off to Andrew Luck? Because you guys ain't got no luck without luck. Suck for luck."
Well, like I said, it'll be a fun hate week against the Colts, and then I'm gonna wait till the outcome of tonight's game though. Because they beat the Ravens, they actually may have some trash talking there.
Yeah, like Ogden was asking me, he's like, "Hey, since you're back on YouTube now, since you've got your new channel, will you do some hate weeks with some Jag or Texan fans?" I was like, "Yeah, I might do some stuff with Steven. This will be fun.
Yeah, just for shits and giggles.
Just shits and giggles, yeah.
We don't play the Titans till later on in the year anyway.
Yeah. And we'll probably do some, because that whole bet thing is funny. The fact that you crack yourself in the head with the eggs a bunch of times, I'm like, yeah, damn.
Now it's against the Bills. I had to do that at the park, actually. Yeah, at the Bills Mafia was going to call me a bet welcher. I'm like, dude, I told you I was going to pay the bet on Thursday, and it was Friday. I was a day late, but I still paid it. But he was like, you're a bet welcher. I'm like, no, I'm not, dude. I said, look, I told you Thursday. After that Sunday, we lost because I was off Thursday and Friday. I said, I'll pay it Thursday. I got lazy. I ain't going to lie. So Friday, I said, I told one of his buddies, tell him, hey, I'm going to pay it today. So I did, and I paid it on Friday. So the bet payment has been made. I didn't bet welch anybody. Hey, what's up, Andrew?
So how many eggs did you have to crack on your head?
12. That video's posted too.
Yeah, 12. We did 12.
Yeah, I did 12. That's
I thought you were gonna do like 40 because it was like 40-0.
Nah, we first made a video saying whatever the point total was, but we later worked out a deal and said, okay, we don't need to do 50 eggs. I said, let's just do because he didn't want to do 40 eggs or anything like that. So I just said, okay, how about we just do like 12 eggs? Like whoever loses bashes a dozen eggs. He said, okay.
Oh my God! If I ever did that bet, no, I'd be like, let me crack the eggs over you.
Hey, Andrew, do you watch basketball?
Not really. No, I don't care for it.
What about baseball? You guys watch baseball?
I'm a bit of a casual when it comes to baseball, but my team's like the Giants for baseball.
You know what's one thing I'll give you, Big Kev? I know you're a Yankees fan, and so is Donovan if he's still watching. The Yankees always get screwed in that one game playing. That's like the third time y'all lost in that stupid ass wild card game.
Yeah,
it sucks because that Yankees Red Sox series should be the best of three, at least the best of three.
Oh, speaking of which, Andrew, I will say this about the Giants. I'll say this about the Giants. I still believe to this very day, and this could be an unpopular choice for some people, but I still think Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame. And the reason why I say that is before he came to the Giants, he had a really good batting average and RBIs with the Pirates. So the fact that everybody wants to talk about, oh my God, look how steroidy he was up and stuff like that, there is never going to be another player like Barry Bonds. So I still think he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. That's just me.
Oh, here's what the Astros are being accused of.
What are they being accused of?
Oh no,
they're being accused of sign stealing. That's why the game
again. Oh my! Oh no! Oh no!
That's why they postponed the game for Tuesday.
What's that say about you Houston people?
If the Astros are sign stealing again, that means they're stupid as hell because they can't do it without getting caught. And I would say it doesn't matter how many people cheat. It's when you get caught, you have to take accountability, right? So, like I say it as this: if somebody's speeding, and 5 people are speeding, and you're a police officer, out of those 5 people, you can only catch 1. So the one you pick, right, is the one you pick. So you pull that one person over, and you go up to the window, license, registration. You know why I pulled you over? For speeding. And then the person looks at you and said, well, are you aware those other people got caught speeding? And then your initial reaction is, yes, I'm fully aware that there's 5 of you speeding, but you're the one that got caught. So I look at it like that. The Astros cheated badly. And if they got caught again sign stealing, they deserve whatever happens to them. Facts. Like if the league says, hey, look, you're forfeiting this playoffs, and we're taking your titles away, no 2017 championship, I would be all for it because you can't be that stupid and get caught cheating again.
Yep.
You can't be that stupid. So whatever happens, if you get caught, you got to take accountability. No. That's how I look at it. The Chargers, first of all, you can't prove that the Chargers cheated. Secondly, you could prove the refs cheated. Thirdly, that looks bad on the NFL, not the Chargers, not the fan base. So the Chargers organization are just doing what they got to do to win, like any other team. And to be fair, the refs have cheated against the Chargers for years. So I see that as payback. But let's just be honest. Every team cheats to a degree, but it's when you get caught is when it's the issue. But on the MLB, if the Astros are sign stealing, that's on the organization. That's not on the umpires. That means the Astros organization would be in trouble. I think if the MLB wants to send a message for the integrity of the league, if the Astros are sign stealing, the best thing we'll do is say, okay, you're forfeiting this series. You're done. And we're taking your 2017 championship away. Like college.
Right.
I give you props for that.
Yeah,
Steven,
it should be stripped.
I give you props for that, Stephen, because you being a Houston fan and you being an Astros fan, you're actually holding your team accountable.
Yes.
For that, and that's actually
if they're sign stealing, that's
right.
the organization. That's not the umps. That's not the refs. If the Chargers were sign stealing,
yeah,
that's the team.
Right.
That's the coaching staff.
Hey, Moohead, if Moohead's listening, I sent a little bit to that GoFundMe thing for Chargers for the room to pay out the referee. So I sent about $20 yesterday. So
yeah, Stephen A. Smith's calling into an investigation for the Chargers. I saw his Twitter. He said they should be investigated, but I'm like, dude, that's the refs that cheated. Like me, I'm not going to hold the Patriots accountable for the refs cheating. The refs did cheat in that game yesterday. They made some bogus calls in the fourth, but then our head coach also made some bullshit calls too. So I look at it as like it's even.
The Patriots should have been held accountable for the stuff they did back in the day, especially that Super Bowl with the Rams where they were recording the Rams practice and stuff like that. Yeah, they should be held accountable for it. But, I mean
did the league ever do anything about it?
They never took their championships away from them.
What did they do to them? Nothing, right?
Fined them.
Oh, wow. That's like that's like if you had 400
I think they might have took some draft picks as well.
Yeah, that's what they took some draft picks away.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So pretty much they got what you call like a little slap on the wrist.
Slap on the wrist.
Yeah, they're saying that they're accusing the Astros of sign stealing. Wow, that's scary. And now this is going into the playoffs.
Yeah, which would give you an unfair advantage.
If the Astros are guilty of it, if the MLB allows them to be in the playoffs after this, I think that would take a huge blow to baseball. I think baseball would actually have to say, look, we're going to take integrity for this. We got to save the sport. We can't make it look like we're if the Astros are caught sign stealing, they should forfeit the playoffs. I'm sorry, they should.
Right.
Go ahead, Andrew.
The Astros are being accused of sign stealing.
I'm not excusing what the Astros did, but I was just saying, I'm not excusing what the Astros did. I mean, if it's 100%, true that they did sign steal again, like we said earlier, like we talked about earlier, there should also be a salary cap for baseball because you got all these small market teams, like the A's, like the Tampa Bay Rays, and that can't do much of anything. When their best player probably goes to the Yankees, probably goes to the Red Sox, the Dodgers, all those big market teams, and that also kind of ruins the integrity of the game. And it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny because, the friggin' Yankees have, the advantage to sign, pretty much anybody you want. And they still haven't been to a World Series since 2009.
So what do y'all think is going to happen if they catch the Astros?
You can go ahead.
Again? What do y'all think is going to happen if they catch the Astros sign stealing?
Well, honestly, baseball's kind of had a bad taste in their mouth their ratings have been down.
Yeah.
Especially that whole thing about taking the All-Star game away from Atlanta because of the whole voting thing. I thought was kind of
stupid,
a childish move from Major League Baseball. If you don't do anything about the Astros now, you're going to lose credibility with your viewers, and you're going to lose credibility.
Yeah,
because fans can go like, you know what, we don't want to come to the games anymore, and that starts hurting their attendance, and they start hurting their ratings. And so if I was the owner of Major League Baseball right now, I would basically already say, you know what, White Sox advance, Astros gone.
Yeah,
done.
That's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I think Rob Manfred, I think it's his name, Rob Manfred, right? The commissioner. I know his last name's Manfred, but I forget his his first name. I don't know what he would do. I think he's either gonna be forced to give him a more severe punishment than he did last time, or he's probably just going to, be stubborn about it and give him a slap in the wrist like he did last time.
I think we can all agree. I think we can all agree that the NBA's commissioner, the Major League Baseball's commissioner, and the NFL's commissioner, all three of them have been bad for the sports.
Yeah.
I mean...
Oh, terrible. Yeah.
Daniel Stern used to do a really good job with NBA. And then, I like Paul Tagliabue a lot better than I did Roger Goodell.
Me too.
Forgot who was Major League Baseball's Bud Seawick at one point.
Yeah.
So those guys used to know what they were doing. Now you got these guys who are basically you're pretty much letting the inmates run the asylum.
Yep.
And that's the problem with sports right now.
Hey, that's racist.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah, we live in a political correctness world. Forgot about
Hey,
that.
if you don't get the joke, you remember that when Bob McNair said that and everybody thought he was racist? Oh, it's so funny. It's a common saying. It's not racist.
It's not common saying. Oh, I agree.
Hey, by the way, Steven, you still talk to Social Security, right?
Oh yeah, Bully. CG
Yeah,
Bully.
Bully. I know he's a big LeBron fan. I would love to debate him against LeBron versus Michael, because I will tell you what.
Oh, nice. That would be
nice. He would not like some of the stuff that I would have to say.
Nice. I think it's because he's a Lakers fan. That's why he's defending LeBron.
Yeah. I mean, we all know that the place that LeBron plays at is actually Kobe's house.
Really?
I mean, I'm talking about the Staples Center. That's Kobe's house.
Oh, of course.
So LeBron's basically just...
Yeah, because it's was built 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I think. 20 years ago?
It came out 2000. Year 2000 is when the Staples Center came out.
Nice.
So I'm not, here's the thing about LeBron. I'm not saying LeBron's not a good player. And I'm not saying that he's not one of the best players in the league.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's not one of the top 50 or top 10 greatest players of all time. I'm just saying you can't put him in the same category as Michael Jordan. You can't. There's no...
Fair enough.
That's an insult. But the one thing I respected about Jordan was Jordan never got into politics when he played the game. He always was like, look, I'm an entertainer. I come to play the game. I want to win championships. I'm here to entertain people. He used to never answer questions about that. That's why he's still.
I think the one time he did something out of basketball.
Yeah. That was one time.
The one time he did something out of basketball was that one commercial. It was like, it's that one meme where he says like, "Stop, get some help" or whatever. I don't know what it was for, but I'm guessing it was mental health or something. Or
yeah, it was for mental. I think it was for alcohol.
It was what? Yeah, that's one of the things he did outside of basketball.
So, Kev, well, let me ask you a question, man. What made you decide to come back to YouTube?
I missed it.
How long did you take off?
Toward the end of 2017.
Damn.
Yeah.
4 years.
4 years. I decided to take a little bit of a breather, but
Yeah, man.
But I started missing it because once I started doing some of those little streams with you last year, I started to kind of got that itch. I was like, you know what? I miss it.
So what are you going to do when you come back? Like what are your plans for your channel?
Well, channel's up now. It's got 21 subscribers right now. It's called Big Kev's World. So it's not Kev's point of view, but still got the Kev part in it. I'm still doing my Titan videos. I'm still going to do sports videos. I'm still going to do all my stuff that I did before. I'm just adding a couple of new stuff to it now, which is going to be pretty fun because I'm working on a Friday the 13th independent film. So
really?
So yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm getting to play Jason. What we're doing is we're doing a Jason in. We never done this before, but it's like a Friday the 13th in December. It's like, what would Jason be doing during December?
So you're going to be Jason,
right? Yeah,
I figured that. I knew it right away.
So we're going to be working on that, and since I already got my other horror film up on the channel, I was like, you know what? And plus, I'm doing my last ever E-Fed show on my channel, like FWE's last ever show ever. It's going to be on the channel, and
how are you going to end it?
We're just going to end it with the FWE's own WrestleMania. I'm just going to end it with on a high note and just end it that way, and then
like are you going to do like a big battle royale, or are you going to do like a I don't know, like a are you going to do like I don't know, like a unified championship, or like
people got to find out, man. It's going to be it's a 2-nighter. It's going to be like a part 1 and 2.
Have you came out with a match card yet?
I already have the matches already recorded. It's just me having to do the commentary and put them on there. But I'm also going to start doing a lot more comedy stuff on there, like doing a lot of prank stuff. So I'm going to be doing some of that, and doing some gaming, streaming. Not a lot of gaming stuff, but some of the stuff that people used to see me do back in the day, you still get to see me do now.
Do you still do wrestling gaming content, or not really?
Not really.
So that's why you're just gonna make like a one time one show, just kind of end it all, like have an ending to it.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Didn't you have a player? I can't remember his name, but he was like, he did the intro for your channel, for Kev's point of view.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember.
Jarrell Casey.
Who it was.
Yeah, it was Jarrell Casey. Yeah, he retired.
Is he even still on the Titans?
No, he retired. He went to Denver last year, and he decided to retire this season. So he's back in Nashville. What's funny though is one of my good friends actually used to pet sit for his family when he was playing for Tennessee. So I knew Jarrell pretty well. So that's why Jarrell was like, "Yo, man, I'll do your video for you." It's like, "Go."
Nice.
But yeah, we're gonna do a lot more like live. You're gonna start doing a lot more live stuff, like when I go on vacations and doing some fun stuff. And I'm also gonna be working on my paranormal stuff. So
really,
I'm very big into paranormal. I'm got a lot of equipment that I'm gonna start using. So yeah, gonna be cool stuff over there.
That's kind of cool, actually.
I'm trying not to talk politics on
Oh,
my
you're
side.
right. He did retire. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What about you and Mel? Are y'all going to do videos together?
Yep. Oh yeah. Jeez.
What's your channel called again? Let me subscribe.
It's called Big Kev's World.
Yeah, I already subbed to it.
His world. Let me find it. I think I found it.
There it is. It's in the private chat thing right here.
Yeah.
And we're still going to talk.
I think I subbed.
We're still going to talk about like the relationship stuff, and I'm going to start bringing back my interview series because I love doing that.
Oh, those are fun.
Yeah, so I'm going to start doing those again, and I'm not going to do any drama stuff on mine because I see what's going on with the whole posting thing with everybody else, and I'm like,
yeah, you don't want to interfere in that.
I'm not in that. But I did hear you say you wanted to have me as the judge. I heard that. I was like, hey, well, you know what?
Kev can be the judge, and then Dark Horse is going to be representing himself, and then I'm going to be the prosecutor, and we'll have Noob is going to be part of the prosecution team, and then Dark Horse gets to represent himself, and if not, we'll just find somebody to represent Dark Horse, the greatest.
Stephen might.
Oh, what's the feud against? Is it like the Smart Busters?
Wrestling shit.
It's a wrestling. It's a wrestling thing.
YWC. Dark Horse basically brought like pictures of me on Facebook and was trying to expose me
as a blackface.
Yeah, and it didn't work. And then him and his little like buddies have been going at it with me and Polson for the last about a week or two now. So we've been feuding. I just don't do it on my channel because I don't want them flagging it. So I just do it on Noob's channel, or I'll do it on Polson's channel or something,
Smart.
Right.
Yeah. Do it on here.
Football stuff.
Yeah.
And plus I won't get to see any of your old car rant videos.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what though? I'm actually glad, Steven, you brought back your car rant.
Yeah, I did 3 car rants already. I'm not gonna come out with them as much, but I'll come out with one like maybe once a week, twice a week.
I still remember the Batman v Superman. It sucked ass.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That was so funny. I hate that movie.
I hated that movie. But man, thank God it was back in the day though, man. I'm getting older now. It's kind of harder to
Whatever happened to that Texan vid maker, Tenney?
Who?
Joseph Tenney? Where happened to that vid maker?
Oh, it's been I don't know whatever happened to that guy.
He ain't here to run his mouth now. The Texans ain't that good now.
No, I haven't seen that guy in a minute, man.
I think he was pissed at you because you were a Trump supporter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, politics.
Yeah, politics will get you there. Dude, go ahead.
I'm also going to start doing some stuff on Omegle too, like with my Stone Cold impersonation, because I just bought a Stone Cold mask that I got coming to me. So I'm going to start putting it on and be like, you're damn right. I'll come over there and stomp a mud hole in your ass and walk it dry.
Nice. Man, I can't believe we've been on here for 4.5 hours. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So what you guys getting into today? What's y'all plans?
I mean, when you work 8-hour shifts, 4 hours feels like nothing.
Yep. Well, my plan is...
I hate working minimum wage. It fucking sucks.
You guys watching the Monday night game or not really?
Not really. I got a friend's... my one of my best buddies, his dad passed away, so I got his funeral tomorrow. So other than that, I'm probably just going to be like, I've been watching a lot of horror films lately. So me and Mel are on this mission to watch as many as we can in the last 2 months. So I already got it written down on like how many we've seen so far. So it's
not too bad. Well, shit, all right, guys. Well, I'm already running out. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and head up out of here. I want to get some time before I go watch Monday night, get some sleep. Well, I'm gonna take a nap, and then I'm interviewing Polston later. We're gonna talk about the rise of the revelations, and he's gonna be talking about why he thinks like certain phases the Earth's going through, and it's gonna lead into his book. He's actually gonna write a book, and he's gonna come out with a 2-part series, and we're basically gonna go over the first part of it or a little into it tonight, and then we're gonna do a second part later on in the week. So that should be interesting.
Speaking of that, there's a paranormal guy that I watch who did a one of those like little spirit box things with a spirit, and some spirit says that he's predicting that the end of the world will happen in 2030.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So he predicts the world will come to an end by 2030.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
I know Paulson's into the whole.
What's the name of his channel?
Huff Paranormal.
Like HUFF?
Yeah, HUFF Paranormal. Yeah.
Huff Paranormal. That's interesting.
But I know that Paulson's into the whole like revelations and all that stuff. So it'd be kind of cool to see that.
Yeah, so if you guys want to check that video out, man, check it out tonight. I'm interviewing Polston on it. That'll be later on. It'll be around like 9 or 10. I'm not even really a religious person, but the way this guy breaks down everything, bro, it gets you interested. He's going to talk about how destroying the dollar is part of Revelations, and he's going to do a whole breakdown. And then we'll have a part 2 later on in this week.
I didn't know he was writing a book. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. He's writing a book on it.
I don't know if you have it, Steven, but I've actually caved in and got myself a TikTok.
Bullshit, you did?
Yeah.
Are you making videos?
Yeah.
What's your TikTok?
I'll send it to you.
Oh yeah, send it to my Facebook. Dude, that's epic.
I'm gonna start doing some funny shit on that thing.
That's funny.
And then link it on to here.
Well, shit, that's pretty cool, man. That's what's up. Yeah, but tonight we're gonna do that video, and like I said, and then that'll be around like 9, 10 o'clock. So if you guys want to tune in, y'all can watch it, you know?
All right.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream, man. I'm going to get the hell up out of here, man. So I appreciate y'all for being a part of this, man, and hope to see y'all later tonight, man. Thanks for being on here, Kev and Andrew. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right, see you, man.